by Melissa Barr and Paul Bryan. Prologue. Wren. Steam rolled off the hot water that swirled around my bare skin, and I laid my head against the folded washcloth on the back of the tub. My eyes closed. My arms rested on the sides of the tub, blood dripping into the warm water, and my mind was at peace knowing this was almost over. I couldn't go on, pretending I was fine. Nothing was fine. Nothing was good. My eyes fluttered open at the pounding on the door. Even if I had wanted to get up and open it, I was too weak. I remembered being at the Hell Captain's clubhouse and overhearing the guys talking about one of the club girls who had tried to kill herself in the bathroom. One of the big burly members had made the comment she had just done it for attention because she hadn't even done it the right way. Cutting across the street does nothing. Down the road all the way. At the time, I thought he was an insensitive pig, and I still thought that. But I had to be thankful to him. I knew the end was close and I wouldn't have to be here much longer. 2 one-inch slits the length of my wrists boasted I had done it the right way. I had fucked up the rest of my life, but this? I wasn't going to mess up. The pounding intensified on the door, and my eyes flitted closed. I felt like I was floating. Nothing mattered anymore. I wasn't some rag doll that had been used by numerous men, then tossed aside. In the back of my mind, I heard the door explode open, but it didn't matter. This was it. I was done. I didn't want to be saved. There wasn't anything left of me to be saved. The feeling of floating returned, but the warmth surrounding me was replaced by a biting chill. Wren! Wren! No, I didn't want this. All I wanted was darkness. I cracked open my eyes and stared into the eyes of the man who thought of me as nothing more than a chore. Piercing green eyes looked at me, and it felt like he could see into my soul and knew everything that had been done to my body. I didn't want him to see me. If anyone knew the things I've done, they would never look at me the same. "Leave," I gasped. He shook his head and shouted at someone in the doorway. "Call 911 right now!" I would have laughed if I had the energy. They couldn't help me. No one could. My eyes closed, and I searched for the darkness. "Stay with me, Wren. I'm gonna fix you." The corners of my lips turned up. "You won't find all of the pieces." My body thumped down onto the hard floor, and I felt him grab my arms. The darkness got closer, and I welcomed its numbing calm. I didn't want to be fixed. I just wanted to die. Chapter 1. Wren. 2 months later. "Breakfast." "Not hungry." He set the plate down in front of me. "Don't care." His long finger pointed at the 2 fried eggs and toast. "You have therapy in an hour. You eat this, get dressed, and then we leave." "I don't have to do what you say." He planted his hands on the table and loomed over me. "Are we really going to go over this every morning?" "Yes, because I don't know why you suddenly care." He growled low. "I've always cared." He was always growling at me. His voice was low and rough. I swear he gargled gravel every night before he went to bed. No one cares. "People do care, Wren. You just can't see past the shit swirling around in your head." He pushed the plate closer. "Eat." I picked up the fork and stabbed the yolk. "Your eggs suck." Hard, rubbery yolk every morning for the past 6.5 weeks was disgusting. The food in the hospital was better than this. "Then wake up on your own and cook them yourself." "That doesn't sound like you care about me." He pulled out the chair across from me and sat down. "I'm sitting in on your therapy today." My jaw dropped. What? Therapy was the only time I had away from Maniac. Otherwise, he was always breathing down my neck. The man never left me alone for more than the 2 minutes it took me to go to the bathroom. "You don't need to be there." "I'm coming in with you." "You're not." What the hell was this man smoking? Therapy was private, and he had no right to be there.
I am.
What do you think you are doing?
Helping.
This man was insane. How is that helping?
I'm the one who has spent the past 2 months with you. I think I should be able to be there. Besides, I have a few questions of my own I want to ask her.
I threw my arms up. You can ask her questions after I'm done.
Just let me come one time with you, Wren. It's not going to hurt anything.
I crossed my arms over my chest. Fine, if he wanted to be bored to death for an hour, he was more than welcome to come along. Whatever. If you want to be there, then you can be there. It wasn't like I was getting anything out of therapy besides an hour away from Maniac.
Good. Finish eating, get dressed, and then we'll leave.
He walked out of the kitchen and into the living room. The damn man drove me insane. He treated me like a teenager who constantly needed watching and couldn't think for themselves. I ate the egg white from around the rubbery yolk and one piece of the toast. I only ate to keep up my strength to argue with Maniac. I scraped the rest of my food into the garbage and set my plate in the sink. I never did dishes. He forced me to eat so he could do the dishes then.
"Half an hour, Wren," he called.
"Yes, sir, Captain Asshole," I mumbled under my breath.
"Heard that,"
he chuckled. Good. He needed to know I didn't appreciate him. I just wanted to be left alone. I just needed to convince Maniac and this damn therapist that I was fine. Then hopefully I could get the hell out of here. Hell, I would settle for 10 minutes alone. Maniac was holding me prisoner in this damn place, and all I wanted to do was bust out and never see him or the fallen lords ever again.
Maniac. How does that make you feel? If this bitch asked Wren how does that make you feel one more time, I was going to slit my own wrists. Christ on a cracker, this bird was whacked in the head. It makes me feel fine. Wren was huddled in the corner of the couch, giving the same damn answer every time. This was fucking pointless. I sprung up from the couch, pulled a 50 from my wallet, and tossed it on the coffee table. We're done. It's only been 20 minutes, the therapist stuttered. Yeah, that's 19 minutes too long. I turned to Wren and held my hand out to her. Let's go. She slowly unfolded her legs from underneath her and stood. She avoided my hand, walked around the coffee table and out the door. Mr. Maniac? I have to advise you this is not a good idea. Wren needs help. I nodded my head. No shit, Dr. Phil. But your kind of help is horseshit. She puffed out her chest and tossed her notebook down. I didn't have time for whatever Freudian shit she was going to spew at me. I may not have had a degree in shrinking heads, but I damn well knew the shit she was doing with Wren wasn't working. That was why I wanted to be here today. I didn't know what Wren had gone through, but I knew it was some fucked up shit. Asking how she felt about shit wasn't going to help. I jogged down the hallway and caught a glimpse of Wren's back as she pushed out the front door. That was quick. Do you want me to schedule her next appointment? The tiny blonde receptionist fluttered her eyelashes at me and thrust out her fake tits. Under normal circumstances, I would have appreciated this, but with Wren making a break for it, I didn't get the chance to flirt with her today. We're done. Fake tits sputtered. But I thought, when will we... I shook my head. Not happening, sweet butt. At least not in the near future. Wren was the only chick I had eyes for at the moment. Even though the sweet butt behind the desk could entertain me for a couple of hours, I knew she wouldn't be worth the hassle of scraping her off later. She seemed clingy, and clingy was not something I did, ever. I made my way out of the truck parked at the curb and was surprised to see Wren standing at the passenger door. Can you unlock the door? I beeped open the locks and pulled open her door. I thought for sure you were going to make a run for it. If I knew my way around, I would, but since you hauled us to some podunk town I've never heard of before, I'm unfortunately at your mercy. She hauled her ass up into the truck. You can close the door. My gaze traveled over the pale pink sweatshirt she always insisted on wearing. You do know it's almost 80 degrees, right? I think you can ditch the sweatshirt. You didn't let me grab many clothes before you kidnapped me. I've offered to take you clothes shopping. She shook her head. I'm fine with what I have. She gripped the cuffs of her sweatshirt and tugged the sleeves over her hands. Can we go back to the cabin now? We need to go to the grocery store. Can't you drop me off and then go to the store? I braced my arms on the doorframe of the truck. I haven't let you out of my sight in weeks. What makes you think I'm just going to drop you off and go to the store? I really don't want to go to the store, Maniac. Why? Most chicks love to go shopping. At least that's what I figured. I just don't want to. I need more of a reason than that. You give me a good one and we'll figure something out. She chewed on her lip and looked out the windshield in front of her. Can't you order them online and they bring them out to the truck? We're in a town of 1,000 people. You really think they have that here? I was surprised they had a therapist you could go to. Durham was 70 miles from the Fallen Lords clubhouse and about 40 miles from anywhere you could order your groceries online. I really don't want to go to the store right now. My eyes watched her hands fidget with her sleeves. Then when do you want to go? When there aren't any people there. I raised my eyes and caught her looking at me out of the corner of her eye. Darlin', I don't know how to do that. She was hurting. She was so damn lost, I didn't even know if I was actually talking to the real Wren half of the time. She got so lost in her own damn head that some of the time I would have to call her name 3 or 4 times before she would answer me. She only left the house to go to therapy, and that was it. 2 weeks ago, Cora and Brinks had driven up with groceries and shit, but Wren had refused to even see them. Now we were down to just a loaf of bread and peanut butter. No way I could live on that for more than a few hours. Please, I don't want to go now. I hung my head and sighed. Wren, you gotta work with me here. Can't we go right before they close, or maybe to one of the stores that are open 24 hours? Killing me, I mumbled under my breath. I stepped back and swung her door shut. I rounded the front of the truck and hopped into the driver's seat. So what are we doing? She asked quietly. I stabbed the key into the ignition, wishing it was my bike cranking up and not a damn truck. Going home. But I thought... My hand shot up, cutting her off. She shrunk back in her seat, and I cringed. Son of a bitch. Not gonna hit you. I tried to keep my tone light and not growl at her. Hitting her was the last thing on my mind. I was frustrated as hell with her, but I would never lay a finger on her. We're going home. Don't worry about anything else. I wasn't going to force her into the store. I was going to have to push her, but she wasn't anywhere near ready to be thrown into something she didn't want to do. We were halfway back to the cabin before she spoke. I'm sorry, she whispered. I glanced over at her. Not a damn thing to be sorry about, darling. We'll figure this out. For the time being, we were going to order pizza for dinner, but after that, I still hadn't figured anything out. That was life with Wren. We figured shit out as it came. Right now, I had to figure out how to get her in the grocery store with no other people there.
Chapter 2. Wren.
Let's go.
I raised my head from my pillow. Huh?
I said, let's go. We need to go to the store, Wren. I don't think we can get pizza delivered 3 times a day.
It's 10 o'clock at night.
Know that, darling. Now get up, throw on some shoes, and let's go.
He moved to the other side of the screen that blocked the bed from the rest of the cabin. I laid my head back down and sighed. I had no idea what he was up to. I had figured he had given up on going to the store after he ordered pizza for dinner. Apparently, I was wrong. I'll just stay here. I crossed my fingers and closed my eyes. Maybe Maniac would finally cave and let me stay home.
Not happening. Get up.
I'm tired. I wasn't, but he didn't need to know that. Most nights, I laid awake listening to his light snoring, wishing I was anywhere but here.
No, you're not. Throw up all the excuses you want, Wren. You should know by now I don't care.
That was an understatement. It didn't matter what I said. The man did whatever the hell he wanted to. Where are we going?
The store.
I rolled my eyes and sat up. Which store?
You wouldn't know it.
What store around here is open after 10 o'clock at night?
The kind we're going to.
God, he made me want to scream. Do you think this store sells walls? I shoved my feet into my boots I left by the side of the bed and stood. If I stretched onto my tiptoes, I could see over the screen into the living room and kitchen. Maniac had basically kidnapped me from the hospital and brought me to this one-room cabin. The only walls in the place besides the 4 outside walls were the 2 walls in the corner that housed the teeny-tiny bathroom. I literally couldn't get away from Maniac. An 8-foot screen was hardly the privacy I craved.
"No walls, darling. Just food,"
he chuckled. Of course. He wanted food and I wanted walls. Guess what we were shopping for? Nothing that I wanted. I grabbed my coat off the bench from the end of the bed and shoved my arms into the sleeves. I'm staying in the truck. I moved around the screen and crossed my arms over my chest.
"No, you're not. You can come in and pick out food you're going to eat."
I don't care what we eat. He grabbed his keys from the small kitchen island.
"Well, I care about what we eat."
Good. You can go in and be one with the food. I'm staying in the truck. He shook his head.
"You gonna fight about everything with me?"
I don't argue about everything.
"Wren, really?"
I threw my hands up in the air. Well, if you insist on treating me like a 16-year-old, then I guess I'm going to act like one. Watching me like a hawk and ordering me around was not the way to get me to stop arguing with him.
"Can we just please go, Wren?"
Why did he get to act like the annoyed one? I wasn't bossing him around and constantly checking if he was still breathing. Fine, whatever. Now I was really starting to sound like a sullen teenager. I followed him out of the cabin and marched to the truck. I told you I didn't want to be around people. He didn't unlock the truck until he was next to me and beeped open the locks. I reached to open my door, but he was quicker than I was and swung it open.
"I heard you."
I ignored the hand he held out to me to help me up and crawled in. Then why are we going to the store?
"Just trust me, okay?"
I looked down into his green eyes. I've been asked to just trust someone before. You saw where that ended up.
And I'm not that someone.
He may not be Rack, but that didn't mean he wasn't just like him or worse. Can we just go? I wasn't into empty and fake promises. Been there, done that, have the scars. Maniac shut my door and jogged around the front of the truck. I was tempted to hit the locks to keep him out. Too bad he had the keys in his hand.
"Is that a smile on your lips, darling?"
He stuck the key in the ignition and cranked up the truck. I frowned. No.
"You sure about that? It was at least a smirk."
It had been a smirk. The thought of getting one foot up on Maniac was a good one. Drive. He shook his head and turned the truck around on the grass in front of the cabin. He pulled onto the road, and I reached out to turn on the radio. Music. Music was better than him talking. Is there seriously only one radio station in this podunk town? I hit the seek button 10 times trying to find something other than the only country station that came in clear, but I didn't have any luck.
"You got a problem with country?"
he drawled. I prefer something that doesn't involve someone's dog getting run over and a man twanging on about his woman who left him. I settled on the lone country station in favor of having to talk to Maniac. My fingers twisted the volume up, and I sat back in my seat.
"For not liking country music, you sure do have that cranked up."
He twisted the knob down 3 notches. I didn't know bikers like country music. I figured you for more of a metalhead. From his rugged exterior and rough voice to the fact he was an asshole 90% of the time, country was the last thing I would think he liked. He shrugged and turned down the main street of Durham.
"I listen to everything, darling. Country included."
I watched the storefronts pass by out the window. Everything is closed, Maniac. Are we planning on breaking into the grocery store?
"It did cross my mind, but I figured you wouldn't be into that."
He parked in front of the grocery store. All the lights were on, but the sign on the door said closed. He angled his body toward me and stretched his arm across the back of the seat. Then what are we doing? I planted my hand on the seat between us and inched closer to the door. He chuckled and shook his head.
"You look like a deer ready to bolt. I can assure you armed robbery is not on the menu for tonight."
He pointed over my shoulder at the store. I twisted and saw a bald man holding open the door to the store. They're open? I heard Maniac open his door, but I didn't take my eyes off the impatient man at the storefront. Maniac walked up to him, handed him something, and the guy strolled over to the bench in front of the store. Maniac opened my door.
Let's go.
He held out his hand, and I stared at it. Huh?
Darling, you're killing me here. Let's get some food.
I ignored his outstretched hand like always and slid out of the truck. So they're not closed? He shook his head.
Closed. I just slipped the guy a 50 to stay open for us.
I gulped and looked at the man sitting on the bench. Lord knows what he thought about having to stay open for us. What did you tell him? I whispered.
I told him I like to shop by the light of the moon.
He grabbed my hand and pulled me into the store with my jaw dropped. The bell above the door jingled as the door shut. Maniac grabbed a cart and stood expectantly behind it.
You're gonna have to do this with me. You told me you didn't want to shop when there were other people, so I fixed that shit. Now come pick out whatever you want to eat for the next week or so.
He's being nice, Wren. Throw the guy a bone. I cleared my throat and nodded my head. Can I push the cart? I need something to hide behind. He stepped back and held up his hands.
It's all yours, darling.
I gripped the handlebar of the cart. You're okay with me cooking some things? He fell and stepped next to me.
If that means I don't have to cook anymore, I'm down with that. I'm surprised we've been surviving on takeout, grilled cheese, and bologna sandwiches.
A laugh bubbled from my lips. There was that crunchy bologna sandwich last week that didn't sit very well with me. I stopped next to a bin of red shiny apples. I looked up at him. Fruit?
Get whatever is going to make you laugh like that again.
He grabbed an apple from the bin and tossed it in the air.
I could get used to that.
Whoa. I turned my back to him and filled a bag with apples. Was it really that big of a deal I had laughed? I added grapes, strawberries, and pears to the cart and moved on to the veggies. Any veggies you don't like? I wasn't a gourmet chef, but I knew how to cook enough things so I didn't starve.
All of them?
He took a huge bite of the apple he had grabbed.
More of a meat and potatoes guy.
I rolled my eyes and grabbed a bunch of asparagus. You have to eat veggies. It was like the man was 10.
Been doing good the past 15 years avoiding the hell out of them.
You know potatoes are like a vegetable, right? I reached for a 10-pound bag, but he swooped in and picked it up before I was able to.
Let me do the heavy lifting.
His gaze landed on my wrists. I yanked down my sleeves that had ridden up. I'm fine.
Never said you weren't.
He dropped the bag in the cart and looked around the produce department.
Any other veggies you're going to make me eat?
All I wanted to do was run and hide. This was the exact reason I didn't want to go out in public. The scars on my wrists were red and raised. I knew people's eyes would be drawn to them. Hell, my eyes were drawn to them when my sleeves were pushed back. A pink sweatshirt I rarely ever wore had become my security blanket, and I always had it on. Even when it was too hot, I still wore it. I grabbed carrots and onions. That's it. I could make do with these. We moved through the meat department, grabbing steaks, hamburger, and a pork roast.
You know what you're doing with that?
He asked me. Yeah. Season it, stick it in the oven for a few hours. Voila, pot roast. It's not rocket science.
My mom always used to make pot roast. It was horrible. The dog didn't even eat it.
He cringed and shook his head. It'll be edible. His confidence in my cooking skills was lacking. I stocked up on all sorts of seasonings and even had Maniac run back to the produce to get garlic. After we made our way through the frozen food aisle and spent way too much time piling the cart full of chips and soda, we made it to the checkout where the bald guy was waiting for us. He quickly checked us out while he made small talk with Maniac about the weather and who they thought would make it to the Super Bowl this season. I hung back, my anxiety taking over. All I wanted to do was run to the truck and hide.
Get the truck warmed up, darling.
He handed me the keys. I grabbed them and clutched them to my chest. Will do, I whispered. I wasn't going to ask how he knew I was 10 seconds away from fleeing like a convict on the run. After I basically sprinted from the store, I beeped open the locks and climbed into the truck. I glanced back in the store, watching Maniac throw his head back and laugh at something the guy had said. The man was carefree, but he also gave off the air he could rip off your head at the drop of a hat. He made me feel safe, but also terrified me in the same breath. I didn't know what to do with him.
Chapter 3. Maniac. Cora and Wrecker are on the way here. She lifted her head from the book in her lap. Why? It had been a week since our little field trip to the grocery store. I had hoped after I caught her laugh things would change. She would stop hiding away like a skittish doe in the woods. I was wrong. Nothing had changed. If anything, she pushed me away even more. While she started cooking more, she was still running from life in general. Rec has some shit he needs to catch me up on, and I'm assuming Cora hitched a ride because she threw a bitch fit till Wrecker agreed. There was no assuming about it. Wrecker had rambled on for 5 minutes about Cora constantly asking about Wren and demanding to come up here all the time. I don't feel like talking. I scoffed and grabbed the TV remote off the coffee table. That wasn't anything new. I was lucky if she said more than 50 words to me each day. She's your best friend. And? I turned and looked over the back of the couch. She was sitting on her bed with her legs tucked underneath her. Each morning I pushed the screen to the wall because I knew if I didn't, she would hide from me all day. And you need to see people, Wren. I see you right now. Not what I'm talking about, darling. I twisted back around and kicked my feet up on the coffee table. Chicks love to talk. I don't have anything to talk about, Maniac. And I'm not like the other chicks you've known. Pretty sure you've got a shit ton to talk about, but just don't want to. I wasn't going to touch that chick comment because she was right. Wren was unlike any chick I'd ever met before. I had no idea what Wren had been through, but I knew it had to be some bad shit if she thought the only way out was to die. She doesn't need to know. No one does. I looked over my shoulder. I'm not saying you need to talk to her about what happened, Wren. All I'm saying is she's still your best friend, and she's worried about you. I never asked her or anyone to worry about me. And right there was the bullshit in her head. You don't need to ask people to worry about you, Wren. They worry because they care. I didn't ask her. Stop, I growled. You're going through shit, Wren, and I get that more than you know, but you don't get to tell people to stop caring. God damn, she was about to piss me the hell off. I had been walking on eggshells around here, but that was about to change real quick. She folded her arms over her chest. Stop telling me what I need to do. I will as long as you start doing something more than sitting around all day. She threw her hands up in the air. You dropped me into this town I had never heard of before. What exactly do you expect me to do? I stood up and stalked to the bed. My shins hit the mattress and I loomed over her. I dropped you in this town to get the damn heat off you that is coming from the hell captains. Excuse me for trying to keep your ass safe and not at the mercy of those assholes. She sneered up at me. I'm pretty sure they couldn't hurt me any more than they already have. You escaped hell, darling. You really want to go back there and live the rest of your life that way? Her face paled and she leaned back. Yeah, she didn't think that shit through. Drop the attitude and try not to push away all of the people who actually care about you. Shit is hard for you right now, but if you let us help you, it'll be a hell of a lot easier. No one wanted to help me before. Why should I believe anyone will be there for me now? I scrubbed my hand down my face. I can tell words aren't going to do shit for you. All that is going to work for you is actions. I'm here now, and I'm not going anywhere. She rolled her eyes. Still words. A knock sounded on the door and my eyes sliced across the room. Reel in the attitude for an hour or so while Cora and Wrecker are here, and we'll continue this conversation once they leave. I stalked to the door and heard her whisper, That's still just words. They were words, but they were fucking true. I wasn't going anywhere.
Chapter 4. Wren. Riddle me this, Batman. How in the hell do you get any privacy in this one-room cabin? Cora and I were camped out on my bed while Maniac and Wrecker were out on the porch talking about Lord knows what. Privacy doesn't exist for me anymore. Unless you go to the bathroom. And even then, if I'm in there for more than 5 minutes, Maniac is knocking on the door asking if I'm okay. Cora's eyes darted down to the bedspread. Her fingers picked at a loose thread, and she cleared her throat. I guess I can see where he's coming from, though. I rolled my eyes. I try to kill myself one time in the bathtub, and nobody can let it go. A giggle bubbled from my lips. That was nothing I ever thought I would think. Cora looked up at me. Wren, I know you don't want— Please don't. I lifted my hand and shook my head. You don't even know what I was going to say. I pushed my sleeves back and held up my wrists. I'm sure it had to do with these. Cora cringed at the raised red scars. They weren't pretty. They were never going to be. I was going to live with them the rest of my life. They were a reminder I wasn't strong. I just want you to know I love you and I'm always here for you. Her eyes glazed over with unshed tears. I should have been there for you when everything was going on with the Hell Captains. You didn't know what was going on, Cora. There wasn't anything you could have done. There wasn't anything anyone could have done. She grabbed my hand and threaded her fingers through mine. But I could have just been there for you. Even being there couldn't have stopped Rack and the Hell Captains from being huge assholes to me. Don't stress over it. It's done and over with. She scooted closer. But it's not done and over with. It was so bad, you tried to kill yourself, Wren. Thank fucking Christ Maniac got to you in time before you died. I don't want to talk about this. I pulled my hand from her grasp and scooted to the head of the bed, farther away from her. I need to go to the bathroom. Her face paled at my words. Jesus Christ, I was never going to be able to go to the bathroom without someone worrying I was going to try and off myself again. I sprinted to the tiny bathroom in the corner and slammed the door shut behind me. I couldn't put up with this. My hands shook as I turned on the faucet and splashed cold water on my face. I never wanted to talk about my feelings or how Cora wished she could have been there for me. When I said no one could have helped, I meant it. Cora could have watched me 24/7 like a hawk, and I still would have found a way to try and kill myself. Cora and Wrecker had been here for over an hour, and I was beyond ready for them to leave. For most of the time, Cora had tried to act like everything was normal, but I could tell behind her clear green eyes she wanted to talk. A light knock sounded on the door. Jesus, I hadn't even been in here for more than 2 minutes and she was knocking on the door making sure that I was okay. We're leaving, Wren, she lightly called through the door. You don't need to come out. I didn't mean to upset you. She paused and I turned to the door. I laid one hand on the pressed wood. I just want you to know that I love you. And whenever you want to talk, you know my number. My heart yelled at me to open the door and tell Cora I loved her too, but I stood there, not saying a word. Her light footsteps padded away from the door after waiting for a response from me. What could I say to her? She was never going to look at me the same way again. I was forever in her eyes going to be some unstable, whacked-out bitch who was always trying to kill myself. And it's my own fault she thought that about me. One of the pitfalls of surviving suicide was having to deal with everyone telling you how much they loved you while you looked in their eyes and saw the guilt they felt. Surviving was becoming a burden. I heard Maniac's rumbly voice tell them he would see them in a few weeks, and then the front door closed. Living in a one-room cabin meant I could hear everything, no matter where I was. I quickly went to the bathroom, washed my hands, and wandered out into the kitchen.
You okay?
I ignored Maniac, opened the fridge, and immediately shut it. An idea of what to make for dinner popped into my head. I pulled out a pound of hamburger and a bag of tater tots from the freezer. You good with tater tot casserole for dinner? It was only 4:30, but by the time I thawed the meat, threw the casserole together and cooked it, it would be almost 6.
Answer my question,
he rumbled. It was a question I didn't know the answer to anymore. Was anyone ever really okay? I grabbed a can of creamed corn. I make mine with creamed corn. That fine? I turned to the microwave and placed the hamburger inside. I watched the numbers flick by, waiting for it to defrost. Maniac's rough, tanned hand pushed the stop button on the microwave.
We're not eating until we talk.
Damn this man and his talking. Why couldn't he be like your typical man who never wanted to talk? I was beginning to think that was all a myth. I turned around and was face to neck with him. The man was damn tall, and I had to tilt my head back to look at him in the face when he was this close. Can we just skip the talk and you just say yes or no to creamed corn?
Not a fucking clue what creamed corn is. But if it has to do with whatever you're cooking, I'm sure it'll be fucking delicious.
He sure did have a way with words. He was also a fan of the word fucking. Duly noted, I mumbled. I moved to start the microwave, but he planted his hands on my hips. I looked up at him. Don't.
My hands aren't moving from this spot until we talk.
I rolled my eyes. Then talk. He could talk. It didn't mean I had to reply. You're just going to say the same shit you've been saying. I need to snap out of it, let people in, blah, blah, blah.
That is what you need to do, darling.
It's not that easy. His hand slid up my sides and he stepped closer.
Never said this shit was going to be easy.
Then stop acting like it is and take your hands off of me. He squeezed gently, but then backed away.
I'm gonna push you. When I know you have more to give, I'm gonna make you give it to me.
I moved back and bumped into the counter. Then why did you just let me go? Not that I wasn't grateful he had let me go. It was just the way this conversation was going. I didn't expect him to back down.
Because I know when you've had enough.
You don't know me. He crossed his arms over his chest.
I know you more than you think I do.
You know nothing about me. No one knew anything about me. Even the things Cora thought she knew about me were just what was on the surface.
You really want to argue about this? I backed away from you, and you're pissed about that now?
I wasn't pissed he had backed down. I was pissed this man who had only known me for a handful of weeks thought he knew about me. Can we just go back to a couple of weeks ago where we didn't talk? That worked much better for me. He shook his head.
That's when I learned the most about you, darling.
He strutted over to the couch and flopped down on it.
Make your creamed corn shit. I'll eat anything you make.
I blinked slowly and looked around. What had just happened? I thought we were going to talk. He stretched out on the couch and put his arms behind his head.
We were going to, but I think you need time to think about everything I already said.
Not necessary.
I think it is.
No, it's not.
Wren, you gotta argue about everything with me. I'm letting you off the hook so you can stew for a bit.
I turned around and smashed the button to turn on the microwave. I'm not stewing. I crossed my arms over my chest and watched the meat spin around.
Call it whatever you want, but I know you need time to process shit. I like to call it stewing, but I'll call it whatever you want just so you stop arguing with me.
He turned the volume up on the TV, ending our conversation. Or arguing. So I was supposed to stew, huh? I'd show that man stewing. I grabbed a casserole dish from the cabinet and dumped the bag of tots in the bottom. I was half tempted to poison dinner because I knew he would eat whatever I put in front of him. My stomach rumbled, squashing that idea. If I poisoned it, I wouldn't be able to eat it, and tater tot casserole was one of my favorites. He was lucking out this time while I stewed.
Chapter 5. Maniac. Pretty sure Wren could barbecue a flip-flop and it would taste amazing. I wasn't sure what that woman did when she cooked, but it always turned out incredible. While I was watching a rerun of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, she appeared at my side holding a plate in my face. "Here," she grunted. "Still stewing, I see." I grabbed the plate from her hand and jackknifed off the couch. "It's good to know your stewing doesn't affect your cooking." "If you say I'm stewing one more time, I'm going to dump the rest of the casserole right in your lap." She stalked back into the kitchen, but that's as far as I watched her before the delicious aroma from my plate wafted up to my nose. I shoveled a forkful into my mouth and moaned. Holy Mother of God! How she took a bag of tater tots and turned them into the most delicious thing I had ever tasted was fucking magical. She started banging pots around, and I glanced over my shoulder. "You're not going to eat?" "Not hungry," she mumbled. "Leave the dishes. You know I'll do them once I'm done." She turned on the water. "I got it." Christ's sake, this woman was going to drive me insane. I had told her 50 million times as long as she cooked I would do the dishes. Now she suddenly thinks she needs to do them? Turn off the fucking water and sit the hell down. You say that a lot. I set my plate on the coffee table and wiped my hands on my pants. Say what? Fucking. I tilted my head to the side. Maybe I did. Who the hell cares? That bother you? She grabbed the dish soap and squirted a shit ton into the sink, filling with water. No, I don't know why I said anything. Because it means something. Just forget about it, Maniac. I shook my head. This woman was going to drive me fucking insane. Nothing you say I can forget about. I sat back down on the couch and rested my elbows on my knees. She silently did the dishes while I devoured my plate. You got any more? I called. She was by my side in seconds, holding the dish by my head. Here. She scraped 4 big spoonfuls onto my plate. That enough? I looked down at the mountain of tater tots, corn, and hamburger meat. I guess that'll do, I drawled. She had shoveled more onto my plate than she had given me the first time. I would have to say it was more than enough. She was going to make me fat with all of this home cooking. I'm gonna head to bed, she called. It's only 6:30. And? I looked over the back of the couch and watched her pad over to the bed. Don't you think it's a little too early to sleep? I can watch the TV from the bed. She kicked off her shoes and face-planted onto the bed. Something wrong with sitting on the couch? Yeah, you're on it, she mumbled into her pillow. Why, that sassy little shit. She was taking stewing over shit to another level. You ever going to like me, darlin'? She rolled over onto her back. I don't know you, Maniac. I can't say if I do or don't like you. Then come and get to know me. I patted the couch next to me. Pass. No matter how I came at her, she threw up her hand and wouldn't let me pass. Then I guess I'll just have to come to you then. My plate clattered onto the coffee table, and I catapulted over the couch. My feet hit the floor and I dove onto the bed before Wren knew to try and run. What are you doing? She screeched. Moving the party to you. You and me in bed is not a party. She scooted to the edge of the bed toward the wall. I tisked and shook my head. You're hurting my feelings, darlin'. I laid on my side and crept closer to her. I put my hand under her head and stared at Wren. She looked like she had just seen a ghost. I had told her before I wasn't going to push her past what she could take, but this was different. She didn't trust me. The only way for her to start trusting me was for her to get to know me. I may be a bit rough around the edges, but I didn't think I was that bad a guy. Ask me anything and I'll answer. Why are you in bed with me? Her back was plastered to the wall, and her arms were tucked to her body. If you won't come to me, then I'll come to you. Next question. That was an easy one. You're not going to get out of this bed until you're good and ready, are you? I lifted my shoulder and shrugged. No. Next. She rolled her eyes. How many questions do I need to ask before you move? At least 20. Also known as however many it took until she felt more comfortable around me. 20? Are you going to keep track or am I? You can, but the last 3 you asked don't apply to that number. They need to be questions about me and nothing else. She stared at me and shook her head. You're ridiculous. I don't even understand why you're doing this. Not a question, so I didn't reply. Damn it to hell, she muttered. She sat up and grabbed a pillow. She sat Indian style and crossed her arms over her chest. What is your favorite color? Lime green. So easy. What kind of name is Maniac? I shrugged. It's short for pyromaniac. Does that mean you have a thing for fire, or is there some hidden meaning behind it? Plain and simple, darlin'. I like fire. She paused and opened her mouth twice to talk, but nothing came out. Cat got your tongue? She slightly shook her head. No, I was just wondering if I could ask you what your real name was. Dalton. She tilted her head to the side. Last name? West. She bit her bottom lip. That good with you? I guess it doesn't really matter if I'm good with it. Not like you would change it or anything. I laughed and shook my head. I didn't like it, so I did change it, darlin'. But you didn't have a say with Maniac either. It's fitting, though. She nodded her head, satisfied. 16. Of course, she was counting how many questions she had left. 18. The name ones counted as one, and the color one was bullshit. You don't get to tell me if my questions are bullshit. All you said was I had to ask at least 20 questions. She may think she was calling the shots on this, but she fucking wasn't. She wasn't going to use some filler bullshit questions that didn't matter. 18, and not one fucking less. She rolled her eyes again, but surprisingly she didn't argue. Where were you born? Here. Here? She questioned. Durham. So people know you here, know what you are? Not sure what you mean by know what I am. She worried her bottom lip with her teeth. MC? You say MC like it's a bad thing. Her silence told me she did think it was a bad thing. The Weston chapter of the Fallen Lords are some of the best guys you will ever meet in your life, Wren. What you saw and had to do with the Hell Captains would never in a million years happen with the Fallen Lords. Fuck, that shit wouldn't fly with any of the MCs I know. But it happens, she whispered. Sure as shit does, darlin', but it's that 1 in 100 MCs who pull that shit. You walk into some of these clubs, and women aren't allowed to speak unless spoken to, but they still respect women. Not letting me speak doesn't seem like respectful. I shrugged, but those were the rules to some of those clubs, and there wasn't a damn thing you could do about them. When I had decided writing and club life was something I wanted, I had to find the right place to be. After bouncing from 3 different clubs, I finally found the Fallen Lords. When I had stepped into the clubhouse, something had just clicked. Brotherhood and loyalty. That was what the Fallen Lords were about. I knew that that was what I wanted to be about. I can't speak for or defend other clubs. Just like any profession or whatever, there are bad people, Wren. People who abuse the power they are given. She folded her hands in her lap. Pretty sure that this is something we're going to have to agree to disagree on. She would get it through her head. Not now, but eventually she would. Next question. You didn't answer me whether or not people around here know if you are in an MC. They know me, and they know I'm in an MC. You see me flying my colors. I'm not hiding from anyone. I'm with the Lords. Fuck that shit. I'd worked hard to become part of something I loved, and I wasn't afraid to tell anyone about it. Her gaze fell on the TV behind me. What about your family? Mom and Dad are both dead. I'm an only child. The Fallen Lords are my family. Her eyes darted to mine. How do you have no family? I shook my head. I have a family, the Lords. She waved her hand at me. No, you know what I mean. Family. My mom and dad were both only kids. That's how I don't have any real family. Or whatever you have in your mind that you think is real family. They're gone. I'm sorry. Not a damn thing to be sorry about. They were great parents while they were alive, but shit happens, and they both died in their 40s of heart attacks. Still has to be hard. Don't try to go all Freud or feel sorry for me, darlin'. Next fucking question. Is there a reason why you say fucking all this time? No matter what you say, you always seem to sneak a fucking in there. A devilish grin spread across my lips. Sneaking in a good fucking every now and then is never a bad thing. She rolled her eyes. Not what I meant. I shrugged and turned back around to face the TV. I've answered this before. It's just a fucking word. Next damn question. Since she appeared to not like that I said fucking, you can bet your damn ass I was going to use it all the fucking time now. Fuck, fucking fuck. Ha! Do we really need to keep doing this? Yes, unless you want me to start asking you questions. The whole point of this was for Wren to get to know me better so she could trust me, but I was more than okay with learning more about her. She sighed loudly, and then I heard her feet hit the hardwood floor. She shuffled across the floor and stood in front of me. If I agree to watch TV with you for an hour, can we stop these damn questions? 2 hours, I countered. 1 movie, she replied. I patted the bed next to me. You pick the movie, darlin'. I'm game for whatever as long as it means you'll not lay awake in the bed all night. This really isn't fair because you only have a handful of movies. I shrugged. There are at least 10 below the TV. There has to be one you'll watch. I didn't even know what movies were down there. I hadn't been to the cabin in over 10 years. Hell, I didn't even know if they were going to be DVDs or videocassettes. She stalked over to the cabinet below the TV and crouched in front of it. Sweet Jesus, I can't even remember the last time I saw any of these. She held one up and I couldn't help but laugh at the layer of dust that was on the cover. Weird Science? Breakfast Club? These are all from the 80s. She wasn't wrong about that. Don't you chicks love movies like that? I much prefer my movies to be from at least this decade or the last decade. She grabbed one in the back and stood up. This one is at least from the 90s. I couldn't catch a glimpse of the case before she took out the videocassette and put it in the ancient VCR. What's your pick? She plopped down on the sofa next to me and crossed her arms over her chest. You're just going to have to wait and see. After I flipped the channel to aux, I kicked my feet up on the coffee table and prepared myself for whatever chick flick she had just picked out. The opening credits rolled, and I silently groaned. Pretty woman? She smirked. You were the one who told me I could pick the movie. A mistake I won't make again. I settled back into the couch, at least thankful I had gotten Wren out of the damn bed and sitting next to me. It may not seem like a lot, but it was a pretty damn big deal to me. One step at a time, I was going to break down the walls Wren had built around herself.
Chapter 6. Wren.
Wrecker is going to be here in a few minutes.
I looked up from the book I was reading and scowled. He was just here a week ago.
And your point is?
Maniac drawled. He was leaning against the counter in the kitchen with a cup of coffee in his hand. His feet were bare, and his hair was damp from the shower he had taken. His white shirt was stretched taut across his shoulders, and his tattered jeans hugged his hips and fit his rugged and gruff exterior. The man was handsome, and after watching him for months, I knew it was effortless. Not that I was looking, though. Well, he was handsome on the outside. His gruff and growly personality prompted me to keep my guard up permanently. I don't understand why he has to come here.
'Cause he's got stuff to tell me.
I closed my book. You guys do know you can talk on the phone, right? He took a sip of his coffee.
Some shit shouldn't be said over the phone, darling.
I rolled my eyes. Well, I'm gonna go for a walk while you two have your manly powwow.
A walk?
A chuckle rumbled from his lips.
That is the last thing I thought you would say.
I huffed and crossed my arms over my chest. I don't know what's so funny.
Because you would have to actually leave the cabin to go for a walk.
If it means I can get away from you for a couple of minutes, I'd climb Mount Everest. A sexy smile spread across his lips. This was not the time for a sexy smile. Smiling in general from Maniac was rare, but when it was a sexy smile, it should be illegal. A knock sounded on the door before I could ask what he was smiling about.
Stay where you are, darling,
he ordered as he stalked to the door. His hand went to the gun tucked into the waistband of his jeans, and he peeked through the peephole. Another thing I'd grown accustomed to. No matter what or where Maniac was, he always had a gun within arm's reach. Normally it was tucked into the back of his jeans. When I had been around the Hell Captains, there were always guns around, but I never felt safe because of it. With Maniac, I knew he had it only for protection and would use it only if necessary. I couldn't count how many times guns would go off at the Hell Captains because they were just being idiots. His hand left the butt of the gun and he unlocked the door.
You weren't joking when you said 5 minutes,
he mumbled. Wrecker strolled through the door.
Why the fuck would I joke about that?
I tucked my legs underneath me and leaned back into the couch, hoping to disappear. While I thought Maniac was rough and gruff, compared to Wrecker, he was a damn pussycat. The only thing Maniac had on Wrecker was his voice was hoarse and gravelly. Wrecker's eyes raked over me, and he nodded.
Wren?
I gave a tiny wave and hoped that was all I was going to have to deal with Wrecker.
Looking better, babe.
Thanks? I wasn't sure what to say to that. So the last time he had seen me, I had looked like shit? I probably had. Maniac moved past him and sat down on the couch next to me. I had been sitting in the middle of the couch, and his leg brushed up against my bare skin. I tried my hardest not to jump away from him. He leaned back and laid his arm across the back of the couch.
I got word on shit going on with the Hell Captains.
Wrecker grabbed a chair from the kitchen table and straddled it.
Oh yeah?
Maniac acted like he wasn't affected by Wrecker's words, and I struggled not to physically shake with fear at the mention of the men who had used and tormented me for months.
They're still searching for Wren, although they are looking in all of the wrong places. Last I heard, they were headed south to Kentucky.
Kentucky? Maniac asked. My breath caught. Oh, my God.
Not sure why they headed that way. I was hoping coming here and talking to Wren would give us a better idea why.
Wrecker's eyes fell on me, and Maniac turned to me. I felt all of the blood drain from my face. I didn't want to talk about Kentucky. That was something I had never talked about with the Hell Captains before, and I had no idea how they had found out about. Crap.
Darlin', what the hell does Kentucky have to do with you?
Maniac demanded. I don't know how they would have found out. Wrecker crossed his arms over his chest.
There aren't any secrets for long when you got an MC on your heels. Spill whatever shit they have on you so we can take care of it.
That's just where Jezebel and Jake live.
She talks like we should know what the hell she is talking about,
Maniac mumbled.
Maybe you should start with why we should care Kentucky is where Jezebel and Jake live. Or better yet, who the hell are Jezebel and Jake?
Wrecker added. Jezebel is my friend, and Jake is her little boy. I have no idea why the Hell Captains would care about them. Wrecker shook his head.
Son of a bitch. You gotta be fucking kidding me.
I looked at Maniac and shook my head. Why would I joke about Jez and Jake? Not joking.
As if I don't have enough women and old ladies at the damn clubhouse, now I've gotta add a kid to the mix,
Wrecker complained.
Was gonna happen anyway when Carmen pops out the kid.
Maniac shrugged. Huh? I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Clue in, sweetheart. The Hell Captains are going after anything that might bring you out of hiding. Since you ain't got no family, and they know Cora is already tucked safely behind the walls of the clubhouse, they had to find something else. That something else is your friend and her boy.
Oh my God. I grabbed Maniac's arm. You can't let them get to Jezebel or Jake. She loves him more than her next breath. You can't let anything happen to him. Maniac patted my hand.
Nothing is going to happen to them, darlin'. Now we know what they're going after. We can head them off before they get to her and the boy.
Wrecker pulled his phone out of his pocket.
I need their full names and address if you've got it, sweetheart. Clash and Slayer are on the way down there, but I have a couple of connections who live in Kentucky that can help us grab the girl and boy before the captains get there.
I rattled off Jezebel's name and address. But what are they going to do when they find her? Jezebel has never been involved with an MC. You guys are going to scare the hell out of her and Jake. Wrecker pushed some buttons on his phone and put it to his ear.
Would you rather her be scared for a couple of minutes or killed by the Hell Captains?
He stalked out the door as he started barking orders into his phone. Well, when you put it that way, I guess Jezebel would survive a few bikers knocking on her door better than the Hell Captains. Maniac immediately stood and grabbed his coffee cup off the counter.
This is all my fault.
He dumped the remains of his coffee into the sink. How is this your fault? I asked.
I should have asked you if there was anyone in your life the Hell Captains could reach out to. Cora had told us you didn't have any family, so I figured I didn't have anything to worry about.
Cora doesn't really know about Jez or Jake. Jez is a friend from my childhood I've kept in touch with.
Any other friends we need to worry about?
I shook my head. Nope, you're in luck. Cora and Jezebel are my only friends. And Jezebel I hadn't seen in years. We normally kept up with each other over Facebook and the occasional phone call. I'm not even sure that is her recent address. I haven't been to see her in more than 5 years. Oh my God, if I was wrong, how are they going to be able to find her?
You gave Wrecker her name. That's all he needs. He'll have her and her son tucked safely away before the Hell Captains even roll into town.
I stood up and paced in front of the couch. How can you know that? I ran my fingers through my hair and tried not to freak the hell out. If anything happened to Jez or Jake, it was going to be all my fault.
I know it because Wrecker said he has it covered.
Your faith in each other is absolutely horrifying. How could he be so calm right now? Probably because it's not his friend who is seconds away from being captured by the Hell Captains. Gah, I was such an idiot for getting involved with that buffoon. Looking back, I couldn't believe I had fallen for his lame pickup lines and very empty promises. By the time I had figured out I wasn't much more than a warm body, it had been too late for me to run. I was constantly watched and never left alone for more than a few minutes to use the bathroom. Just like Maniac was with me, but it was different. Their eyes always watched me warily, waiting for me to make a move. While Maniac watched me to keep me safe, the Hell Captains watched me to make sure I didn't run and spill any of their dirty secrets.
Wrecker is my brother, and he knows what the hell he is doing.
I shook my head. We need to go to Kentucky. I need to see for myself Jez and Jake are safe. Maniac clicked his tongue.
Never gonna happen, darlin'. That is exactly what the Hell Captains want you to do.
He grabbed a coffee cup and filled it up.
Drink this, read your book. Don't worry about it.
I rolled my eyes and continued pacing. Not worrying was easier said than done. You're insane if you think I can just go back to reading my book and act like nothing is happening.
What's it gonna take for you to go back to reading?
Was he serious? My friend and her son here, with me. That was the only thing that was going to keep me from going crazy.
You got her phone number?
I do. I dove for my phone on the bed. Maniac cut me off and shook his head.
Hold on there. Let's wait till Wrecker gets back in here, and then we can find out if it's cool for you to call her.
He wrapped his arm around my middle and held me back from the bed. No, let me go. You can't tell me when I can and can't talk to my friend. That's not happening again.
That's not what I'm doing, Wren.
Bullshit, I mumbled. I struggled against his hold, trying to get to my phone. I don't know why I hadn't thought of calling her before. I was such a bonehead in shitty situations.
Darling, just stop. You need to think for a minute. I'm not saying you can never call your friend. I'm just saying hold on 2 minutes.
I looked up at him. 2 minutes may be too late. He shook his head.
It won't be. Just trust me, Wren. I'm on your side.
No one had ever been on my side. Sure, I had Cora and Jezebel, but when bad shit had happened to me, no one had been there to save me. You get 2 minutes, motorcycle man, and then I'm calling her. He smirked.
Motorcycle man.
It was fitting. Although, I had never seen him drive a motorcycle. Whenever we went to the store, we always took the truck, but his bike was always parked next to the porch. Yeah. I tried to take a step back from him again, but he tightened his grasp on my waist.
Nothing is going to happen to you or your friend, Wren. I promise.
His low, gravelly voice wrapped around me, and I couldn't help but lean into him. There wasn't a reason in the world I should believe him. He hadn't done anything to prove to me he was a good man. You've stayed in the same house as him for weeks, and he's never laid a hand on you. I looked down at his arm. You're stretching, looking for a reason to run from this man, Wren. I hated when my head thought reasonably. Please let me go, I whispered. His arm slackened and he stepped back. He held his arm around my waist for a second to make sure I didn't fall over, and then he dropped his arm to his side.
I'm sorry, darling.
There wasn't a damn thing he needed to be sorry for. He didn't do anything wrong. Hell, he was doing everything right, but I couldn't get over my own shit in my head. He's not a Hell Captain's. Now that was the damn truth.
They got her.
I whirled around. Wrecker was standing in the doorway shoving his phone in his pocket.
She lived 5 minutes from one of my guys, and they were with her before I even got off the phone.
My anxiety crashed. Thank God.
What are you going to do with her now? Maniac asked. Not sure yet. Once the Hell Captains find out she's not there, they're going to know we got to her first. You know it's only a matter of time before they come directly at the fallen lords, right?
A sick, satisfied smile spread across Wrecker's bearded face.
We can only hope so.
The thought of the captains messing with the lords obviously amused Wrecker. Maniac laughed.
So, what are you up to now? Dealing with the ultra bullshit? I gotta spend some time setting shit up.
He grabbed the door handle and turned to leave.
She good to call Jezebel?
Maniac asked.
Probably be a good idea. She's rather spooked right now. She didn't believe what was going on until they mentioned Wren.
I knew Jezebel wouldn't know what the heck was going on. I grabbed my phone off the bed and looked up at Wrecker. Thank you for, well, everything. He nodded and pulled the door shut behind him.
Call your friend, darling,
Maniac called. He moved to the back door. Where are you going? I asked.
Thought I would try to give you some privacy.
Privacy? Something I had silently been begging for, and now he was giving it to me. It felt weird. Oh, thanks. He slipped out the back door, and I looked down at my phone. How had Maniac always being around become my new norm? The man had finally given me some time, and now I had never felt more alone. Damn. My head and heart were so messed up.
Chapter 7. Maniac. We need to go to the grocery store. We just went the other day. I thought I would try to make a cake. My gaze traveled from the TV and landed on Wren, who was standing in front of the open fridge. Cake? Now she had my attention. Yeah, I watched a baking challenge thing the other night when you were sleeping, and now I've been craving cake. She shut the fridge and opened the cabinet above the stove. You sure you're okay, darling? All morning she had been up and down, unable to sit still for more than a few minutes. Just restless, she muttered. It had been 5 days since Wrecker had brought the news of the captains heading for Jezebel and her kid. After I had given her space to talk to her friend, something had changed with her. It was like the light I was always looking for inside her was finally starting to spark. She was more open, talked to me, and even hung out with me without me having to badger her into it. We had plowed through all of the movies in the cabinet, and now she was currently addicted to watching the Food Channel. Hence her wanting a cake. Not that I was going to argue with her making one. I'll call the store and we can go tonight. She slammed the cabinet and turned around. She put her hands on her hips and smiled. Can we just go now? I glanced out the window. You know there are people out there, right? She rolled her eyes and grabbed a piece of paper off the counter. Yeah, I kind of figured. She scribbled a few things on the paper and tucked it into her back pocket. So, can we go? She looked up at me expectantly. Yeah, if you want. I want. She padded over to the door while I sat dumbly on the couch. I was struck stupid by the fact she wanted to leave the house, in the daylight, with me. You think we can take your bike, or is it too cold? And those words were music to my ears. Not too cold at all, darling, although I'm not sure how much you're going to buy at the store. I had the saddlebags, but they weren't going to fit a ton of shit in them. Just a handful of things, nothing big. I watched as she shoved her feet into a pair of sandals and grabbed her purse off the small table by the door. We take the bike, you need to put shoes on. She glared at me but kicked off the sandals. Men, she mumbled under her breath. What does being a man have to do with it? I tossed the remote on the couch and slowly rose. Always telling me what to wear or do. She stalked to the bed and bent over, her ass wagging at me in the air while she looked under the bed. God damn. I had been trying to be a gentleman and not look at Wren like the fine piece of woman she was, but she hadn't been making it easy on me. I would have to be blind to not notice her, but ever since she started coming out of her shell, I couldn't take my eyes off her. Now with her ass in the air, my eyes were unable to look anywhere else, and I wanted Wren. Bad. Last I checked, that was the first time I ever commented on what you were wearing, and it's only because I don't want your pretty feet to get ate up by the blacktop. She huffed but didn't respond. While she strapped a pair of black Converse on her feet, I managed to get my wits about me and stuff my feet into my boots. Do I need a coat? I grabbed my cut and tugged it on. Sweatshirt should be good enough. She was wearing the same damn pale pink sweatshirt, but it would do for today. There was only a slight breeze, and it was over 60. Ready? She stood up and hitched her purse over her shoulder. As I'll ever be. I wanted to ask her if she was sure she wanted to do this, but I didn't want her to think twice and not want to go. I was a selfish bastard who wanted her body wrapped around me on the back of my bike. Let's hit it, darling.
Wren. The trip to the store took twice as long as normal. Maniac managed to find a back way that more than likely weaved us around the town of Durham and back to the store. Maniac killed the bike in front of the store, and my arms relaxed around his middle. That was amazing. Whenever I had been on the back of Rack's bike, I hated it. I hated it because I knew we were either headed to some party I would just be passed around at, or back to the clubhouse where I would either be used or ignored. On the back of Maniac's bike, I didn't feel that. I felt free. The weight of the world wasn't weighing down on me as he glided through turns, and I felt the bike rumble beneath me. With Maniac, I felt free.
You gotta get off first, darlin'.
I jumped slightly and dropped my arms from around him. Sorry. I scrambled off the back and stood on the sidewalk with my arms folded around my middle.
Nothing to be sorry about.
He kicked down the kickstand and held his hand out to me.
Helmet.
My fingers fumbled with the clasp and I yanked it off my head. I suppose I don't need to wear that walking around the store. His laugh rumbled around me, and he hooked it on the handlebars.
Don't think I need to worry about that with you, unless I get a couple of drinks in you.
Bourbon really isn't my thing. That was the only type of alcohol we had in the cabin. Once I had gotten comfortable in the kitchen, I took stock of what we had, and the liquor cabinet was lacking.
We'll get you something you like.
He gracefully dismounted the bike and slid his sunglasses on the top of his head.
I'm more of a whiskey man myself.
Wine. I could totally go for a bottle of wine. Or 10.
Wine it is,
he chuckled. He stepped close and placed his hand on the small of my back. I pivoted, and he propelled me into the store with his hand touching me the whole way. And I didn't freak out. I was finally getting used to being around him. It had only taken weeks. I grabbed a basket from by the door and exhaled. 3 people bustled past me, and 2 were standing in line at the checkout. Deep breaths, Wren. No one knew about me. Hell, they didn't even know my name, let alone the things I had been through, or the scars I carried beneath my sweatshirt. Maniac's warm touch radiated through the thick material at my back.
Breathe, Wren. No one is looking at you.
His breath was hot on my ear, and his body was slightly pressed against me. How did he know what I was thinking? Okay, I whispered.
Think about that cake you're going to make me. What did you have on your list?
He was trying to distract me, and I was going to grab onto it. Sugar, flour, vanilla, maybe almond extract, butter, powdered sugar, baking powder, maybe ice cream. His chuckle radiated next to me.
Maybe we should have brought the truck.
Most of that is small besides the flour and sugar. He guided me through produce, and my eyes landed on green peppers. What are your thoughts on stuffed peppers?
Sounds good as long as we can fit them in my saddlebags.
I looked up at him over my shoulder. All we need is green peppers and rice. We have everything else. He grabbed the basket from me and pointed at the peppers.
Load 'em up, darlin'. I'm never gonna tell you no when you want to cook or bake. If anything, we can come back with the truck to pick shit up if it doesn't fit on the bike.
We made our way down the rice aisle with 6 large green peppers in my basket. We just need a bag of white rice. I mentally ran through the canned food cupboard. And maybe a can of diced tomatoes. Maniac shook his head but didn't say no. By the time we made it to the checkout, my basket was overflowing, and there was no way in hell we were going to be able to fit everything in his saddlebags. I turned to put back a bunch of things and ran smack dab into Maniac.
Where are you going?
He asked as he wrapped his arms around my waist to steady me. I'm gonna put some of this back. I don't want you to have to drive back into town. He grabbed the basket out of my hand and reached around to set it on the checkout.
I got it figured out, darlin'.
He looked down at me.
You can make it up to me later.
He winked and stepped around me. Whoa. Make it up to him? I had no idea what he was talking about.
You think we can get this all delivered to the house, Ron? We drove the bike today.
I turned to see the guy who always lets us in when the store was closed, standing behind the cash register.
Sure thing. At your folks' place, right?
Maniac nodded and started unloading the basket onto the moving belt.
Yeah. Damn shame what happened to your folks.
My interest piqued and I stepped closer to Maniac.
She loved him something fierce, Dalton.
It was strange to hear Maniac's real name from someone's lips. Even though I knew his real name, I still only thought of him as Maniac. At first it had been strange to call him that, but now it just felt right. Maniac nodded his head and set the empty basket under the checkout.
Yeah, they were good together.
His voice was strained, and I could tell this wasn't something he wanted to talk about.
You actually planning on staying in Durham?
Ron glanced at me.
It's a good place to start a family.
Ha, this man was crazy. Maniac chuckled and fished a few 20s out of his wallet.
Just here for a little bit, Ron. Weston is home for me now.
Ron tisked and shook his head. He opened the register and started counting out change.
Weston is too big.
Maniac shook his head at the change Ron held out to him.
Keep it for delivery. Think you can drop them off around 7?
I looked at the clock above the door. It was only 1:30. How did the man expect me to bake a cake when he wasn't going to have the ingredients delivered for over 5 hours?
Can do.
Maniac dropped his sunglasses over his eyes and ushered me out of the store. Why did you tell him to deliver everything at 7? I was wanting cake now. Maniac kicked his leg over the bike and looked up at me.
Thought we could go for a ride.
That sounded nice, but for 5 hours? Where are we going? He shrugged and cranked up the bike.
Wherever the road takes us, darlin',
he hollered over the roar of the engine. I looked up and down the sidewalk, my mind racing, trying to find a way to tell him no. I didn't have any other choice. Maniac held out the helmet to me, a smug smile on his lips. He knew I didn't have any other choice. I strapped on the helmet and swung my leg over the bike. Not that I would ever say it out loud, but getting back on the bike with Maniac really wasn't that bad. It was right where I wanted to be.
Chapter 8. Maniac. You good with this? Wren tilted her head back and looked up at the bar. We drove an hour to come to a bar? She seemed less than impressed. This hadn't been my planned destination when I had started driving, but before I knew it, we were in Kale's Corners and a beer sounded good. Yeah? No sense in letting her know I had no idea where we were headed. We couldn't have gone to a bar in Durham? I threaded my fingers through hers. We could have, but I wanted to go for a ride too. Now you want to get a beer or stand here? Not really a beer girl. I looked down at her and smiled. Pretty sure we can find you something else to drink. But will the glass be clean? She muttered. A huge old Cadillac careened into the parking lot and parked in front of the bar. I quickly tucked Wren behind me and rested my hand on the butt of my gun. I had kept an eye out the whole way here, but that didn't mean the Hell Captains hadn't found us. Stay behind me, Wren. Don't move unless I tell you to. Okay, she whispered. Her body was pressed firmly against my back, and her hands were clutching my cut. The door to the caddy opened. You gotta be fucking kidding me, I cursed. You two are in Kale's Corners, and the only way I find out is by chance driving past the bar and seeing it with my own eyes. Alice, exactly what I didn't want. Wren was finally opening up to me and not running like a scared deer. I didn't need Alice's loud mouth and craziness to drive her back into her shell. We're just driving through. The thought of a beer wasn't so appealing anymore if Alice was going to be joining us. Alice stood next to her car with her hands on her hips. You're a mountain of a man, Maniac. And while I can't see her, I know Wren is behind you. Stop hiding her like I'm the devil come to snatch your souls. Wren giggled behind me. I think she would more likely snatch our underwear than our souls. I glanced over my shoulder down at Wren. A small smile played on her lips, and there was a little sparkle in her eyes. More accurate, I agreed. So, are you two going to come in for a drink, or are we just going to keep shouting across the parking lot? Alice called. You want to stay or go? That was all up to Wren. Well, I really want to make a cake, but you made it so I can't make it till tonight, so we might as well kill a little bit of time with Alice. She's kooky, but she appears to be harmless. Harmless. I suppose she was. 2 drinks and we head back to Durham. Wren stepped out from behind me and grasped my hand. You're driving. 1 for you, 3 for me. Why, that little minx. We'll see about that, darlin'.
Wren. And then he just dropped me at the door and rode off. Alice fanned herself with her hand and lifted the other to the bartender. "We need another round, Rearson." The bartender lifted the lid off the blender. "The fact you have a blender in your trunk boggles my damn mind, Alice." She shrugged and pushed her glass toward him. "If you guys would get with the times and realize blended drinks are the shit, then I wouldn't need to." Yes, after we had sat down and Alice ordered 2 margaritas, Rearson had shot her down and said they didn't make 'em. Alice then proceeded to go to her car and came back with a blender. All Maniac had done was shake his head and sip his beer next to me. I, on the other hand, was equal parts shocked and impressed. "If the market was open down the street, you'd be making those strawberry margaritas," Alice hummed. Rearson rolled his eyes and dumped a shit ton of tequila into the blender. "You ever think you should get your head checked? Maybe your daddy and mama dropped you on your head when you were little and never told you." Alice flipped him off. "And maybe you should ask yourself why you're still single and working in a bar." He dumped ice into the blender. "You're single and work at the diner. You want to tell me what the hell the difference is between the two?" These two were like brother and sister. Alice would throw a zinger at him, and he would come right back at her. I would say there was some sexual tension between the two, but Alice had said straight out that they had dated for 2.3 seconds before they figured out it wouldn't work. Alice waved her hand at him. "Just make our drinks, boy, and you can come to the diner for breakfast, and I promise not to spit in your food this time." Maniac choked on his beer next to me, and Rearson slammed the bottle of tequila on the bar. "Damn it, woman! You better not be saying you've spit in my food before!" he thundered. Alice giggled. "Who knows?" Rearson added lime juice, triple sec, and lemon juice to the blender. He turned it on and glared at Alice. "It's a good thing I like your mama, Alice," he hollered over the noise. Maniac leaned into me, his lips next to my ear. "I'm gonna hit the head quick, darlin', and then we gotta get back to Durham after your drink." I slightly turned my head and felt his lips brush against my cheek. Things had changed between us. I welcomed him being close and knowing he wasn't ever far away. "I'll be here," I mumbled. He nodded and smiled. My eyes watched him until he disappeared into the bathroom, and Alice elbowed me in the side. "Girl, what on earth is going on?" Rearson set a glass filled with frothy margarita in front of me. That was a question I didn't have an answer to. "What do you mean?" Before today, Alice and I had barely spent any time together, but after a pitcher of margaritas, she was talking like we were best friends. "I mean, that hunk of a man who is looking at you like you're the only person in this bar." Rearson stuck a straw in my drink and ambled down to the other end of the bar. He was apparently done bickering with Alice and didn't care to hear about whatever the hell was going on with Maniac and me. Technically, I am pretty close to being the only person in this bar. Alice and Rearson were the only other people here. The bar was not exactly a happening place, although that might have something to do with the fact it was only 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Alice shook her head. "You know what I mean, girl. What has been going on since he kidnapped you and has been hiding you away from all of us?" Kidnapping was a pretty accurate word. Not much has happened, other than the Lords having to rescue my friend in Kentucky from the Hell Captains. There hasn't been any excitement. She nodded and took a sip of her margarita. I had to say I was rather impressed by the fact she was on her 3rd one and she didn't show any signs of being tipsy or drunk. Her normal flair and funkiness must have helped to hide it. "Heard about Jezebel and Jake. Nikki called the other night to catch me up on all things Fallen Lords. I haven't been able to get to visit her in the past month because I've been busy between work and taking care of my mom." "Your mom?" I asked. He or she thought she was out of the loop, while I wasn't even in the realm of the loop. I was really being a shitty friend to Cora by not even calling her once. Alice waved her hand. "It's nothing, really. She's just getting old and needs a bit of help doing things every now and then. There just is never enough time in the day lately." Here Alice was running out of time, and I always felt like time was dragging by at a snail's pace. That had more to do with the fact most of the time I wasn't doing anything other than reading or watching TV.
Baking and cooking had helped to eat up some of the time, but if I kept cooking the way I was, Maniac and I were going to each weigh 500 pounds by the time the Hell Captains left me alone. I can give you some of my time. I used to always be on the go with work and whatnot, but now I can sit for hours just counting the seconds away. She patted my hand. I think that is what you needed, though, babe. A little quiet to get your head straight. I stiffened and wrapped my hands around my glass. Wren, don't get mad at me. None of us know what happened to you, but it had to be bad. Maybe that man is the thing you need to help you heal. A man is what did this to me, Alice, I whispered. But it wasn't that man. She was right. I knew deep down, but it was still hard. Maniac made me waver all the time on whether or not I could be me again. Some days, I couldn't even remember what my life was like before the Hell Captains destroyed me. But how do I know he won't become that type of man? I think you already know the answer to that. Although, I think if you're struggling with how to figure that one out, it has to do with the fact that man looks at you like you're the only person in the room. I closed my eyes and bowed my head. I didn't want to see that. I can't rely on him to heal me. He's going to help you heal, babe. In the end, you're going to have to be the one to close those wounds. I pushed back my sleeve on my right arm and looked down at the raised scar. Scars never go away, Alice. They'll always be there. She put her arm around my shoulders and rested her head against mine. They are there to remind you of how strong you were and are. You made it out of the Hell Captains, and even though you tried to leave us for good, those scars are going to be a reminder to you that you are one tough-ass bitch who refuses to die. Tears reached my eyes, but I couldn't help but laugh. I think you are the only one who could put it that way. I've got away with words, Alice chuckled. She leaned back and picked up her glass. Now, enough of this blubbering. Grab your glass, bitch. Are you always going to call me bitch from now on? I lifted my glass and held it next to hers. When the time is right, yes. Right now, you are totally bitch because you're a badass bitch. I tilted my head to the side. I don't know if you're drunk or if this is just you. She clinked her glass to mine. Being drunk just intensifies me to more me. She wrinkled her nose and giggled. I don't think that makes sense, but I'm going to go with it. She downed half of her drink and slammed the glass on the bar. Now, I need to grab my blender and walk my happy ass home. You're leaving? I asked. I heard the heavy falls of Maniac's feet, then felt his warmth against my side.
We need to get going too, darling. It's an 1.5 hour ride home, and that's if I take the same way back. Give me 10 minutes and I'll drive you home, Alice, Rearson called. Alice walked around to the other side of the bar. Nonsense. I live 5 minutes away, and if I cut through a few yards, I'll be home in 4. She unplugged the blender, slammed the cap back on, and hauled it into her arms. I'll get my car in the morning. Maybe you should get a ride, Maniac agreed with Rearson. Oh, no. Alice ambled to the door and threw a wave over her shoulder. Call me Wren, and don't be too big of a dick to her, Maniac. Later, Rear. Rearson threw his towel on the bar. I don't know how many times I've asked you not to call me that. It's Rearson. Yeah, well, I've always wanted a unicorn, but you don't see me throwing a damn hissy fit, Rear. Alice slipped out the door with a huge smile on her face. Chick is crazy, Maniac muttered. He pulled 2 20s out of his wallet and tossed them on the bar. You ready? I took 3 huge sips from my drink, then nodded. I couldn't waste the whole thing. Although, when I moved to stand up, I stumbled into Maniac and his arm wrapped around my waist. Hi. My cheeks heated, and I knew they were tinged pink. I tilted my head back and looked into his deep, dark green eyes. You all right, darling? He asked quietly. Maniac was touching me, and I had a slight buzz going on. I was more than all right. Never better, I hiccuped. A smirk spread across his lips. You gonna be good to ride? I just gotta hold on to you, right? I could totally do that. And try not to fall off on the turns.
I patted him on the shoulder. I got this. Don't worry, dude.
Dude?
He laughed. I cringed and shrugged. Badass biker dude better?
Good to know you're a funny drunk.
He grabbed my hand and pulled me out the front door. Hey, I protested. I am not drunk. We stopped next to the bike, and he set the helmet on my head.
Hate to break it to you, but you are drunk. A definite lightweight. You only had 2 drinks.
I reached up to fasten the strap, but I couldn't seem to get my hands to work. I'm tipsy. That is completely different from drunk. Tipsy is cute. Drunk is, well, not cute. Maniac knocked my hands away and swiftly fastened the helmet under my chin.
Call it whatever you want, darling. I'll agree it's damn cute, so you can say you're tipsy.
I smiled big. Won that argument. Can we go home now so I can make stuffed peppers and chocolate cake?
You still up to cooking?
I rolled my eyes. We've established I am tipsy, not drunk. By the time we get home, I'll be sober and hungry.
We can order in pizza or I can pick up Chinese.
No.
You sure?
I nodded my head. Yes. Maniac studied me for a few seconds, then shrugged.
Whatever you want.
He threw his leg over the bike and cranked it up. I managed to hop on behind him without stumbling or falling over. I wrapped my arms around his waist and pressed my cheek to his back.
Make sure you hold on, darling, he hollered.
My arms tightened around him, so he knew I had hurt him. Maniac maneuvered through the town roads easily and opened it up when we hit the open road.
You good?
He hollered. I was more than good. I leaned forward so my lips were next to his ear. Way good. Maniac turned his head slightly and looked at me. He didn't say anything, but something different was in his eyes. Something that scared me but also excited me. He looked at me like I was the only person in the world. I pressed a kiss to his cheek and leaned back. I never wanted to get off the back of this bike.
Chapter 9. Maniac. Stop it! I can't stop. Wren grabbed the bowl and wagged her finger at me. If you keep eating the frosting, then there won't be any for the cake. I licked my finger and shrugged. I really doubt cake is going to make that frosting taste any better. That shit is like heaven. If you would have told me I would have spent the afternoon with Wren on the back of my bike and dinner barefoot in the kitchen with her, I never would have believed you. Just you wait. She stuck the bowl of frosting in the microwave and crossed her arms over her chest. No more icing until after dinner. You think putting it in the microwave is going to stop me from eating it? She rolled her eyes. No, I'm hoping the stuffed peppers are going to distract you long enough for me to ice the cake with what little frosting you left me. I splayed my arms out in front of me. I see no peppers to distract me. Wren turned and looked at the stove. She held up her hand, then pointed one finger when the oven timer started beeping. Peppers coming up in 1 minute. You sure we can't have cake for dinner? When I say the frosting Wren had made was good, I meant it was fucking good. She grabbed a plate from the counter and scooped 2 huge peppers onto it. She looked over her shoulder at me and smiled. Is 2 enough? I gotta save room for cake, darling, so 2 is going to be more than enough. She turned back to the stove and grabbed 2 pieces of garlic bread she had taken out of the oven 5 minutes earlier. She held the plate out to me and pointed to the table. Sit down, eat. I grabbed the plate, and the warm, delicious aroma wafted up to my nose. Maybe eating stuffed peppers before the cake wasn't going to be that bad. I sat down at the table and tucked into the mountain of food on my plate. You eating? I asked around a mouthful of pepper. She leaned against the counter with a plate of food in front of her. I plan on eating while I frost the cake. She scooped a forkful into her mouth and smiled. You ever cook something that isn't delicious? She set down her plate and pressed her hand against the cake she had cooling on the side of the stove. Oh yeah, it took me a bit to figure out how to get it right. I can still smell the burning rice when I tried to make rice-a-roni for the first time. You burned rice-a-roni? I laughed. She nodded and smiled. Burnt it black. I put the rice on to toast it like the directions had said, but I missed the part where it said I need to keep stirring it. I sat down on the couch for 2 minutes and happened to fall asleep. I woke up to the smoke alarm going crazy and the next-door neighbor banging on my front door. I busted out laughing. How old were you when that happened? 13. My mom was so mad when she came home and saw the fire truck surrounding the apartment. Trying to burn the place down, I tisked. She flipped me off and grabbed the frosting from the microwave. Keep it up and I'll keep this chocolate cake all to myself. I watched as she turned one of the cakes onto a plate and slathered the top of it with frosting. She placed the other layer on top, then dumped the rest of the icing over the whole cake. She grabbed a spatula out of the drawer and managed to cover the whole cake in the sweet chocolatey goodness. By the time I finished all of my food and drained the rest of my beer, she was sprinkling some colorful sprinkles on top. There, she said proudly. She stepped back and looked over at me. What do you think? I think in about half an hour, half of that beast is going to be on my plate. She rolled her eyes and dropped the dirty spatula into the sink. You're crazy. You eat half of this and you won't sleep for 3 days. It's loaded with sugar. That's what makes it delicious. I grabbed my plate and dumped it into the sink. Those peppers were fucking amazing, darling. She leaned against the counter and picked up her plate. Thanks. They're a favorite of mine. 4 bites, and she had her plate cleared. They'll be great as leftovers for lunch tomorrow. If I don't eat them in the middle of the night. I grabbed her empty plate and placed it on top of mine. You want to watch a movie or sit out on the porch? She bit her lip. What movie? I think we've watched them all 10 times. Or watch something on TV. It was 8:45, and I figured there had to be something on TV on a Thursday night. We can sit on the porch until the bugs try to carry us away. I nodded. You want a glass of wine? She tilted her head to the side. I don't know if I want to get tipsy twice in one day. I grabbed the bottle of wine she had chilling in the fridge and a beer. As long as you just stay tipsy, you'll be good. She was right. Tipsy was cute, especially when she was the one being tipsy. 1 glass of wine, and we come in to watch Dateline if the bugs are bad. Sounds like a deal to me. Grab a glass and meet me out on the swing. She nodded, and I made my way out to the porch. It was time to get Wren talking.
Chapter 10. Wren. She was not wearing a cow onesie. Maniac held up his right hand. I swear on my bike, darlin'. Pipe and Nickel both told me she was in the same bar we were, and she was wearing pajamas that had black and white cow print all over them. A giggle bubbled from my lips, and I shook my head. She really is a bit kooky.
Kooky ain't even the word. She's downright crazy.
She really went on a ride with Wrecker? I asked. I didn't think Alice would lie, but for her being so crazy and eccentric, you had to wonder if maybe she had exaggerated a bit.
She did, and as soon as they came back, Wrecker dropped her off and took off for 3 days.
What? Really? Does he normally do stuff like that? Wrecker was the president, after all, so maybe he did leave whenever he wanted.
Nah, not at all. We all thought he had a chick we didn't know about, but from what we know, he doesn't. He's working with a chick to get in with the Ultra, but from what we've gathered, he isn't with her.
So that means Alice still has a shot with him. Maniac shook his head.
Now that would be a matchup I would pay to see happen. Wrecker is one of the biggest assholes I know, who doesn't take shit from anyone. I have a feeling if he were to try to get with Alice, it would be like a bear dating a unicorn.
She does like unicorns, I muttered.
You never know what is going to come out of her mouth, that is for sure.
I laughed and took a sip of my 3rd glass of wine. I was skating dangerously on the line between tipsy and drunk. Trust me, when you went to the bathroom, she was talking like crazy.
About what?
You. My eyes bugged out, and I gulped. Damn wine.
Alice was talking about me? Now you gotta tell me what the hell she was saying.
Maniac leaned forward in his chair and rested his elbows on his knees.
It's only right.
It wasn't all just about you. He raised an eyebrow.
Who else was she talking about?
You know what? I think I need a refill, and maybe I should check what's on TV. Anything to get me out of this conversation. I made it halfway up standing before I froze. Maniac leveled his gaze on me and shook his head. How did just one look from this man stop me in my tracks?
Sit your ass down, woman.
I slowly sunk back on the swing. It was nothing, Maniac. Nothing I wanted to talk about with him.
If it was nothing, then tell me.
I rolled my eyes and took another sip of wine. Wine. The damn thing that had gotten me into this predicament. Just keep drinking, Wren. That was a brilliant idea. I zipped my lips and shook my head.
5, 4, 3.
What in the hell was he counting down to? What are you doing? I demanded.
You'll find out when I get to 1. Or maybe you don't want to find out.
He scooted forward more in his chair.
2. What?
Oh, for Pete's sake. She told me I needed to open up to you, pull my head out of my ass, let you help heal me, and I was a bitch. Maniac whistled.
I think we need to go over each of those separately.
I'd prefer not to. All you said was you wanted to know what she said. I never agreed to discuss those things with you.
Let's start in reverse.
It was like the man didn't even hear a word I had just said. No.
Why did she call you a bitch?
The disbelief in his voice was kind of nice. Even though the kind of bitch he was thinking was not what Alice had meant, it was nice to know he didn't think I was an actual bitch. She said I was a badass bitch. Maniac tilted his head to the side.
Darlin', this just cements the fact that Alice is crazy. How the hell did you two get to talking about the fact you are a badass bitch?
I waved my hand flippantly. You know, the things that happened. He sat back in his chair and studied me.
We'll come back to that in a second. I need to help you heal.
Gah, this sucked. Maniac and I were having a good time, talking about things that didn't matter, and now we were about to delve into my messed up mind. She was talking like you were the thing that was going to make me better. Although you weren't going to be the thing to heal me, just the person to be there to help me. He nodded.
I think that is the first smart thing I've ever heard come out of Alice's mouth.
Hey, be nice. I like Alice.
I also agree with her saying you need to pull your head out of your ass. I don't think you need to explain that.
Is that you trying to help me? He shrugged.
In a way. Now I think we can get to where you open up to me, which I think intertwines with the things that made you a badass bitch.
I pushed off on the porch and sent the swing into motion. I don't know what you mean by open up to you.
I'll help you out. You remember how we did 20 questions before?
I nodded.
Well, this time, I'm going to be the one asking questions and you've got to answer them.
I don't want to do this, Maniac. I would rather have a root canal done than do this.
It gets to be too much. Just let me know and we'll stop. You gotta try though, darling.
You're the one who said the therapy I was going to was bullshit. So your solution is to now play therapist yourself? He held his hands out in front of him.
What have you got to lose?
I chugged the rest of my wine and set the empty glass on the porch. Hit me with it, Maniac. I didn't know how many questions I would be able to answer, but he wasn't going to let this go unless I tried.
What's your middle name?
I blinked slowly. That is one of your 20 questions? He smirked and nodded.
Yep. Don't want to scare you off with the first question.
Elizabeth. If this was going to be how all of the questions were going to be, I had nothing to worry about.
How did you and Cora become friends?
Again, an easy question. I moved to River Valley my sophomore year. Cora took pity on me and was nice to me. She was about the only one who was nice to me. Cora was a lifesaver.
I knew she was good people, even if her brother is a tool.
Jenkins is an ass. I don't know how Cora can stick around the clubhouse and not want to kick him in the nuts all of the time.
The Weston chapter of the Lords feel the same as you, darlin'. The guy only thinks of one thing and one thing only.
Money, I muttered. I had seen Jenkins choose money time and time again over Cora and everyone else.
How did you get tangled in with the Hell Captains?
And here came the hard questions. The ones I didn't want to answer because then he would realize what an idiot I was. I met Rack while I was working.
Where did you work?
A bar. I was a waitress.
Can't see you being a waitress.
I huffed and crossed my arms over my chest. And just what exactly do you see me doing?
Kindergarten teacher? Maybe a secretary?
All things that need more than a high school diploma. Waitress falls into my skill level. I barely managed to make it through high school. College was something that just wasn't in the cards for me.
Don't sell yourself short.
I rolled my eyes. I'm not selling myself short. It's knowing what you are capable of. Next question.
You didn't answer my last question fully. I asked how you got tangled up with the captains. All you told me was you met Rack at a bar, working.
I was your typical dumb girl falling for the bad boy. You know, thinking I could be the one to change him. I blew my hair out of my face and sighed. I got tangled up with the captains because I was dumb.
You're not dumb, darling.
That was hard to believe. Looking back on hooking up with Rack, all I wanted to do was go back in time and yell at myself to never even look at the man. Next question.
Tell me what happened.
4 simple words were going to be the undoing of me. Tell him what happened, Wren. If I told him, would it make a difference? Would he look at me in a different way? I pushed off the deck again and lifted my legs. I pulled my knees to my chest and rested my chin on my knees. It didn't start off bad. He was rough around the edges, but it seemed like he cared about me. It really was good when I first started seeing him. Late night dinner after I got off work, rides on his bike on the weekends, and just hanging out. It was like the start of any relationship. We were getting to know one another.
What changed?
Maniac asked quietly. The first time he took me to the clubhouse, something felt off. I couldn't put my finger on it, but I just knew deep down something bad was going to happen.
But you stayed.
I looked over at Maniac and smiled sadly. I stayed because I was going to be the girl to change the alpha asshole.
How long were you with him?
I laughed and shook my head. I was with him for 3 weeks before it all changed. We went to the clubhouse. It was like the 4th time we had been there together. Before, we had just gone to his room, messed around, and then we left. This time, we went when there was a party going on.
Jesus,
Maniac said under his breath. None of this was probably going to be a surprise to him. He lived the club life. He knew what went on during the parties. I was the one who was shocked that first night. Everything was fine until Rack started playing cards. He had me sit on his lap, and I could feel every other player's eyes on me the whole time. Rack was losing. He was really losing. I tried to get him to stop and convince him to go back to his room with me, but it was too late. I closed my eyes and could still see the man I thought I knew change before my eyes.
Don't fucking tell me what to do, woman.
Maniac grunted, and I turned my head at his voice.
He put you up for the bet, didn't he?
You saw it coming, but even in that moment, I didn't know I meant that little to him, that I could easily be used in a game to repay a debt. He ran out of money, and I was the next best thing to put up for the next hand. I cleared my throat. He lost, and I wasn't his anymore.
You were never his, darling. He wasn't worthy of the ground you walked on.
Words I needed to hear months ago before I fell for the deceiving charm of Rack. That night, after I was shoved off of Rack's lap, it became a game to win me, and then put me up to bed again. But while whoever won me waited to lose me, they took whatever they wanted from me. I couldn't fight it. I couldn't run. If I didn't let them do what they wanted, my cheek was met with the palm of their hand and the harsh side of their tongue. Maniac let out a guttural noise, and his nostrils flared. I was raped twice that night. The words were out of my mouth before I even had a chance to process them and shove them back down my throat. No one knew except for the men who forced themselves on me. I'm okay. I felt the need to say that out loud because I was okay. For the most part. At least, I thought I was.
That it?
He growled. That was hardly it. That was the tip of the iceberg of assholes who thought they could take whatever they wanted from me. It was weird, I continued. While I wasn't Rack's girlfriend anymore, He was my keeper of sorts. I stayed in his room. He slept with me when he wasn't out sleeping with some other girl, and he kept me fed. I was like a pet that got the minimal care given.
"You're not a pet,"
Maniac growled again.
"Please tell me that was it."
I shrugged. Sure. There was more of the same. Instead of having to be won in a game of poker, I was just free game to whoever wanted me. The word no meant nothing coming from a woman in their club. I wasn't the only one who was a pet of the club. Maniac ran his fingers through his hair.
"Wrecker said you heard things you shouldn't have. That why the captains are after you?"
Wreck was dumb and did drugs. A lot of drugs. When he would go on a bender, he'd get whacked in the head and just start telling me everything. Most of it I didn't understand because it didn't make sense. It was like he was giving me info, but it was only good info if I knew the details surrounding it.
Fucking idiot.
Yeah, I really didn't pick a good one, did I? And this is where Maniac should start looking at me differently. I couldn't even see what an asshole and loser Wreck was until it was too late.
Him being a loser and not realizing what he was has nothing to do with you, darling. None of this says anything bad about you. You saw the best in him, and he took advantage of that.
I leaned my head to the side and rested it against the back of the swing. Yeah? But what does it say about the fact I didn't leave that night? Why didn't I climb out of his lap when he offered me up?
You think those guys would have let you go, Wren? Those men raped and abused you. You really think they wouldn't have kept you from leaving? You said when you showed a slight sign of protest, they hit you. You did what you did to stay alive.
Tears stung my eyes. You make me sound so much better than I actually was. I wasn't strong enough to leave. I stayed and let them use me because I was absolutely terrified. I closed my eyes and cried. How could Alice sit there and call me a badass? Did a badass let men use them and silently cry through the night, wishing for someone to save them? Or even death? Strong arms lifted me from the swing and my eyes popped open.
Hush, darling,
Maniac whispered. I wrapped my arms around his neck, and he situated me onto his lap as he sat back down on the swing. What are you doing? I whimpered.
Was too far away from you over there, he explained.
Maniac, let me go. You shouldn't want to touch me. I struggled against his hold, but he held me tighter and ran his hand up and down my back.
Wren, no one tells me what to do. If I didn't want you in my arms, I wouldn't have planted your ass in my fucking lap.
You and the F word, I mumbled. If this was what he wanted, then who was I to argue with him?
You know it's my favorite word, he muttered.
I hummed and rested my head on his shoulder. None of this is real.
What do you mean?
You, me, here? Once the captains get tired of looking for me, you'll go back to Weston and I guess I'll go back to River Valley. This was a false sense of reality. I was pushed onto Maniac. In real life, he never would have given me a second glance.
Not sure why the hell you think that.
Because good things like Maniac didn't happen to me. Are you really going to make me spell it out?
Apparently, because I ain't got a fucking clue what you are talking about.
I sighed and closed my eyes. I'm not your type, Maniac. The only reason you're here now is because you have to be here. I'm just another check on your list of things you have to do for the club.
Fuck. You got a lot of bullshit swirling around in your head.
I looked up at him. It's not bullshit. I saw the way you looked at me when you told me you were going to keep an eye on me. You didn't want to do it.
I'm gonna clue you in on something.
He pushed off the deck and sent the swing into motion.
I didn't want to be the one assigned to you.
See? I shouted. He hushed me and shook his head.
That was, until I saw you.
Wait, huh? What in the hell did that mean?
None of us in the club like to be told what to do, especially when that thing is babysitting.
I don't see how this explanation is supposed to make me feel better. Telling me I was a babysitting job makes me feel so much better, Maniac.
Lord, that bullshit swirling around in your head makes it really hard for you to see things that are right in front of your nose, darling.
What's right in front of my nose is a butthead."
A butthead?
He laughed.
Can't say I've ever been called that before.
Well, that was exactly what he was. A handsome butthead, but a butthead nonetheless. Well, you should get used to it if you continue to call my thoughts bullshit. He shook his head and brushed my hair behind my ear.
There is a difference between the bullshit in your head and your thoughts. The bullshit was put there by that asshole Rack and his shithole club. You need to stop letting shit consume you.
Easier said than done.
Give me everything they did to you. That shit is something you don't need to live with.
You don't want to know, Maniac. If I told you everything and every man who took a part of me, you'll never look at me again. His hand cupped my jaw, and he tilted my head back.
I'm looking at you right now, Wren, and I swear to God, nothing you ever tell me could make me think of you differently.
I can't even tell you how many men I slept with when I was in the clubhouse. He wasn't understanding what I was trying to say.
I can't even count how many women I've been with, he countered.
They were all there willingly, though. He nodded.
They sure as shit were. All I gotta hear is the N in no, and I'm off like a dirty shirt.
So it's not the same.
No, it's not. Every one of those guys who hurt you deserves to die. And I know for a fact each and every one will meet their fate eventually.
His voice was low and menacing.
What they took from you, I'll take from them tenfold. There aren't many rules for the Fallen Lords, but one of them is you never hurt a woman. Ever.
They're not lords, Maniac. You can't sit here and say you're going to hurt them all. I had just told him I didn't even know how many men I had been with, let alone remember their faces. There was only one face I remembered through all of this. Rack's.
I can and I will, Wren. This isn't something you need to worry yourself about.
Not worry about it? The man had basically just sworn vengeance on the whole Hell Captain's club. That was a pretty damn big deal. Maniac, this is crazy. I was sprawled out in the man's lap, enjoying the feel of his body beneath me, while he told me he was going to kill everyone who ever touched me. This was not real life.
I don't want you to worry about them, Wren.
I pursed my lips. I'm not worried about them. I'm worried about you.
The Hell Captains don't have anything on me.
I rolled my eyes. Not what I meant. I don't want you to get in trouble.
Trouble? You really don't know what the Fallen Lords are capable of, darling.
His thumb stroked my cheek, and I closed my eyes. Can we not talk about this anymore? Talking about Rack and the captains had drained me.
We're done. For now.
Ugh. For now? How about we're done talking about that for forever? Maniac chuckled.
You still got a long way to go.
I'm fine, Maniac. There isn't anything more I can do about it. That was true. It happened. I couldn't go back and change it.
You're not fine, but you will be.
I laid my head on his shoulder and sighed. You want to watch a movie?
Only if I get to pick, he rumbled.
It wasn't like he had much of a choice. Deal. You pick the movie and I'll get the cake.
Cake.
I patted him on the stomach. I figured you would like that idea. I was finding the way into Maniac's good graces was through his stomach. I wonder if it was the same for his heart.
Maniac. I pointed the remote at the TV and turned it off. The movie had ended an hour ago, and I had watched 2 reruns of Roseanne while Wren slept tucked under my arm. After she had crawled out of my lap on the porch, she had cut 2 huge slices of cake while I picked Indiana Jones to watch. She had grumbled her protest when she had seen what I had put on, but I reminded her she had agreed to my movie pick. We had started out watching the movie side by side on the couch, with both of our feet kicked up on the coffee table. After I had finished the best piece of cake I had ever eaten, I set my plate on the table and helped Wren finish off hers. I was a sucker for anything she made, her chocolate cake included. An hour into the movie, she started to nod off with her head kinked to the side. I managed to maneuver her to lie down with me with little protest. Our long ride and talk on the porch had taken its toll on her. My mind went to the things she had said while I stared into the darkness. Her words had fueled the fire that had been burning deep inside me. I knew horrible things had happened to her, but knowing exactly what it was pissed me the fuck off. A man who had a woman in the palm of his hand sells her in a fucking card game? Rack and the rest of the Hell Captains didn't deserve to live, and I was going to be the man to make sure they didn't breathe for much longer. The Hell Captains were dead.
Chapter 11. Wren. My firm pillow gently moved up and down. I cracked open one eye to see I was in bed. But I wasn't alone. Maniac was sprawled out on my bed, his bare shoulder beneath my head, and my hand splayed on his stomach. Well, this is nice. But how had it happened? I remembered complaining about Maniac's movie choice, eating cake, and then from what I can gather, I had passed out. But how did I get into bed with Maniac?
Jesus, darling, I can hear your brain churning away.
I tilted my head back and looked into his eyes. You cannot hear me thinking. He quirked his eyebrow and gave me a lazy smile.
Trust me, I can.
Then I'll just ask you instead of thinking. How did we get into bed? Maniac ran his fingers through his hair.
We fell asleep on the couch. I picked you up to put you in bed, and you refused to let me go when I tried to lay you down.
My eyes bugged out. Say what? There was no way in hell that happened.
Swear on my bike. You wouldn't let me go,
he replied smugly. Talk about my subconscious knowing what I really wanted. I was really tired. Not like that explained anything.
You were, darling. You were out not even halfway through the movie.
I curled my hand that was on his stomach in a ball and tried to ignore the feel of his skin. That's because I don't like that movie.
I'm going to ignore the fact you just said that.
I rolled my eyes. You know I don't like that movie.
And you know I couldn't watch Dirty Dancing again without having to gouge my eyes out with a spoon.
Such a vivid statement for so early in the morning. Maniac pulled his phone from his pocket.
It's 9:30. Hardly early by anyone's standards.
I buried my face into his neck and inhaled deeply. How is it you smell so good?
Not sure how to answer that one.
It was more of a statement, I mumbled. I couldn't even blame the wine for my random statement since I was stone-cold sober. One I should have kept in my head.
Too much bullshit in there, huh?
I rolled my eyes, something I seemed to do a lot when he was around. Your theory lacks facts and research.
Facts and research? How about the fact I know you got bullshit up there because you told me? There was your research, too. Went straight to the source.
Just stop talking, I murmured. I wasn't going to be able to win an argument against him when my brain was foggy and all I wanted was a huge-ass cup of coffee. I should move the coffee maker next to the bed.
It's a one-room cabin, darling. It ain't far away.
Smartass. It would be better if it were right next to me so I didn't have to get out of bed. Maniac slid out from under me and rolled off the bed.
Breakfast in bed?
He looked down at me, and I couldn't help but stare at his naked chest. My mouth went dry, and every thought left my head. Maniac cleared his throat, and I tore my eyes off his chest. What was the question? I asked sheepishly.
Breakfast in bed?
I looked around blankly. I'm not sure I understand the question. Was he going to make me breakfast, or was he breakfast? He planted his hands on the bed and leaned down to me.
You keep looking at me like that, and I'll give you exactly what your mind is thinking.
How in the hell did he know what I was thinking? I blinked slowly and tried to clear my mind. He can't read your mind, Wren. You're just panting after him like a dog in heat. I'd love breakfast in bed. Eggs, sausage. My eyes flicked down to his crotch. And, eggs?
You said eggs twice.
I gulped and looked up into his green eyes. What can I say? I'm into eggs. Add that to the list of things I never thought I would say.
You sure you don't want another kind of breakfast?
I shook my head. Nope, totally just want eggs.
With more eggs,
he clarified. Such a smartass. Can we go back to sleep and forget everything?
No, not this time, darling. I say we eat breakfast and then take a ride down to Weston for the day.
I wrinkled my nose. Do we have to go to Weston? I'd rather take a ride to nowhere. Maniac shook his head.
I wasn't asking what you wanted to do.
He strolled into the kitchen and filled the coffee pot with water. I thought we were supposed to be laying low because of the Hell Captains. He shut off the faucet and dumped the water into the back of the coffee maker.
I'm gonna try something different. Well, I take that back. I want to try something different, but I need to run it by the club before I go through with it.
And what is that? He grimaced and grabbed the huge container of coffee.
Club business.
I watched the muscles in his back stretch and twist as he reached up into the cabinet and pulled down the pack of filters. But doesn't it have to do with me?
No.
But the only reason you guys have to deal with the Hell Captains is because of me. Last I checked, that is the definition of being the reason why something is happening. I doubt the Hell Captains were even on the Fallen Lord's radar before Cora asked them to help me. The Hell Captains weren't on the same level as the Lords. The Captains were a club where all they did was party, while the Lords had their shit together.
I told you yesterday you don't have to worry about it. They aren't going to touch you, and you just need to focus on getting back to the Wren you were before you got involved with them.
That sounded way easier than it actually was. I couldn't even remember who that woman was. Hell, did I really want to go back to being the woman who thought she was able to change a man? What am I supposed to be doing while you're busy talking about me? He dropped a filter into the coffee machine, dumped way too much coffee into it, and flipped on the machine.
We're not talking about you, darling.
He turned around, leaned against the counter, and crossed his arms over his chest.
Besides, you can hang out with all the chicks and catch up with Jezebel.
I lifted my head from the pillow. Jez is there?
Yeah, she's been at the clubhouse since the guys picked her up.
Say what? Don't you think that should have been something you told me 2 weeks ago when it happened? He smugly shook his head.
I mean, I would have if I knew you wouldn't have demanded to go see her right away.
She's basically my only friend, and I haven't seen her in years. I think that should have been the first words out of your mouth to me when you found out. I jumped out of bed and pulled open the top drawer of my dresser. How in the hell did he think it was okay to keep this from me?
You didn't really ask what was going on with her, so I didn't think you wanted to know.
I grabbed clean panties and a bra and slammed the drawer shut. I didn't ask because I figured they were just staying down there with her. He shook his head.
We got too much going on in Weston to have me and then 2 other guys gone. Wrecker made the call to pack up her shit and move her to the clubhouse.
So, you guys have a 10-year-old living at the clubhouse? Oh, sweet Jesus. I bet Jezebel was going crazy.
Yeah.
He replied like it wasn't the worst idea ever. We need to go. We needed to go 2 weeks ago, but I was trying to control my rage.
We will, once we eat.
I glared at him over my shoulder. Stick a bagel in your mouth and you'll be fine.
I'm not sure I like your tone, darling.
After I pulled out a pair of jeans and a black long-sleeve thermal, I stalked to the bathroom. You brought this tone on yourself, Maniac. I slammed the bathroom door shut behind me and hauled my shirt over my head. Who the hell does he think he is? I mumbled under my breath.
Heard that,
he shouted. Gah, damn this tiny cabin with paper-thin walls. I quickly changed my clothes, throwing my dirty ones on the floor. Normally, I tried to keep the cabin neat and clean since it was so tiny, but right now, I didn't care about it. Well, you shouldn't be able to talk right now because you should be shoving food in your face so we can leave. I pulled a brush through my hair, grabbed a hair tie, and pulled it up on top of my head. I threw open the door, and Maniac was standing in the same spot. But now he was sipping on a cup of coffee.
I'm not sure why you're so concerned about your friend being at the clubhouse without you. It's not like we're a bunch of barbarians walking around beating our chests and banging any woman we see.
I leveled my glare on him. Each and every one of you are alphas who think you're right. Always.
Don't know where you would have gotten an idea like that from.
Was he serious? Let's see. You kidnapped me. I'm pretty sure Pipe moved in next to Nikki when she specifically left because of him. I'm not sure what alpha thing Nicole did to Carmen, but she's now about to pop out a baby, so I'm sure there was something. I grabbed my chucks from under the bed. So, can we go before one of your buddies goes all alpha on poor Jezebel?
I'm pretty sure you're not giving your girl enough credit here.
I hopped from one foot to the other and pulled on my shoes. I've seen you guys in action. Hell, I just woke up in bed with you. I don't think a nun stands a chance against any of you.
There's a compliment in there somewhere, he muttered.
There was. They were smooth as hell while being gruff, rough, and bossy alphas. They were all a deadly combination. No comment. I made my way to the kitchen and decided since he insisted on eating breakfast, I would take over and get us out the door quicker. Egg sandwich, okay? He nodded and sipped his coffee while I grabbed a fry pan and set it on the stove. I texted Jezebel last week. She didn't mention anything about being in the same state as me, let alone the fact she was living at the clubhouse. I poured a little leftover bacon grease into the pan, cracked 2 eggs into it, then grabbed 2 bagels from the fridge.
She was told not to tell you.
I slowly turned to Maniac. Controlling alphas, I growled. He shrugged.
We're just keeping everyone safe.
You're delusional. How was me knowing Jez was at the clubhouse going to make me unsafe? The man was full of hot air. I popped one of the bagels in the toaster, broke the yolk on the eggs, and grabbed 2 slices of cheese from the fridge. Maniac watched, not saying a word about his controlling ways. While I understood what he was saying and why he did it, I was still a little miffed about the fact he hadn't told me Jez was at the clubhouse. After I flipped the eggs, I grabbed the toasted bagel from the toaster, dropped in the other one, and laid the cheese on each egg. So, am I actually going to get to talk to Jez, or are you going to lock me in your room while you talk to Wrecker? Maniac rolled his eyes and finished his coffee.
You're being rather irrational about this, darling.
Irrational wasn't the word. Miffed was better. You need to look at this from my point of view. How would you feel if I knew things that have to do with you and I didn't tell you them?
If you didn't tell me about them because they might get me in trouble or hurt me, I would understand it. But you're not going to know anything like that about me, so your argument isn't valid.
I gritted my teeth and tore off 2 sections of paper towel. While I slathered butter onto each of the bagels, Maniac pushed off the counter and turned off the stove.
I didn't want you to go off half-cocked and get yourself in trouble with the Hell Captains. When I say they are dangerous, I mean it.
I flipped the eggs onto the bagels that were sitting on the paper towels. You're talking to the person who lived with them for 4 months. I know exactly what kind of men they are. I grabbed the top half of Maniac's bagel and smashed it down onto the egg. Eat so we can leave.
Now who's being the bossy one? He muttered.
I am, because you're a butthead. He shook his head and ripped into the egg sandwich. Even standing in the kitchen, arguing with me, the man was gorgeous. Being shirtless, I could see most of his tattoos from the half-sleeve he had on his upper right arm, to the words Fallen Lord stretched across the top of his back. I'd gotten a good view of that one when he had walked to the kitchen earlier. He had what looked like 2 dates over his heart, along with the words Mom and Dad by them.
You gonna eat or stand there staring at me all day? I gotta be honest with you, darling. You keep that up, and we'll never leave this cabin.
My jaw dropped. Say what? I gasped.
Keep looking at my body like you're a starved man, and I'll show you exactly what. But I will give you a hint since I know you're more than speechless right now.
I nodded. Hints were good. Hints could help me figure out what the hell I was supposed to do with Maniac. I'm listening. He leaned in, his lips a breath away from mine.
Sleeping all night, having your body pressed up against mine was almost more than I could take. Your soft moans and sighs in your sleep are enough to drive a man crazy with need. The next time I manage to get you into bed, you can bet your sweet ass there is going to be more than sleeping.
My breath caught. Next time? He nodded at the sandwich in my hand.
Eat. I'll get dressed and then we can head to Weston. It's a long ride, and it'll give you some time to think about what I said.
He leaned back, refilled his coffee cup, and walked into the bathroom. I blew a wisp of hair out of my eyes and leaned against the counter. Holy mackerel, I muttered. Just when I thought I had the upper hand, Maniac had to go and show me just how little I could control the way I felt about him. Yes, he was an alpha. Yes, he did whatever he wanted. Yes, he was an asshole some of the time. But, and this was a big but, those things weren't bad. He was an alpha, but he cared about me. He only wanted to make sure I was safe. While he did whatever he wanted, he always took my feelings and what I wanted to do into consideration. And he was an asshole, but did it make sense he was an asshole with a purpose? So he was an alpha who did whatever he wanted and unleashed his asshole attitude every now and then when the time called for it. At least I knew it, right? I sighed and closed my eyes. As long as the man kept his shirt on and didn't touch me, I would be fine. But with my next breath, I hoped for the exact opposite. I was screwed.
Chapter 12. Maniac. You good? Wren looked up at me. What happens if I'm not good? I'll find a way to make you good? She blushed and her eyes wandered to over my shoulder. I'm afraid to ask how you would make it good. I reached up and brushed my fingers against her cheek. Gotta say, darling, your mind is in the gutter. You're the one who says things that have a double meaning. She was spunky. She was breaking out of the shell she had barricaded herself in. A new Wren was emerging. Pretty sure that's your mind that flipped that shit around, not me. She rolled her eyes. Are we going to actually go in the clubhouse, or are we just going to stand outside? So goddamn spunky. We'll go in as soon as you kiss me. I was pushing her, but I knew she could take it. Kiss you? She scoffed. She looked at me like I was crazy, but she didn't step away from me or seem turned off by it. I was pushing her. I didn't want to push her away, but I knew if we kept going on the way we were, I was never going to be able to see where things with Wren and I would go. Afraid, darling? Why would I want to kiss you? Because I want to kiss you. But you're in control here. I'm just telling you what I want. It's up to you if you actually want to kiss me. Says the controlling asshole alpha, she mumbled. Did you just call me an asshole? I laughed. You're a sometimes asshole, but with a purpose, she clarified, like I would actually understand what the hell she was talking about. A sometimes asshole? Wren was changing. There was no way in hell she would have been able to talk to me so freely when we first came to the cabin. Now she said whatever was on her mind and didn't worry about my reaction. She waved her hand. You wouldn't get it since you are the sometimes asshole. Can we go in now? I really want to see Jez and Jake. We just gonna act like I didn't just tell you to kiss me? She leveled her glare on me. You just told me the ball was in my court. Right now I think I'll just hold on to it and see about later. I rubbed a hand over my chest. So this is what rejection feels like. A smug smile spread across her lips. Sometimes it's good for the ego to not always get what you want. I threaded my fingers through hers and tugged her toward the clubhouse. I'll accept that, for now, but you better believe your sweet ass you won't be able to hold me off for long. I'm sure you'll find something else to hold your attention. That wasn't likely, at all. I had just spent 2 months holed up in a cabin with only Wren, and it felt like I didn't have enough of her time. I wouldn't hold my breath waiting for that, darling. I looked down at her and put my hand on the handle into the clubhouse. You sure you're good? She rolled her eyes. I'm good, Maniac. As long as there aren't a bunch of hell captains in there, I'll live. That was one thing Wren never had to worry about. She was never going to have to lay her eyes on another one of those assholes ever again. We're good on that front. I pulled open the door and let her in. My eyes adjusted in the dimmed lighting and over-darkened room. Is it like a code somewhere all of you MC clubs need to have zero lighting? I chuckled and led her over to the bar. Surprisingly, there wasn't anyone in the common room hanging out. You want a drink? I asked. She looked around and plopped down on the bar stool closest to me. You going to ignore the whole lighting? Not much I can do about it. Drink or not? I asked again. I grabbed a bottle of whiskey from behind the bar and set it in front of her. You don't by chance have wine or like a wine cooler behind there, do you? I was speechless. We were in a motorcycle club. What in the hell did she expect? It was beer or whiskey. Next thing you're going to ask if there's a blender back here. I just figured with all of the girls coming and going, you guys would try to accommodate them with drinks they prefer. If by girls coming and going you mean Carmen, Nikki, Alice, and Cora, then I guess you're right. She rolled her eyes and stood up on the rung of the bar stool. She peered over the bar and pointed to the small fridge. "What's in there?" "Beer." "Open it." "Woman, what the hell do I need to open it for? It's been filled with beer since the first day we walked in the door." "Do it," she insisted. I yanked open the door and heard the familiar sound of bottles clinking together. "See what it—" My words died in my throat as I looked down at 2 bottles of wine in the door and bottles filled with various shades of pink, blue, and orange. "What in the fuck is this?" Wren giggled and sat back down. "That would be Carmen and Nikki's fridge." I glanced up at Wren. "And how the fuck would you know that?" "There's that fuck word again," she mumbled under her breath. "It seems an appropriate use of it when you know what's going on in my clubhouse and I don't." She shrugged. "Cora had mentioned it to me in passing before." I crouched down in front of the fridge and grimaced. What had the world come to when a man had a separate fridge in his clubhouse filled with girly drinks? "Well, what did you want to drink? Wine, pink, blue, or orange?" Her giggle drifted down to me, and I couldn't help but smile. If having a fridge filled with shitty drinks made Wren happy, then I guess I was okay with it. "Pink," she called. I grabbed one of the bottles and set it in front of her. "That shit would give me a gut ache." She grabbed the bottle and twisted the cap off. "And whatever the hell you're drinking would drop me to the floor in 2.5 seconds. Or put hair on your chest." I lined up 3 shot glasses and filled them to the top with a whiskey. "I thought you were coming to talk to me about some plan you had, not get drunk." Wrecker waltzed over to the bar and sat down next to Wren. "What's shaking, babe?" Wren set her drink on the bar and slightly scooted away from him. "I came to see Jez and Jake. I had no idea you guys were hiding them here." "Not really hiding as much as trying to keep them from getting dead," Wrecker growled. She gulped and wrapped her hands around the bottle. "I suppose I can't really be upset about that then, can I?" Wrecker nodded at me and took one of the shot glasses I just filled. He tossed it back and slammed the empty glass down. "You would think one of you assholes would fall for a chick who wasn't all sass and backtalk. I guess that isn't going to happen for you, huh?" Wrecker was such an asshole. "Maybe you'll be the one to get the deaf and mute girl, Wrecker." "One can only hope," he muttered. Can you tell me where Jez and Jake are? I'll hang out with her while you guys get all alpha together." Wren jumped off the stool and looked expectantly at Wrecker. "Get all alpha?" he questioned. "Ask Maniac. He can tell you all about it." "You really don't want to know about it, brother," I mumbled. I tossed back a shot and grabbed the other one. "She went shopping with Cora and Slayer." Wrecker stood up and motioned me down the hallway to church. "Carmen's in her room with Nickel." Wren's face fell at the mention of Jezebel not being there. "Where's Nikki?" "Not these chicks' keepers, babe. I only know where Cora, Carmen, and Jezebel were because I saw Carmen in her room, and Slayer checked in with me before he left. That's all I know." Wrecker walked back down the hallway, ending any other questions Wren might have. "You know how I called you an alpha who's a sometimes asshole?" I nodded and tossed back the other shot. "That guy's an alpha, and all the time asshole." I choked on the shot and almost spewed whiskey out of my nose. "You might want to keep that opinion to yourself, darling," I sputtered. I wiped my mouth with the back of my hand and twisted the cover back on the whiskey. Taking shots when Wren was around was not the best idea. "You think Carmen is going to want to hang out with me?" she asked. "Better you than me," Nickel called. "She is on a tear this morning about raising a baby in the clubhouse. I don't know what to tell the woman other than he ain't going to be raised here." Nickel sat down in the chair Wrecker had vacated and pointed at the whiskey bottle. "Double, brother." "That bad?" I asked. I refilled 2 of the shots and slid them toward him. "All I gotta say is I cannot wait for her to pop this kid out so she goes back to my sweet, quiet Carmen." Carmen was once quiet? I think if that were true, it was only when she was sleeping. "You got time to hang around while I talk to Wrecker?" "He's getting all the guys gathered to hear what you have to say." I hadn't expected that. Once I had talked to him, I figured he would clue everyone else in, but apparently that wasn't what Wrecker wanted. "You sure you're okay to hang out with Carmen?" I asked Wren. She shrugged. "Yeah, as long as she doesn't go all pregnant lady on me." Nickel tossed back his 2 shots, then stood up. "You're in the clear. She only goes crazy on me. As soon as Nikki or Cora walk through the door, it's like the demon possessing her leaves and my sweet Carmen comes back. I'm almost ready to ask Pipe if Nikki can sleep with us at night." "Yeah, ain't gonna happen," I laughed. I know, Nickel whined. I love the woman, but this baby has taken over her body, always wanting to eat and nag me. I walked around the bar and clapped him on the shoulder. You know there's only one way to prevent this from happening again, right? Wren smothered her laugh with the back of her hand. No more sex, brother. Nickel's jaw dropped and his skin paled. Get the fuck out of here. That shit ain't never gonna happen. Nickel! Wren busted out laughing, while Nickel cringed. Your woman is calling you, I taunted. He grabbed Wren's arm and tugged her behind him as he stalked down the hallway. You're my shield. Her crazy will stay firmly inside her if you're in the room with me. Wren looked over her shoulder at me while she stumbled to keep up with Nickel. Help me, she mouthed. I grabbed the bottle of whiskey and followed them down the hallway. I didn't think it was possible for me to help Wren right now. Nickel was a desperate man just looking for a few minutes where Carmen wasn't on his ass. Baby, he called. Wren came to see you. Carmen squealed and rolled off the bed as we all piled into the room. And when I said rolled, I mean she rolled. Oh, thank God, she wheezed. I'm about to drive Nickel to start drinking. At least the chick knew she was being crazy. We got church. You think Wren can hang out with you? Carmen wrapped Wren up in a hug. Girl, you can hang out with me whenever you want. Too bad Jezebel and Jake aren't here, although I think they should be back any time. She asked me to go to the store with her, but I really didn't feel like waddling up and down the aisles. Nickel says I can't drive the electric scooter because they're meant for people who actually need them. He doesn't let me have any fun. Nickel rolled his eyes. We're not going over this again, Carmen. You're not a cripple who can't manage to walk around the store. She stomped her foot and pointed her finger at Nickel. You know my feet swell like damn balloons if I'm on my feet too much. Is this really happening? Wren whispered to me. I think it is, but I can't believe it. You really think it's that big of a deal to let her ride the scooter? Nickel really needed to start choosing his battles. Let the damn woman drive the cart around the store, and he wouldn't have another argument on his hands. 8 months pregnant, Nickel. I am 8 months pregnant, and I want to drive the damn scooter around the store. If you don't let me do it now, we're going to have to keep getting pregnant until you let me. And this is where the top of Nickel's head blew off. You can't... What the fuck? I stepped forward and put my arm around Nickel's shoulders. I think we need to get to church, Carmen. You think you can keep an eye on Wren for me? Wren rolled her eyes, but she didn't say anything. She must have figured I was trying to distract these two. Nickel threw his hands up in the air and stormed out of the room. He's such a bonehead, Carmen mumbled under her breath. I turned to Wren. You sure you're going to be okay? She tilted her head back and looked up at me. I think so. I really don't think she's going to go crazy on me unless I tell her I agree with Nickel. Do you? I asked. No, I don't see what the big deal it is to ride around on the scooter. I leaned down and pressed a kiss to her forehead. Holler if you need anything. Carmen knows how to get me if you need me. I had heard the story of how Carmen had gotten the whole clubhouse in her room 2 nights ago. That probably had something to do with the fact Nickel wasn't very happy with her right now. I'm afraid to ask how she's going to get you for me, she whispered. It involved a cup of water, I can tell you that much, Carmen put in. Just hang out here. It's not like she can meet the captain or anything, Carmen scoffed. 1 more month before we're reunited. Wren's eyes bugged out, and I couldn't help but laugh. You'll be fine, darling. I kissed her 1 more time on the forehead and ducked out the door. Carmen was going to calm down, and they were going to be fine together. Besides, she had said Jezebel and Cora were going to be back soon, and I'm sure if she wasn't, I would hear about it. I need to get this over with and get back to Wren. Deal with the Hell Captains, and then I could be with Wren.
Chapter 13. Wren. So, you're better? I swirled my drink around. What is your definition of better? Happy? Not wanting to, leave? Carmen grimaced, and her eyes darted to the floor. I laughed. Yeah, I'm better in the sense I don't want to leave anymore. But are you happy? I set my drink on the nightstand and laid back on the bed. I don't think I know what happy is anymore. Hell, I don't think I've ever really been happy. Carmen half laid and half rolled next to me. Her stomach was huge, and I couldn't imagine ever being that pregnant. She looked incredibly uncomfortable, but she hadn't stopped smiling since Maniac and Nickel left. "How do you not know if you've ever been happy?" "I don't know. I guess after everything that has happened, I'm questioning everything." "Guess that's not a bad thing." A sigh left my lips, and I closed my eyes. "I'm happy when I'm with my friends, when Nickel tells me he loves me. Hell, I'm happy when I'm in the same room as him." I cracked open one eye and looked at Carmen. "You just called the man a bonehead." "Yeah," she sighed, "but he's my bonehead. Besides, this baby is making my hormones all out of whack. One second I want to punch him in the face, and then the next, all I want to do is sit on his face." I sputtered, trying to find the right words. Were there right words when your friend confides she just wants to sit on her baby daddy's face? Well, I guess the second does sound a bit more fun." Carmen laughed. "Yeah, now you can see how crazy I am. Darn baby got me going nutty." "You've only got a few weeks left, right?" "Thank the Lord. I can't wait to see this little guy." "Guy?" I asked. Carmen sighed. "We don't know what we are having, but I hope it is a boy. I can't imagine having a girl like me. Although as a child I was pretty chill, but who knows what our baby is going to turn out to be." "Has anyone ever told you that you talk a lot?" I laughed. "You know what's really funny? I never used to be like this. I was quiet and could go hours without saying a word. Now, since I met Nickel, I can't seem to shut up. I like to think I'm happy and just trying to share the love." "So, Nickel makes you happy?" A loopy smile spread across her lips. "Yeah, but I also make myself happy." She made it sound so easy. "I think you might have to give me lessons on how to be happy." She propped an arm under her head. "Just do what makes you happy. If something makes you sad, don't do it." "I think you are dumbing this down a little bit too much." She shook her head. "No, I'm not. At least, not when it comes to me. You had some really shitty things happen to you, Wren, but they're in the past. Not saying you don't have to deal with them, but you at least know you'll never have to deal with the Hell Captains again." "I'm just so messed up, Carmen." The tears were threatening to fall again. Damn it. "I haven't been through anything like you have, Wren, but just from spending a little bit of time with you today, I can tell you're getting better. The woman I met almost 3 months ago was a ghost of the person sitting in front of me today." Carmen grabbed my hand and squeezed. "You're getting better. You're stronger, and you may not see it, but I can tell you are happier." I sighed and closed my eyes. I don't know what else to do but to try to breathe and live. That sounds like a pretty good place to start. You have to remember what happened to you doesn't define who you are. "Carmen, they made me—" She shook her head and shushed me. "Stop. You don't need to tell me what happened unless you want to. I can imagine what happened. And I know what actually happened was a million times worse. After a while, I just blocked it all out. It was like I would just close my eyes and leave my body for however long it took. See? That was you being strong. You knew you couldn't fight it right there in that moment, but you made it out eventually." Again, you make everything sound so much easier than it really is or was. Maybe that's what you need to start doing. Take a step back and look it over. Dumb it down to where it's an easy answer. Ask yourself if you would rather be happy or sad. She looked expectantly at me. I'd rather be happy." "So why can't you be?" I couldn't think of a reason not to be." "You can't be because you keep getting hung up on the past. Everyone around you doesn't care what happened to you. All we care about is you being you. I know Cora worries about you, and so do Nikki and I. And while Jezebel doesn't really understand what is going on, you and I both know all she really cares about is you." "I know, it's just—" Carmen sighed and squeezed my hand again. "You have to get out of your head, Wren. But I'm just constantly thinking of all of the reasons why I shouldn't be happy, or why I'm not worthy to have friends like you guys who see past everything." Then every time you have a dumb reason in your head why you shouldn't be happy, tell us. Us? I asked. Me, Nikki, Cora, Jezebel, hell, even Maniac. I know that man will listen to every word that comes out of your mouth. I'm sure he will agree with you about the fact I need to get out of my head. He said he can hear the bullshit swirling around in my head. Carmen laughed. That sounds like something Nickel would say. Don't you think I'll sound crazy if I start blurting out my feelings to everyone? No, I think you'll sound like someone trying to overcome punishing herself for something she had no control over. That was the thing, though. I did have control over this. I had chosen to be with Rack. I had thought I could be the thing to change him. I did have control over what I did, Carmen. I wanted to be with Rack. See? You just did it. You told me why, in your head, you think you should be punished. I cracked open one eye. Really? I thought about what I had just said. I guess she was right. Yeah, really. Now I'll tell you that you are worthy of your friends. You decided to be with him, Wren, but you didn't choose for him to hurt you. I guess she was right. Maniac had told me the same thing, but it was just a hard thing for me to wrap my head around. You're gonna be fine, Wren, as long as you let us in to help you. I know we haven't known each other for very long, but that doesn't mean anything. What the hell is this shit? You get to give my girl a pep talk while I'm stuck at the grocery store with Slayer? Cora burst into the room and crossed her arms over her chest. That is some shit right there. It was rather sappy. I think you would have rolled your eyes at least 10 times while Carmen talked. I laughed. I wiped my eyes with the back of my hand and tried to pull myself together. Everything Carmen had said was good and right, so now all I had to do was start doing it. I did deserve to be happy. However that was going to happen, I had no idea, but I was going to try. Cora nodded. More than likely. She is pretty funny when she goes off on some whacked-out tangent, but the sappy shit she spews from being pregnant I can do without. She waved her hand at us. Now scoot your asses over and make room for me. Who would have thought grocery shopping could be so exhausting? Cora flung herself on the bed, and I managed to roll to the edge before she landed on me. Carmen didn't move because moving quickly was not in the cards for her anymore. Watch the baby! Cora rested her hand on Carmen's stomach and laughed. Girl, it's hard to miss the baby these days. You sure you're not having twins? She laughed. She brushed off Cora's hand. I am more than sure, partly due to the fact I asked the doctor 10 times to double-check I wasn't having twins last week. Carmen tried to roll off the bed, but ended up stuck on her back. Help! She wheezed. Cora managed to get an elbow under her back and rolled her over to the other side of the bed. Damn, girl, you were like a turtle stuck on its back, and I was your homegirl coming to save your leathery ass. Carmen got her feet on the floor and hoisted herself off the bed. I'm not leathery, she mumbled. If you were a turtle, you would be, Cora mumbled. And that is exactly what you looked like. Carmen waved her off and shoved her feet into some fuzzy slippers. I'm gonna make something to eat. You guys hungry? I could always eat, Cora replied. Sure, all I had was half an egg sandwich before Maniac pissed me off to the point where I couldn't eat. My stomach growled, seconding the motion of eating. You'll get used to it with this bunch. I always try to eat before I talk to Nickel. Carmen shuffled out of the room, and Cora turned to me. I see your bitch ass finally got out of that cabin. Not that I can blame you wanting to be holed up with your old man. Just like Cora to get straight to the point. That's hardly the truth. She rolled her eyes. You're different, Wren. That man is doing exactly what I had hoped he would do. And just what is that? I asked. Fixing you.
Maniac. We have eyes on their clubhouse, right? Wrecker nodded. We do. I had a connection in Macon who's been putting up freak. Damn prospect is good for something. Does he know about how many members they have? I asked. He's never told me, but I'm sure I can get that info from him. Wrecker sat back in his chair. You want to tell me what is up with all the questions? I have a plan to clear up this Hell Captain's bullshit so we can get back to getting out from under Jenkins in the River Valley chapter." "Ain't that what Wrecker's been working on?" Nickel asked. "It is, but it would be nice to have you assholes helping me out. I put a shit ton of miles on my bike going back and forth between here and there." Wrecker pulled out a cigarette. "But I figured the Hell Captains were more of a threat right now, so I put you all on them." "Well, it would be nice if we could just blow their whole clubhouse up and then we could be done with them," Boink suggested. A smug smile spread across my lips. "That's exactly what I'm thinking, at least something along those lines." "Hold up. Your great idea is to blow up the Hell Captain's clubhouse?" Clash asked. "And now your road name has come full circle," Nickel chuckled. "I think you should make a shirt that says, 'Got a problem you can't solve? Blow that shit up.'" "I'd wear one," Boink said as he raised his hand. "Focus, assholes," Wrecker growled. "Your idea has merit, Maniac, but don't you think it might be a bit messy to pull off and not have the cops come knocking on our door?" "But why would they look at us? No one knows we have beef with the Hell Captains. We make it look like their furnace or some bullshit blew up, and they'll rule it as an accident." I had thought about this for weeks. I was sick of hiding like a coward from a club we could easily crush like a pile of ants. This is better than ticking them off one by one. One explosion, one piece of shit club gone. Brink sat forward in his chair and rested his hands on the table. "How are we going to know when they are all here? We can't leave one of these assholes behind. We do that, and then they become the connection to us doing this. We have Freak. He watches the club already, so all we have to do is to have him count the members and let us know when they hold church or they have a weekly party or something." "We do it during a party, we're killing innocent people," Nickel pointed out. "Then we do it when they have church. They're a fucked up club, but you gotta think they have weekly meetings." Before Wren had come into my life, I'd barely spared a thought for the Hell Captains, partly because I knew they were all pieces of shit. From where I was sitting, we were doing the world a favor by getting rid of all their asses. There could be blowback, though. We can't know for sure the Hell Captains haven't spread that they were after us to other people, Wrecker pointed out. Nickel turned to Wrecker. "But who is the bigger name? Hell Captains or Fallen Lords? Hands down, you know anyone worth a fuck is going to side with us and not give a flying fuck the Hell Captains disappeared." Wrecker nodded. "I hear you guys. I think it's a good idea. But we need to make sure if we do this, we don't half-ass it." "What the hell did I miss?" Pipe asked. He closed the door behind him and sat down on the right side of Wrecker. "A whole hell of a lot," Nickel mumbled. "You done being led around by your dick for the day?" Wrecker asked him. Pipe flipped him off and stuck a cigarette in his mouth. "Fuck you, asshole. I don't see you getting daily pussy, so if I gotta deal with picking out paint colors for a couple of hours, I'm good as long as she's in my bed every night." Nickel reached across the table and fist-bumped Pipe. "Amen to that, brother. Carmen is driving me up the fucking wall, but you better believe her sweet ass is with me every night." "It's nice to see you two can bond over the fact you're pussy-whipped," Boink laughed. "All right, let's cut the bullshit," Wrecker called. He leaned forward and rested his elbows on the table. "Pipe, I want you to get with Freak and let him know what is going on. We need a head count, and hopefully he can tell us when they are all in the clubhouse. Tell him Clash and Slayer will be there the end of the week." "I'm good with that. I think this is the first assignment you've given in a while that doesn't involve babysitting some chick." Slayer clapped Clash on the back. "This will be like a fucking vacation for us." "No chicks, and you know there are some good bars in Macon," Clash agreed. "Can we leave today?" Wrecker rolled his eyes. "No. There isn't anything for you to do down there right now. End of the week. Any other shit you fuckers wanted to discuss?" Pipe cleared his throat. "How's things going with the Ultra? You get your chicken place?" "Yeah. Thankfully, Oakley fell for her hook, line, and sinker." "You ever going to tell us who this chick is?" Nickel asked. Wrecker glared at him. "Not like it's any of your fucking business, but it's my sister." Everyone's jaws dropped. You know those people who seem like they just became? How you can't imagine them having a family, let alone being a kid. That was Wrecker. "You have a family?" Boink asked dumbly. None of us hushed him because we were all thinking the same thing. "I thought you were one of those pod people," Clash said under his breath. Again, we were all thinking it. You're all dumbasses. Yes, I have a sister. Her name is Raven, and each and every one of you better stay 5 feet away from her and not look at her, he growled. Dude, her name is Hot. Everyone's jaws dropped once again. Boink was a fucking idiot. Wrecker stood up and cracked his knuckles. You get a 5-second start before I climb over this table and beat the shit out of you. Boink may have been an idiot to open his mouth, but his brain seemed to kick in, and he bolted out of his chair. I didn't mean it, he yelled as he threw open the door and took off running. Try not to break any bones, Pipe laughed. Wrecker looked everyone over. Deal with the Hell Captains. Forget about even knowing about Raven. Wrecker stalked out the door on his mission to beat the fuck out of Boink. Slayer whistled low. Which one of us is going to be digging his grave? I think it would be safe to say we never mention the name Raven ever again, Pipe suggested. We nodded our agreement. If that wasn't the damn truth. When are you going to call Freak? I asked. While it was hilarious, Boink was getting the shit beat out of him right now. My focus was on getting rid of the Hell Captains. I'll put the call in right now. The sooner we figure shit out, the sooner we can have a nice bonfire. Pipe smirked. Sounds good to me. Wren and I are heading back to the cabin tonight, but just keep me posted on what's going on. I planned on Wren and me hanging out for a bit and then taking the long way back to the cabin. Pipe nodded and pulled his phone out. Hopefully I can give you some answers before you even leave. He strolled out with his phone to his ear, and Nickel turned to me. You really think this shit through, brother? I nodded. That was all I had thought about. Revenge. Justice. You don't know what they did to her, Nickel, but I can tell you to picture the worst scenario and multiply it by the number of members in their club. Nickel hung his head. Jesus Christ, brother. How the hell are you even sitting here right now and not blowing up their clubhouse on your own? Because Wren needs me here right now. It all comes down to Wren and what she needs. The Hell Captains think they have the upper hand right now, but they don't know what is about to hit them. They're hunting Wren, but I'm going to wait till they're all together like sitting ducks and rain down hell on them. Nichols slowly raised his eyes. Whatever you need, you know the club is here for you. I clapped him on the shoulder. I know. I've always been down with whatever the Lords need, and now I'm calling in my favor. Knowing what the Hell Captains had done to Wren infuriated me. The fact that they were stalking her as if she was the one who did something wrong ignited a fire in the pit of my stomach. Each day it burned more intense, waiting for the day I showed them just how calculated and vengeful I was. No one was going to remember who the Hell Captains were because I planned to burn their shit to the ground. No one fucked with me, my club, or Wren.
Chapter 14. Wren. Are we going to talk about the fact that since I last talked to you, you were working at a bar and dating the greatest guy ever, and now you're living with a different guy in an MC? Jezebel didn't know the half of it. You know how it goes. I grabbed my wine cooler and sucked back half of it. No, I don't really know how it goes since my best friend since 7th grade disappears for 4 months and then suddenly surfaces when her boyfriend's club shows up at my door to tell me I'm in danger. Jezebel and I were sitting at the bar while Carmen was in the small kitchen whipping up nachos and a list of other things she said she was craving. Cora and Nikki were giving Jezebel and me space while they played a game of pool. I wanted to call you before they talked to you, but everything happened so fast. Then Maniac didn't tell me you were staying here. Jezebel peeled off the label of her beer. I suppose that one is kind of on me. I was told I couldn't tell you, but you know girl code should have come into play. I waved my hand at her. I couldn't be mad at her. If I would have been told the same thing by some scary bikers, I would have listened to them too. Water under the bridge. A few of the members walked into the main room and milled around. I do have to say, even though Jake and I were thrown into this completely different world, it has been a nice change. My jaw dropped. Say what? I figured you would be shocked and hiding in your room when I came here. Jezebel laughed. Oh, trust me. That first week, Jake and I kept our distance and stayed mostly in our room. Thankfully, I homeschool him, so we were busy doing that, and the guy they had keeping an eye on us is good with Jake. Who? clash, although the more comfortable we got, it seemed like everyone was keeping an eye on us. And that was damn surprising. Even sitting across from Jezebel right now, I could tell she was different from the shy and quiet girl I went to middle school and high school with. You seem like you are okay with this. I, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. There isn't much I can do about it. I'd much rather be here with Jake than at home with a bunch of animals trying to kidnap us. I'm so sorry. God, I was such a bitch. Jezebel seemed okay with everything, but it still was my fault she was even a part of this. She waved her hand at me. Wren, let me tell you something right now. You have nothing to be sorry for. You didn't ask for any of this. Jez, you don't know, though. She put her hand on my knee. All I need to know is they didn't break you, Wren. You're still here, and even though I can tell you are different, I know my friend is still in there. Tears stung my eyes, and I shook my head. I don't know if she is in there, Jez. So many things happened, and I just don't know what to do. She leaned close. Live, Wren. You live each day with both your fingers up in the air to the guy who hurt you, and know you are a strong, badass woman who shouldn't be fucked with. I blinked slowly. What happened to my shy and quiet Jezebel? I whispered. Jez sat back in her stool. Life happened to me, Wren. Just like you. What in the hell did that mean? Jez, did something happen to you? She shook her head. No, nothing like what you are thinking. Just, life isn't exactly easy for a single mom. Throw in a 10-year-old who acts like he's 20, and it's amazing I don't have any gray hairs. I looked over at the pool table. Jake was lining up a shot while Nikki stood next to him. Are you sure he's only 10? He's almost as tall as I am. Jezebel took a long drink. Trust me, that boy is 10. The day I gave birth to him is forever ingrained in my head. It was horrible. I laughed and pointed to Carmen. Don't tell her that. If she hears how miserable birth was, she'll change her mind and try to keep the kid in forever. Why are you pointing at me? Carmen called. Jezebel spun around and held up her glass. I was just telling Wren what a blessing it is to have a kid. I don't even know how Jez was able to say that with a straight face. I busted out laughing before she had the last word out of her mouth. Aw, that's awesome, Carmen cooed. Hopefully you're still here when I have the baby. Carmen cradled her stomach. Like tomorrow. Jezebel gave her a huge smile, then spun back around. Oh, that poor woman is delusional, she laughed.
Who is delusional?
Maniac walked up to Jez and me and rested his hand on the back of my stool. I looked back at Maniac. Carmen? He grinned.
Isn't that something we all knew?
No, she's a bit kooky, not normally delusional, I pointed out.
Splitting hairs, darling.
He draped his arm across my shoulder and leaned close.
You doing okay?
Yeah, I whispered. Surprisingly, I didn't need to lie to him. Hanging out with Carmen, Cora, and Jezebel wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. I had been afraid we wouldn't have anything to talk about, but thankfully, it was like no time had gone by. Jezebel stuck her hand in Maniac's face and smiled. I'm Jezebel, Wren's overprotective friend. Maniac laughed and clenched her hand.
Maniac.
What kind of a name is that? She asked. Lord have mercy. This was an all-new Jezebel I had never seen. Her mama bear instincts were coming out, and she was unleashing them on Maniac.
Mine,
he grunted. Jez rolled her eyes. Obviously. I meant, how did you get a name like that?
It's short for pyromaniac.
That was all he said. Jesus, the man was always talking to me, and now he was giving short answers that didn't really help. Jezebel tilted her head to the side and squinted. That's interesting. I looked up at Maniac and plastered a huge grin on my face. Maniac and Jezebel fighting was not something I wanted. Jez was my best friend, and Maniac was... Well, I'm not sure what he was exactly, but I didn't want them fighting. Did you want a beer? He looked down at me.
No, We'll be leaving soon.
My face fell. Oh, I thought maybe we could stick around for dinner. Maniac glanced at the black over the bar.
It's only 2:30, darlin'. If we stay for dinner, we still have an almost 2-hour ride home.
I hadn't expected to be having such a good time, and now I didn't want to leave. At least, not soon. Can we stay the night here and head back in the morning? He sighed and looked over at Jezebel. I put my hand on his arm. Please, we can leave right away in the morning, or we stay for dinner and drive home. I like being on your bike at night. Bingo. Mentioning liking being on the back of his bike was the thing that did it.
We won't stay the night, but we can stay for dinner.
I beamed up at him. Yay!
Yay,
he grumbled.
I'm gonna grab a beer. You need anything?
I thought you weren't going to drink since you had to drive, Jezebel reminded him. He rolled his eyes.
Guess I'll be having water then.
He pressed a kiss to the side of my head and walked over to the pool table. Do you think maybe you could have been a little nicer to him? Jezebel rolled her eyes. I'm testing him. Jez, you don't need to test him. She shook her head. Yes, I do. You've been through hell, Wren, and I'm not going to stand by and let that happen to you again if I can help it. Well, I loved her for wanting to protect me. I didn't think I needed protecting from Maniac. He's different, Jez. She leveled her stare on me. And how do we know that? I took a deep breath. Because he saved me. He was there when I needed someone. He was there when I did everything I could to push him away. He's just been there, Jez. She slightly tipped her head. I just saw her. I looked behind me. What the hell are you talking about? Here I thought we were having a heart-to-heart, and instead she was watching some chick behind me. No, you putz. I'm talking about you. I saw the old Wren. I don't know what she saw, but she had to be mistaken. When you talked about him, I saw you. I saw you happy. He makes you happy, Wren. How did she see that in the little bit that I had talked about him? I think it's time to cut you off. She rolled her eyes. I'm drinking water. Well, now I had no excuse for why she was talking crazy. Look, Jez, I don't know what you see, but it's probably just a piece of hair in my eye or something. Jesus, she muttered. You don't even know it yet. Know what? I asked. She was all over the place. First, she was talking about seeing the old me, and now she was telling me I didn't know yet. Woman, what on earth are you talking about right now? She laughed and lifted her glass to me. To the fact there is still a little bit of my old Wren inside you. I clinked my bottle against hers, but still had no idea what she was talking about. Cheers? Jezebel smiled. You're gonna be all right, Wren. And I have to say, I think I might actually like that maniac of yours. He's not mine. A smug smile spread across her lips. That's what you think, hun, but from the way he is staring at you right now, I think he sees things a whole lot differently. I spun my chair a bit to get a better view of Maniac. He was leaning against the pool table. His arms were crossed over his chest, and his emerald green eyes were trained on me. I had never thought it was possible, but the man was smoldering. He hasn't taken his eyes off you since he walked away. You mean when you chased him off? Jez shrugged. The man needed to be tested, and from what I can tell, he passed with flying colors. She stood up and set her glass down. Where are you going? There's a 10-year-old's ass I need to kick in pool right now. Mom, come play. I just beat Carmen, Jake yelled. Carmen held up her hands. In my defense, I am pregnant. Get the woman a scooter, Cora called. She's pregnant. Everyone laughed while Carmen scowled. You're all assholes. One of the guys came over and draped his arm over her shoulders. Aw, come on, Captain. We're just giving you a little shit. Carmen rolled her eyes and handed her pool stick off to Jezebel. Well, that's enough shit for me today. I'm going to eat and then take a nap. We just ate like half an hour ago, Nikki pointed out. How in the hell can you be hungry again? I'm not hungry. this little monster is. Carmen pointed to her stomach. Jezebel grabbed the chalk and rubbed some on the end of the pool cue. Now that brings back memories. I used to say the same thing with Jake. The only thing is, I still said it after I had him. Nickel put his arm across Carmen's shoulders.
I'll grab you some food, baby. Why don't you go lay down?
Carmen rested her head on his shoulder and sighed. I love you. I take back all of the things I said about you before.
What are you talking about, woman? He demanded.
She patted his chest. Oh, nothing. Now it was Carmen who was giving Nickel shit.
We'll talk about this while you take a nap.
Carmen pulled out from under his arm and looked up at him. How are we going to talk when I'm trying to sleep?
I'll talk while you sleep, and I'll always be right.
Carmen slugged him on the shoulder. Whatever. Just make sure you put extra sour cream on my nachos. She waddled down the hallway with a wave over her shoulder to everyone. Maniac sat on the stool Jez had been in.
Those two are crazy together.
I shrugged. But they are good together.
True that, darling.
You really not going to drink? I asked him.
Your friend doesn't seem very fond of me right now, so I'm trying to stay in her good graces as much as I can.
He looked over at Jez, who was staring him down.
You want to clue me in on what exactly I did to make her look at me like I killed her cat?
I sighed and swirled my half-empty bottle. I think it's because you're a guy.
That's bullshit. Brinks was telling me she gets along with all the guys, even Wrecker. She managed to get on his good side.
Let me rephrase that. I think it has to do with the fact you are a man and you, well, maybe like me? He ran his fingertips across my cheek.
Ain't no doubt about it. I like you.
I cleared my throat and racked my brain for something to say. Tell him you like him too. Thank you. I cringed and wondered where the hell that had come from. He chuckled.
You're welcome.
I'm an idiot. You know that. He shook his head.
Furthest thing from an idiot.
Can you just let me insult myself? I was an idiot. The guy I liked told me he liked me, and I told him, thank you. Perhaps telling him how I felt would have been a better response. And I like you too. His hand cupped my cheek.
Thank you.
A huge grin spread across his lips, and he couldn't hold it in. Hell, even I had to laugh.
There's my Wren.
I leaned into his hand and had to admit the fact I liked being his Wren.
Chapter 15. Maniac. Can I ask you a question? I looked up from the TV. Always. Could we go out for dinner? Go out? Yeah, like we both get dressed and eat at a restaurant instead of always getting takeout. It was a few days after we had been to Weston, and things had changed. For the most part, they were good changes. I knew Wren liked me, no matter how much he tried to fight it. Every night we ended up in front of the TV. Wren on one end of the couch, me on the other. But by the time it was time for bed, Wren was draped across me, fast asleep. When I would lay her in bed, I was the one who wouldn't let her go now. But each morning she didn't protest or ask me what I was doing there. She was used to me being there, and I had no plans of going anywhere. There's only a couple of places to eat in town. Durham was not a sprawling metropolis with many dining options. Besides, I was rather partial to Wren's cooking. But we can sit down at a table and eat, right? I nodded. There's O'Rourke's Kitchen. Can we go there? I looked at my phone. Yeah, if you want to. They open in half an hour. Wren's eyes bugged out. I have to get ready, like now. She darted into the bathroom and I heard the water turn on. I unmuted the TV and kicked my feet up on the coffee table. This was a change of plans, but I had to say I wasn't against it. Maybe this was just the thing I needed to get Wren fully out of her shell.
Wren. I liked him. No, I liked him. It was like I was a 13-year-old girl with her first crush, and I had no idea what to do. After we had hung out at the clubhouse, Maniac had driven us home, and the almost 2-hour drive gave me plenty time to think. And of course, all I thought about was the man I had my body wrapped around. He was all I thought about. Cora and I had been texting back and forth. She had been trying to convince me to go out with the man, but I had put her off by saying there wasn't anywhere to go. She had called me on my bullshit and said if I didn't ask the man out, then she was going to call him and ask for me. I may have felt like a 13-year-old, but I like to think I was able to get my own dates. My phone dinged, and I knew it was Cora wanting to know if I had chickened out or not. Am I going to have to call him? I rolled my eyes. Damn woman was so nosy. No, I asked. And what did he say? He said sure, and then I ran into the bathroom like my ass was on fire. Was it? Cora was such a dick. I swear she acted more like a guy than some men I had met. No, it wasn't. Leave me alone. Why? I'm the one who helped you score this date. I checked the water temperature with my hand and cranked it a little hotter. I wiped my hand on the towel and tapped out my response. I'm the one who asked him. He has no idea I've been texting you. He could know. You tell him, and I'll never talk to you again. I could just picture the smug look on her face. I knew that Cora wasn't afraid of me. If there were to be a picture next to the word fearless in the dictionary, that picture would be of Cora. You're off the hook this time. How kind of you. Now try to look pretty and don't be a dick. I'll leave the being a dick to you. I tossed my phone on the counter and sighed. Jesus, what in the hell was I thinking asking Maniac if he wanted to go out to eat? I was tempted to go out there and tell him I had temporary insanity and didn't mean anything I had said in the last 5 minutes. Darlin'? My eyes darted to the door, and I sunk down on the lid of the toilet. Yeah? I squawked. We can go 2 towns over if you want. There's a lot more places to eat there. There was a downside and an upside to doing that. The upside was I would be on the back of Maniac's bike longer, but the downside was I would probably be surrounded by a ton more people than if we would just stay in Durham. How about this time we just stay in town? You sure? Yeah, totally. Next time we can go somewhere else. If there was even going to be a next time. Right now, I was just focusing on not hyperventilating. Sounds good. I listened for the tread of his feet to move away from the door, and then released the breath I didn't realize I had been holding in. This had been all my idea. It was only dinner, that's all. Then why did it feel like I was ready to strip naked and prance around the room in front of 100 people? Not that I had ever done that before, but I figured the way I felt right now would be right up there if that's what I was about to do. I quickly showered, trying to keep my mind off the man who was waiting for me, and stepped onto the bath mat. Shit! You okay? It sounded like he was standing right outside the bathroom door. I looked around and realized I had forgotten to grab clothes. Sort of. If I wanted to walk out of the bathroom naked, then I was fucking perfect. You want to expand on that, maybe? He drawled. Are you standing right outside the bathroom door? I was, of course, more curious about him than I was worried about not having any clothes. You yelled when I was walking by, and the cabin isn't that big. All it takes is 20 steps and I'm on the other side of the cabin. He was right about that. I forgot to bring my clothes in with me. Because I ran away like a frightened doe, I added silently. Do you think maybe you can grab some clothes for me? Whatever I pick, you have to wear. I rolled my eyes. It wasn't like I had an extensive amount of clothes with me. Fine, just hurry up. And, I need everything. Everything, he repeated. I grabbed a towel and started drying off my body. Yeah, everything. I heard him chuckle and then his boots moving away from the door. He thought he was going to have fun going through my drawers, but in reality, my bras and panties were boring as hell. After I dried off, I wrapped the towel around my body and twisted my hair up on top of my head. Darlin'. He was right outside the door again. Yeah? You're gonna have to open the door if you want these clothes. Duh, Wren. Okay. I made sure the towel was securely tied around me and took a deep breath. As soon as I opened the door, that same breath was taken away from me when I did a full body scan of Maniac. The tattered and worn jeans he normally wore were replaced by another pair of jeans I had never seen. His feet were encased in the same boots, and a tight white shirt hugged his chest and shoulders. This was basically the same thing the man always wore, but he looked different. Or maybe it was because I was looking at him in a different light. Maniac was the one who had saved me and then kept me safe. But now, he was the one I wanted to kiss and find out what his hands would feel like all over my body. Whoa, Jesus. Shit was changing, and I had no control over it. My body wanted him, and my brain had finally gotten behind the same idea.
You're gonna have to take the clothes, unless you want me to put them on for you.
I lightly shook my head, realizing I was just staring at him. No. At least not yet. Oh, Lord, now my brain was more into it than my body. He handed me the clothes and leaned in close. His lips brushed against my ear, and a shiver ran across my skin.
I'd much rather be the one to take them off later.
Yes. Oh, my Lord, someone put some damn duct tape on my mouth. He chuckled low and pressed a kiss to my neck.
Jesus, Wren,
he whispered. Jesus was right. I grabbed the clothes from him, stepped back in the bathroom, and slammed the door in his face. I needed Jesus right then because I was 5 seconds away from saying fuck dinner and opening the door again to Maniac, but this time with no towel on.
That all you need from me?
For now. I cringed and hoped he hadn't heard me.
I'll get you later.
A chill went up my spine at his words. Damn that man. I looked down at the clothes he had grabbed and silently groaned. He would, of course, dig to the bottom of my bras and panties and find the only somewhat sexy matching set I had packed. A black satin with lime green trimmed bra and a matching pair of black panties with a green tiny bow on them. The clothes he had chosen weren't much better. The towel pooled at my feet and I pulled on the panties and bra. It wasn't that they were overly sexy. It was just they were much sexier than the plain cotton ones I normally wore. The jeans he had picked were fine since they were just jeans after all, but it was the shirt I was not wanting to wear. Before everything happened, I would have worn it without a thought, but now seeing that it was sleeveless, I knew there was no way to hide the scars on my wrist. My pink sweatshirt laid on the floor of the bathroom, and I yearned to pull it on. It was my security blanket. It wasn't that I didn't want Maniac to see the scars because he had seen them tons of times. Especially after I'd gotten out of the hospital. He had been the one to help change the bandages and keep them clean. It was what the scars represented. They were a reminder of a time I wasn't proud of. I pulled the tank top over my head and grabbed the sweatshirt off the floor. I had agreed to wear whatever he gave me, but that didn't mean I couldn't add to it. Maniac was leaning against the small kitchen island with his head bowed and eyes on the screen of his phone when I walked out of the bathroom.
Take off the damn sweatshirt.
I stopped in my tracks. His head was still bent. How did you know? You didn't even look at me. He shoved his phone in his pocket and finally looked up.
Because I know you, darling. I know that shirt terrifies the shit out of you.
Then why the heck did you pick it for me to wear? I demanded. He twisted around and grabbed a leather jacket.
Because you can wear this over it.
Your jacket is too big for me, Maniac. Not that I wouldn't wear it, because I'm sure it smelled like him, and having a scent wrapped around me sounded heavenly. He shook it out and held it up.
It's not mine. I had Carmen pick one up for you.
My jaw dropped. Mine? The jacket was absolutely beautiful. I mean, it was just black leather, but it was mine.
Yeah, I figured you need one if you were going to be on the back of my bike.
I dropped my dirty clothes next to the bed, pulled the pink sweatshirt over my head, and tossed it on the bed. So I can keep the jacket on all night? If he expected me to take it off when we got to the restaurant, he was going to be sorely disappointed.
I know you don't like your scars showing, so yeah, wear it all night. If I can go one night without seeing you in that damn sweatshirt, I'll be a happy man.
I walked across the cabin and grabbed the coat from him. That sweatshirt isn't bad, I mumbled as I pulled on the coat. The leather was soft and buttery, and it fit me perfectly. Oh my God, I moaned as I pulled it tight around me.
Looks good on you.
And it felt good on me, too. Thank you, Maniac.
Dalton.
I looked up at him.
I know I told you I prefer Maniac, but it feels fitting for you to call me Dalton.
A slow smile spread across my lips. "Thank you, Dalton," I whispered. He was right. It did seem right to call him by his real name when he had done something so special for me. It may just be a leather jacket to some, but to me, it was so much more. So much more. I was falling in love with Maniac, and while it was terrifying, it felt right.
Chapter 16. Maniac. Oh my God, I shouldn't have ordered the cheesecake. I could barely close the zipper on my jacket. I chuckled and dropped my keys on the kitchen counter. Wren stripped off her jacket and carefully draped it over the back of the couch. Not like that would have stopped me from wearing it. She flipped off her shoes and ran her fingers through her hair. After we had taken a drive around town, Wren and I ended up at a small Italian place on the edge of town that had only been open for a couple of years. The food was okay, but being there with Wren had made it better. Now it was 9:30, and Wren was a bit tipsy from the wine at dinner. "You said you needed to have it so it would help soak up all the wine." She waved her hand at me and toed off her boots. "The reasoning of a tipsy woman is always iffy. I just wanted the damn cheesecake." She reached for the remote to the TV. "Wait," I called. She looked up at me expectantly. This is where my plan needed to get into motion. I moved to the Bluetooth speaker Wren had brought with her and quickly connected my phone to it. My hand shook as I chose a song and set my phone down. I quickly toed off my boots and turned to look at her. "Dance with me?" She looked around and behind her. "Me?" I couldn't help but smile. "Yeah, darling, you." She wrung her hands together and didn't move. "I can hear you thinking again, Wren." She sighed and took a step toward me. "I'm afraid, Maniac." She stopped and looked at me. "Nothing to be afraid of with me." She sighed and ducked her head. She wasn't going to hide from me, not anymore. I knew she wanted me just as much as I wanted her. I stalked across the room and wrapped her up in my arms. "Just dance." Her arms wrapped around my neck, and we slowly rocked back and forth. "What song is this?" she asked. "Something I heard on the radio the other day." "What's it called?" "In Case You Didn't Know." She smiled. "It's country, but I like it." "It's fittin', darlin'." She laid her head on my shoulder and we swayed back and forth. In that cabin, with just the radio playing and Wren in my arms, I fell in love. Wren was it. She was the one I never wanted to let go of. She was mine.
Wren. Maniac ran his hand up and down my back, and I couldn't help but sigh. A moment I had been terrified of had turned into something amazing. In true Maniac fashion, he had made it wonderful. How a man who called himself Maniac had become the man to calm my mind and take my heart was beyond me. But I had learned not to fight it anymore. "You know how I bitched about hating country music?" He chuckled and nodded. "Yeah, I remember. Is it crazy to say I love it now?" "I've grown pretty fond of it too, darling." I didn't know how Maniac had found all of these songs, but each and every one of them were perfect. Did he really take the time to make this playlist? He sighed. "As much as I would love to tell you yes, I can't. Although I did add that first song myself." I buried my face in his neck and laughed. Such a man answer. "Well, I appreciate that first song." I leaned back and looked up at him. "You remember how you said you wanted me to kiss you when I was ready?" He nodded his head. "I'm ready now." His green eyes darkened to almost black, and he pulled me closer. "It's about damn time." "I didn't want you to think I was easy." "That's the last thing I would ever think about you, Wren. Besides, the good things are always worth fighting for." He brushed my hair behind my ear and caressed my cheek. I leaned up on my tiptoes and he met me halfway. "I've been waiting a lifetime for you," I whispered. I closed the distance between us and pressed my lips to his. One kiss was all it took, and I was putty in his hands. I delved my fingers in his hair and leaned into his body. His lips were magic against mine, giving and taking with each stroke of his tongue and nip of his teeth. Kissing Maniac was more than I ever could have imagined. With each kiss, he put back together a piece of my heart and soul. He was here with me, even though he knew everything I had been through. "Maniac, please," I pleaded. I never wanted the kiss to end. If the world were to stop spinning right then and there, I know I would die in the arms of a man who saw me for who I was and still wanted me. He stole my breath, and I didn't want it back. This man could take my breath, heart, and soul without any complaint from me as long as he never left.
"You with me, darling?"
he asked against my lips. "Yes," I gasped.
"Then hold on."
His hand slid over my butt and cupped the back of my thighs.
"Put your arms around my neck."
I did as he said, and he lifted me up into his arms, my core pressed against his stomach.
"Couch or bed?" he asked.
As long as he didn't stop touching me, I didn't care where we went. "Bed?" I moaned. We would be headed there eventually, so I figured we might as well bypass the couch. He stalked toward the bed and nuzzled my neck.
"This is all yours, Wren. You call the shots, okay?"
I figured this was for both of us. He chuckled and turned his back to the bed.
"It is for both of us. But I want you to know if you want to stop, we will. No questions asked."
I rested my forehead against his and sighed. "Thank you."
"Anything for you."
And the final piece of my heart was finally put back in place. "You think we can get back to kissing and other things?" He did say I was the one calling the shots.
"Yes, ma'am."
He fell back on the bed, his arms wrapped around me, and our bodies pressed together.
"I aim to please."
"Well, you're doing damn good right now," I whispered.
"Kiss me again."
Who was I not to oblige? His hand slid up my side and cupped my breast through my shirt.
"I've dreamed about feeling your body beneath mine."
"How am I supposed to kiss you when you won't stop talking?" I laughed. He leaned in and slid his nose along mine.
"I guess you're just going to have to work harder to shut me up," he growled.
He wanted me to take control. He needed to know this was 100% what I wanted. He needed to know he was exactly what I needed. I pressed my lips against his and slipped my tongue into his warm and inviting mouth. I moaned softly, enjoying the feel of his hands on me while I tasted him. This time, it was me giving him everything I had. The kiss was slow. I wanted to discover every inch of his mouth and remember every second. His hard dick pressed against my core, and I slightly bucked my hips. His large hand roamed back down my body and under my ass. He lifted me, pressing me fully against him.
"My Wren knows how to kiss."
"Yes," I whispered. At least, I knew how to kiss Maniac. I didn't think when he touched me, I just felt. Unhurried, I pulled the hem of his shirt up and he leaned back. I pulled it over his head and tossed it on the floor.
"Like what you see?"
I licked my lips as my eyes traveled over the wide expanse of his chest and all of the tattoos that cover his skin. "It's not bad." He threw his head back and laughed.
"I can always count on you to keep my ego in check, darling."
What does this one mean? I traced my fingers over a heart that looked to be hand-drawn. He looked down and smiled.
"My mom drew that on one of the notes she wrote to my dad."
My fingers froze and I looked into his eyes. This man with the rough voice and brash personality had a heart his mother had drawn on his chest. Really?
"Yeah, I found it when I was cleaning up their house. It wasn't anything special, but you could tell how much they loved each other in those few sentences she had written."
I wish I could have met them. Maniac grabbed my hand and pressed a kiss to my fingertips.
"Me too. She would have loved you."
A soft smile touched his lips. I pulled my hand from his and reached up to wrap my hands around the back of his neck. I pulled myself up and pressed my lips against his. He shifted onto his knees and wrapped his arms around me.
"If I were to die right now, I'd be the happiest man on earth."
"That's sweet, but hopefully this doesn't kill you," I laughed.
"Such a smartass,"
he whispered against my lips. "You like it," I mumbled.
"Damn straight."
His fingers caressed my back slowly and worked my shirt up.
"Arms up."
I slowly raised my arms and leaned back from him. He pulled it over my head and tossed it on the floor by his.
I knew this would look amazing on you.
His hands cupped my breasts and gently squeezed. His eyes connected with mine.
Just tell me to stop whenever, darling.
My hand caressed his cheek. How did I get so lucky?
I'm the lucky one.
He was wrong. I was. To go from hell to absolute heaven was something I would never take for granted. Should we argue about who's more lucky? Because I'm pretty sure I would win. He shook his head.
So damn feisty.
I pressed a finger to his lips. Shh. He nipped at my finger, and his hand slid around my back. He deftly unhooked my bra and smiled.
I told you I would help take these off later. I'm just making good on my promises.
How gentlemanly of you, I purred. He slid the straps down my arms.
We aim to please, darling.
He dropped it, and he sat back. I nervously bit my lip.
Just admiring you. I gotta slow down before I go too fast and scare the hell out of you.
It felt like he was taking an eternity. A little faster would be okay. I cupped my breasts with my hands. I promise to tell you if it's too much. He was a damn saint for trying to go slow, but that was the exact opposite of what I wanted. He didn't need to be told twice. He brushed my hands away and pushed me back on the bed. His hands instantly squeezed my breasts, and he teased my nipples into hard buds.
Son of a bitch, Wren. What in the hell are you doing to me? Nothing is enough. I tell myself I just need to touch you, but now that I'm touching you, I need to know what every inch of your body tastes like.
Then you better get started. I was shameless. Every doubt I had about myself flew out the window when he touched me. His hot, wet mouth covered my nipple, and he gently sucked while his fingers pinched and flicked my other one. My eyes drifted shut, and a low moan escaped my lips. My fingers delved into his hair, and I arched my back. His mouth was like velvet on my skin. I tugged on his hair, silently asking for more. He growled against my breast and snagged the nipple between his teeth. Holy fuck! The bite of pain radiated through my body, and his name was ripped from my lips. Maniac! He released my nipple and sucked it back into his mouth. Sweet baby Jesus, I moaned. The man knew how to use his mouth. His mouth traveled up my chest while his hand moved south.
You doing okay?
More than okay. My body was on fire for him, and he kept fanning the flames with his touch. The name Pyromaniac is very fitting for you, I whispered.
And why is that?
His fingers unbuttoned my pants and slowly slid down the zipper. Because my body is on fire for you.
Maniac. Her words surprised me. Darlin', I choked out. She smiled up at me. Do I have to shut you up again? She laughed. Never satisfied, I chuckled. She rested her hands on my shoulders. Not when it comes to you. She said she was on fire for me. Well, my body was up in flames for her too. The urge to rip her pants off, flip her over, and fuck the hell out of her was consuming me. I couldn't do that to her, though. Wren was calling the shots, and I had to wait for her. I'm gonna take your pants off. A giggle erupted from her lips. I think you need to, since that is the only way this is going to work. Damn it, she was happy. The huge smile on her face was there because of me. She was happy with me. The woman whose eyes were dead when I first met her were now filled with light and happiness. I had helped put it there. She lifted her ass, and I slid the pants down her legs and over her feet. Yours too, she ordered. I looked up at her. It was hard to believe this woman had once felt she couldn't live anymore. You're so fucking beautiful. A blush climbed up her cheeks. You're not so bad yourself, she countered. Can't even take a compliment, I mumbled. I rolled off the bed, worked my pants down my legs, and dragged my socks off too. She leaned up on her elbows. You need to do that slower next time. I'm always up for a show. The things that come out of your mouth lately surprise the hell out of me. You can blame Carmen for that. She told me whenever I'm afraid or the bullshit in my head starts swirling to just say out loud whatever it is bugging me. I was going to have to thank Carmen the next time I saw her. Not only was Wren finally letting go of all that bullshit, she was opening up to me. So are you scared, or is the bullshit swirling right now? She bit her lip. I think this is more of a nervous chatter. Good nervous or bad nervous? The good variety. Her voice was unsure, and her eyes darted to the side. Wren? She looked up at me. You standing there looking all sexy is making the nerves worse, because I think you're judging me even though I'm sure you're not. But now that I said it out loud, the bullshit is starting to swirl. I put a knee on the bed. She held up her hand. Stop! Fuck, she was running. I didn't move because I wasn't sure what was going on in her head. Talk to me, Wren. She gulped and kept her eyes on me. I'm scared because I want this so bad. I shouldn't. Why the hell shouldn't you want this? Her eyes dropped to my chest. Because I'm not. I've been... She trailed off, choking on her words. You think you're not worthy, Wren? You think you don't deserve to be happy? She nodded her head. Her fingers swiped away the tears that were starting to fall. My hatred for the Hell Captains intensified. Even in my bed with Wren, they were still haunting her. Look at me, I rumbled. She shook her head. I'm not what you think I am, Maniac. She looked up at me with tear-stained cheeks. Motherfucker. The light that had been in her eyes was gone. I'm going to sit down next to you, darling. Is that okay? I wasn't sure what had set her off, but I didn't want to make it any worse. She nodded and scooted to the head of the bed. I planted my other knee on the bed and moved to sit in front of her. I longed to touch and comfort her, but I knew her wall was firmly up right now. Talk to me, I said again. She shook her head. I can't say it out loud. I clenched my fists in my lap. You can tell me anything, Wren. You know I won't judge you for what happened. She shook her head faster. You'll think I'm a slut. My hatred for the Hell Captains burned all the way up to my throat. They had put that thought in her head. They had made her feel something she wasn't. Why would I think that? She looked up at me, her eyes soulless. Because I liked it sometimes. Not all of the time, hardly any of the time. But there were times I couldn't control my body. The words rushed out of her mouth, and a fresh set of tears cascaded from her eyes. I'm not... I slowly closed my eyes. I was going to kill every one of those fuckers one by one, and then burn their clubhouse to the ground.
Chapter 17. Wren. I was disgusting. He couldn't even look at me anymore. He loves you. I pushed the thought out of my head. No one could love me after knowing that. I had been taken against my will time and time again, and my body had liked it sometimes. I had tried to fight it, but I couldn't. I closed my eyes and tried to fight off the wave of nausea that overcame me whenever I thought about it. I love you. And now I was hallucinating. My brain was really twisted because I swore Maniac had just told me he loved me. Wren, open your eyes. I shook my head and clenched my eyes shut. I couldn't open them and see the look of disgust on his face. When I left here, I wanted to remember Maniac looking at me with love in his eyes, not this. His fingers grabbed my hands and I tried to pull away. Please don't do this, Maniac. You can leave. Don't think you have to stay. Open your fucking eyes, he growled low. He was upset. I should have known. Maniac wasn't the type of man you lied to. I'm so sorry, I sobbed. I opened my eyes, but the tears glassed everything over. I'm so sorry, I repeated. He gathered me in his arms and pulled me into his lap. I couldn't fight him. My sobs racked my body and I couldn't stop crying. Shh, Wren, you gotta breathe for me, darling. I shook my head, unable to get any words out. He held me in his lap, rocking me gently. I curled into his embrace, knowing this would be the last time he would touch me. I needed to soak it all in and live off this memory for the rest of my life. Wren, I love you. You gotta get a grip. I ignored his words. He was just trying to get me calmed down enough so he could leave. He was a good guy who wouldn't leave me sobbing on the floor. He loves you, Wren. That wasn't possible.
You didn't like what they did to you, Wren. That was just your body responding, but you didn't like it.
But why did I feel like that? I hiccuped.
You didn't feel what you think you did.
He didn't understand it. There were moments where it felt good.
Did you love any of them, Wren?
What? Of course not.
Did you even remotely like any of them?
Not at all. I didn't want to have sex with them.
Then you didn't fucking like it.
He ran his fingers through my hair.
You've got it twisted in your head, darling. That was just a reaction that your body liked.
I hiccuped again and buried my face in his neck. You can't love me.
Too late.
I shook my head. I thought I was doing good, that they didn't have any control over me anymore.
They don't have control over you, Wren. Everything you are feeling is normal, and by getting it out, it's helping you to heal.
Why are you such a good guy? Guys like Maniac didn't exist. They were only found in movies and books where the virgin, untouched girl falls into the arms of the hero. This wasn't a movie or a book. This was my fucked up life where the happy ending wasn't in my cards anymore.
I'm not a good guy, Wren. Except for when it comes to you. You're ashamed of what happened to you. But there are things in my life I've done and will do that are just as bad. And the thing of it is, I chose to do those things. You didn't choose any of this for you.
I let his words sink in. I had screamed no 100 times, each and every time. I had pleaded and begged for them to stop. There hadn't been anything else for me to do. I didn't want any of it, I whispered. Realization dawned on me. I tilted my head back to look at him. I didn't want it. He brushed back my hair.
I know, darling. I know.
I laid my head back on his shoulder and sighed. Well, that really ruined the mood. His body shook under me.
We'll get the mood back another time. I think we needed to get that out of the way.
And we did. A weight had been lifted off my shoulders. There wasn't anything more to tell Maniac. It was all out there. And he hadn't turned away or pushed me away. I had given it to him, and he had made it better. I didn't ask for any of this. I wasn't at fault for it. And I was still worthy.
Maniac. Her chest silently rose and fell. It was 3:30, and she had fallen asleep hours ago. Telling me everything had exhausted her. She had given me everything now, and while she was healing, I was raging. The Hell Captains didn't know what was about to hit them. They had messed with the wrong woman. Now I was coming for them.
Chapter 18. Wren. Can you grab me the milk? Maniac opened the fridge.
Anything else you need?
I looked at the 3 bags of cheese, brick of cream cheese, and pile of crispy bacon. Nope, that should be it. I was making my delicious bacon mac and cheese for Maniac. He had mentioned in passing he missed his mom's mac and cheese, so I decided I would make him my own. I'm sure it wouldn't be as good as his mom's, but hoped it would come in a close second. It had been 5 days since my breakdown. Maniac kept his distance, but I could tell the only reason he did was because he didn't want me to spiral out of control again. I couldn't really blame the guy. He set the milk down next to me and peeked over my shoulder.
That's a lot of fucking cheese.
The overuse of the word fuck had annoyed me before, but now it had become something I liked about Maniac. I knew when he used the word, he meant it passionately. Right now, he was excited about the amount of cheese I was using. His front brushed against my back, and I slightly stepped back. His arm wrapped around my waist.
Whoa there, darling.
He had thought I had lost my balance, when really I wanted to feel his body against mine. I turned my head and inhaled his scent. The arm he had wrapped around me tightened.
What are you doing?
I missed you. I had. We had become close, brushing against each other, touching for no reason, and that had all changed. I wanted it back.
I've been right here.
I shook my head. You've been here. But I want you here. I twisted around and wrapped my arms around his neck. Kiss me. He looked down at me, unsure. Every doubt he had about us was written on his face. Wow. Now I know what you mean when you say you can hear me thinking.
Get out of my head, woman, he grumbled. I just want to know for sure this is what you want. I can wait for you as long as it takes, Wren.
I ran my fingers through his hair. Kiss me.
Fuck it,
he growled. His lips crashed down on mine. All the tension from the past 5 days disappeared, and it felt like I was finally home. My fingers gripped and tugged at his hair while his hands roamed over my back. Maniac, I gasped against his lips.
Fuck, Wren. Just fuck.
There was my favorite word out of his mouth. His hands gripping my ass, and he lifted me up to the counter. Cheese went flying, and the milk fell into the sink. Neither of us cared. I spread my legs wide, and he wedged his body in between.
You okay?
I nodded and rested my arms on his shoulders. I'd be better if you were kissing me.
So demanding, he mumbled against my lips.
You like it.
Damn fucking straight I do.
His lips possessed mine, giving me what I had been craving. His tongue stroked mine, and my hands delved into his hair, holding on while my overwhelming desire took over. Small moans and gasps escaped my lips as his hands roamed over my back. He pulled my shirt over my head.
Best fucking sight I've ever seen in my life.
His voice was rougher than usual, and his eyes were hooded with desire and lust for me. I ran my hands over his chest. Take yours off. His shirt went sailing through the air before I even had the last word out of my mouth.
You need to turn the stove or anything off? He asked.
I shook my head. I hadn't started yet. I had other plans. He chuckled and rested his hands on my waist.
Is that so? Are you trying to take advantage of me right now, Miss Glass?
I batted my eyelashes. Would you be offended by that?
Pretty sure you could do whatever you wanted to me as long as your shirt is off and your endgame is being naked with me.
That sounds like a pretty good ending to me, I whispered. My lips felt bruised from his kisses, but I wanted more.
Whatever you want, darling.
My breath caught when his mouth touched my nipple and his hands palmed my ass.
Bed,
he growled against my skin. He hoisted me up into his arms, his mouth never leaving my breast. My legs work, I gasped as he tossed me on the bed. I watched as he kicked off his boots and took off his pants.
I like carrying you around.
He crawled up from the end of the bed and covered my body with his.
Is that okay with you?
A sigh escaped my lips. I suppose it is, if you insist. He shook his head and chuckled.
I think some of that goofiness of your friends is wearing off on you.
I threw him a wink. Hate to break it to you, handsome, but every woman has a bit of goofy in her. If they say they don't, they're lying. I leaned up on my elbows and watched as his hands swirled circles on my stomach.
Not really interested in other women anymore.
I hummed under my breath. Good answer. I gasped as he leaned down and pressed kisses to my breasts, while his fingers unhooked the button on my jeans.
You have too many clothes on, he mumbled.
Hate when that happens, I whispered.
Don't worry, I'll handle this.
He deftly took off my pants, his touch leaving me for barely a second before he was back on top of me. That was rather impressive. You managed to get the panties, too, I giggled. He kissed me hard and deep, then his mouth went from mine, across my cheek to my ear, and I pressed my body up to him. My fingers dug into his back, and another moan escaped my lips.
So fucking responsive,
he whispered in my ear. His hand trailed down my stomach swiftly and was suddenly cupping my mound. His touch was light, and his eyes locked with mine. I turned my head and touched the tip of my tongue to his ear. I'm yours.
God damn it, Wren,
he groaned. His fingers parted the lips of my pussy and gently circled my clit. His lips crashed down on mine. This kiss was not light, gentle, or sweet. It was greedy and demanding, taking what he wanted, and I was left panting with need. His fingers deftly stroked my clit, driving me to the brink of desire. Faster, I panted. He kissed down my neck and over my breasts while his fingers sped up. Is this what you want, darlin'? Damn it, but I loved when he called me darlin'. Yes, I moaned. Whatever Maniac wanted to give me, I would take. I want more. More what? He demanded. More of you. I want all of you. His eyes connected with mine. Tell me exactly what you want. I want you inside me. I swallowed hard. I want your cock. The words left my mouth, and I didn't even blush. I wanted him so bad I was ready to shout from the rooftops I wanted his cock. His eyes held mine and kept hold while he positioned himself between my legs and stroked his cock between us. I need to hear it again, Wren. I need you, Maniac. I want you and only you, I pleaded. My voice was strained, and I was ready to come all over his hand. An animalistic groan ripped from his lips. My badass alpha was ready to come out and play. You're mine. He plunged deep inside me, his eyes still holding mine. You'll always be mine, he vowed. His eyes trailed down my body and watched his dick slowly plunge in and out. Watch me take you. I watched him sink slowly into me, fighting the desire to let my eyes drift shut. All I wanted to do was float on the pleasure he was giving me. Good God, I was about to come. Not even 30 seconds in, and I was about to fly apart. You feel so fucking good. His words surrounded me, and my eyes drifted shut. I couldn't fight it. My back arched, and I wrapped my arms around his neck, pulling him close to my lips. I'm so close, I whimpered. Hurry! My need was frantic, and Maniac was the only one who could calm me. I lifted my hips, encouraging him to go faster and deeper. His hand trailed down between our bodies, seeking out my clit. I shoved my face in his neck, unable to take much more. I held on as my desire broke, and my orgasm crashed over me. Maniac's hand drifted up my thigh, and then he lifted my legs so the back of my knees were hooked in the crooks of his elbows. My legs spread wide as he loomed over me, and I sucked in a deep breath. His eyes connected with mine while the traces of my orgasm ebbed, and I got to watch. I watched the man who had saved me, fought for me, and now loved me. I held my breath as I watched the raw hunger and desire that consumed his face. Maniac, I breathed out. I didn't know how he was doing it, but I was going to come again. He slowed his pace. Jesus Christ, the man was going to be the death of me. I wasn't sure I could take much more. He plunged back into me. My pussy tightened around him, milking his cock. Holy fuck, he growled between gritted teeth. In and out. With each glide, my desire built until I exploded around him again. Yes, 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 I screamed. He let go of my legs, his body falling on top of me, and drove into me, faster and faster. His jaw clenched, and he buried his face in my neck. A low growl rumbled from his chest as he emptied his cum inside me. Wow. Holy wow. Wren, he gasped as he tried to catch his breath. Yeah, I whispered. That was... fuck. He dropped his body to the side and cradled me in his arms. That was fuck? I giggled. Boy, Maniac sure did have a way with words. You got me speechless, darlin'. I rolled on my side, pressed a kiss to his lips, and dropped my head onto his shoulder. You okay? He asked, his tone concerned. I tilted my head back. Never been fucking better. His body shook under me as he threw his head back and laughed. There had never been a better moment than the one we were in, to use Maniac's favorite word. Damn it, I can barely breathe right now after the workout you just put me through. Try to hold off on being funny for 10 minutes. He reached down and grabbed the covers. He pulled them over us, and I relaxed into him. I didn't even make it 10 minutes before I was fast asleep. I didn't dream because why did I need to? Maniac was the man of my dreams, and he was sleeping right next to me.
Chapter 19. Maniac. Yo. Freak got back to me. This was the phone call I had been fucking waiting for. A week had passed since we had decided to go after the Hell Captains, and this was the first I had heard from Pipe. And? He said they meet every Wednesday. Parking lot fills up with bikes by 6, and then they start leaving around 8. That would give us plenty of time to get in there, burn the fucker down, and then be gone before the fire department showed up. That only gives us 2 days to get ready. Pipe laughed. We are ready, brother. While you've been playing house, the guys and I have gotten everything we'll need to blow the fucker up. Brinks had an old military friend that was able to hook us up with a couple of pounds of C4. I whistled low. Holy fuck, brother. We want to level the clubhouse, not the whole fucking block. Freak said there isn't much around the clubhouse. An abandoned factory on one side and an empty parking lot on the other. We should be good with what we have and not have to worry about pedestrians. What about a detonator? Ye of little faith, he chuckled. We got that too. Brinks said we can be 4 blocks away to set it off. When that shit blows up, no one will be able to put us at the scene. Pipe had thought of everything. This is why I loved the Fallen Lords. No matter what was going on, we all had each other's backs. Who's all wanting to come Wednesday? Nickel can't come because Carmen is about to pop any fucking day. Clash and Slayer are already there. So myself, Brinks, and Boink will ride with you. Wrecker has shit going on with the Ultra and won't be back till Sunday. You think the 5 of us are going to be enough? I asked. I trusted everyone with my life, but the more people we had with us, the better. I can make a call to Snapper and Warrior and see if they can head to the clubhouse to go with us. Snapper and Warrior were nomads who couldn't seem to stay in one place for long, but they belonged to the Fallen Lords. Normally, they checked in with Wrecker. Hopefully they're not too far away. I'll call right now. That gives them 2 days to get their asses here. If need be, I'll have Wrecker call them. You know everyone comes running for Wrecker. That was because Wrecker was one of the biggest assholes out there, but he was also a guy you didn't want to be on the wrong side of. Sounds good. Wren and I will head to the clubhouse Wednesday morning. I'm hoping I won't have to tell her what's going on, but you know how these chicks can be. Tell me about it, brother. Thankfully, Nikki is distracted by fixing up the house. But once she gets word most of the club is heading out, she's going to know something is up. I ran my fingers through my hair and looked out the back door. Wren was sitting in one of the rocking chairs reading a book. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Call me if anything else comes up. Otherwise, we'll see you Wednesday around noon. I disconnected the call and leaned against the counter. Things were finally starting to fall into place to get rid of the pieces of shit. Things between Wren and me were fucking fantastic. My nights of sleeping on the couch or praying she wouldn't kick me out of the bed were done and over. Hell, the past few days we had barely left the bed. And if we weren't in bed, we were on the couch watching TV, which always led us back to the bed. She looked up from the book she was reading and waved to me. How the hell I had been so lucky to get this woman in my life was beyond me. It was a bumpy road to finally get over all the fucked up shit the captains had done to her, but I thought we finally made it far enough down the road that things were taking a good turn. I grabbed a beer, then one of her frou-frou drinks, and pulled open the sliding glass. You lonely without me out here, darlin'? I drawled. She eyed the bottle in my hand and reached out for it. No, you just read my mind that I needed a drink. I held the bottle to my chest and shook my head. I think I'll just keep this one for myself. She rolled her eyes. You think you could put the alpha away for a little bit? You and that alpha shit, I muttered. Sounds like you're calling me a wolf or something. I'll stop saying it if you hand me my drink. I sat down in the chair next to her, but held the drink away from her. How do you feel about moving back to Weston? Her jaw dropped. What? Things are going to be wrapping up with the Hell Captain soon, and after that happens, we won't have to hide out here anymore. She looked around the backyard and sighed. Is it weird to say I'm going to miss this place? I know it's tiny, but it's really become my home. Not weird. This place is special to me, too. I forgot how much I missed coming here. This is where you grew up? I nodded and handed the drink to her. On the weekends. During the week, we lived over Mom's flower shop. That is why you have a rose on your shoulder. I nodded. It was my mom's favorite flower. She always had vases of them around the house. That's beautiful, Maniac. She giggled. Although, I feel like I should call you Dalton when we're talking about your parents. Before I told you my name, I hadn't heard it in over 10 years, before I joined the Lords. She closed her book and set it on the grass. What do you think your parents would think of you being a part of the Fallen Lords? Honestly, I had never thought of what they would think. My mom and dad were some of the nicest people around, but I really don't know what they would have thought. She leaned her head back in the chair. What does them being nice have to do with the fact of you being an MC? They liked everyone. Didn't matter who you were or where you were from. Then I think they would have been okay with it, right? I looked out into the woods. I guess you're right, darling. She cleared her throat. Do you think they would have liked me? I looked at her and smiled. Pretty sure my mom would have loved you, and my dad would have told me I was one lucky son of a bitch to land you. Land me? She giggled. I think I really would have liked your mom and dad. They were good people. She sighed heavily. My mom was an alcoholic, and I never knew who my dad was. She always told me it was between these two guys, but both of them had overdosed before I was able to figure out which one it was. When she had a job, I never saw her, and when she would get fired, which was always inevitable, I still didn't see her. Booze was always more important than I was. I always wished for a mom and dad who wanted me. I reached out and threaded my fingers through hers. I'm sure she wanted you, darling. She laughed and shook her head. Sure. She wanted me to keep the apartment clean and to cook. Damn it. Wren had a shit life before she had met me. You had Jezebel, and then you had Cora, though, right? A smile crossed her lips. Those two were the only good things I had in my life for a long time. Jezebel always let me stay at her house when my mom would disappear. Her mom and dad never asked questions. Just pulled out the air mattress, fed me for about a week, and then I would go back home. I'm sure they knew something was going on, Wren. She rolled her head to the side and looked at me. They did. The whole school knew about my mom, who she was, and what she would do for her next drink. Pretty sure if Wren's mom were still alive, I would have swung by her house and stuck a little C4 in her basement. How old were you when she died? 19. I was working 3 jobs to pay the rent and her bar tab. Once I hit that golden age of 18, she saw me as nothing more than a paycheck, quit her job and told me it was time for me to start paying the bills since she had done it the past 18 years. Jesus Christ, I muttered. He didn't help me, she laughed. Nobody helped me besides Cora when I moved to River Valley. But you got me now, plus everyone back at the clubhouse. She would always have me, and as long as I was a lord, they would always have her back. I know. I was just having a pity party for some reason. You having amazing parents made me take a trip down memory lane that I normally don't take. I tugged on her hand. Stand up. What? Why? She asked. Because you're too far sitting all the way over there. She stood up, walked the 3 steps to my chair, and fell into my arms. Is this better, Dalton? She pursed her lips, and I think she tried to look sexy, but instead looked like she needed to take a trip to the bathroom. 3 things. I held up 1 finger. Don't make that face again. I can't decide if you need to take a shit or if you're trying to look like a dying fish. She slapped me on the shoulder and laughed. I'm not sure I want to hear what the other 2 things are you want to tell me if that was the first one. I added another finger. 2. Whenever you're not in my arms, you're too far away. That was way better than the first one. She sighed. I added 1 last finger. And 3. With all that shit that happened to you in the past with your shitty parents and the Hell Captains, I can promise you nothing like that will ever touch you again. Before you, the club was my life, but since you fell into my life, everything has changed. Maniac, the club is still your life. I pressed a finger to her lips. It is, but now so are you. I just want you to know nothing will ever be more important to me than you. Not even your bike? She snickered. The bike is a close second, but if it came down to it, I cringed and thought hard about what I was going to say. You come before the bike. She threw her hands up in the air and hooted. That is huge! I know how much you bikers love your bikes. I grabbed her arms and wrapped them around my neck. Yeah, but I love you more than my bike. Damn it, Maniac. I had gone 4 days without crying. Why did you have to go and mess it up? She wiped her face with the back of her hand. I'm leaking. Don't look. I vowed you wouldn't have to watch me cry ever again. I hate to break it to you, darling, but you're a crier. No, I'm not, she sobbed. You just can't out of nowhere tell a girl you love her more than your bike. That is huge. You know what would be even huger? That's not a word, she mumbled. I rolled my eyes. Yeah, it is, because I just said it. You know what would be even huger? I repeated. What would be even bigger, Maniac? If you would actually say out loud you love me too. I've said it, she insisted. I shook my head. Bullshit, Wren. Those words have never come out of your mouth. Yes, they did. Just this morning I said them. Now she had me thinking maybe I was missing it. When was that? When I woke up. I blinked once. Darling, you were awakened in the kitchen making coffee before I even opened my eyes. I know. She reached around and rubbed her back. That mattress is kind of worn, Maniac. I think you should replace it if you want to spend any more time here. Stop avoiding what we were talking about, Wren. I'm not. We're talking about mattresses. Jesus Christ. When Wren didn't want to talk about something, she really didn't want to talk about it. Fine, whatever you want. You don't want to say it out loud, then that's fine. She twirled her hair around her finger and smiled. Can we go mattress shopping before we leave for Weston? Lord help me. This woman was going to drive me crazy. But man, did I love her.
Chapter 20. Wren. This morning?
Yes.
What? Maniac rolled his eyes.
We're headed back to the clubhouse, Wren.
But we're coming back though, right?
To pack up the rest of our shit? Yes. To live? No.
I looked around the small cabin that had become my home. But where am I going to live? He looked up from the bag he was packing full with his clothes.
With me.
With you where?
At the clubhouse for now, and if you want to get our own place, we can do that. I really don't care what we do as long as we're in Weston.
Weston, a town I had only lived in for a week, and now it was going to become my home. I don't want to stay in your room.
Why the hell not?
He demanded. He was getting mad at me. I didn't like it. This morning he had sprung on me we were going to Weston, and I was just expected to nod my head and smile. Because I tried to kill myself in the bathroom, asshole. My words came out harsher than I had wanted. He brushed my words off.
Then we'll stay in one of the other rooms, or, if we have to, we'll get a hotel for a bit till we can find somewhere else to live.
I didn't understand the urgency he had to get back to Weston. Just yesterday, we had lounged around the cabin, went to dinner in town, and spent the night making love. What had changed from the time we had fallen asleep to now?
I left you some room in the bag. Just pack what you need for a couple of days and we can come back for the rest.
Something was different with him. He was distracted and wasn't able to focus on anything. Tell me what's going on. He laid the backpack on the bed.
Nothing is going on. I just have to get back to Weston to take care of some club business.
The club business seemed to be taking care of itself in the past couple of months. Why do you suddenly have to take care of it? He shook his head.
You know I can't talk about this with you, Wren. You're not part of the club.
What happened to you saying you loved me more than the club?
This has nothing to do with love.
My heart dropped at his words. Then what does it have to do with?
It has to do with things you don't need to know. Why can't you just accept that?
Because I guess I'm not good with being bossed around like a sheep?
You're not a sheep, Wren.
He moved into the kitchen area.
Make sure you wear a jacket. We're taking the bike because I need it tonight.
What's tonight? I asked. I looked down at the space left in the backpack. I was going to maybe be able to fit one set of clothes if I was lucky.
Club business.
I turned from the bed and watched him pull his gun from his waistband. Club business that involves a gun? I wasn't okay with what was going on. Whatever he had to do tonight was dangerous if he needed his gun.
You know I always have my gun on me if we go anywhere.
Yeah, to protect me. Something tells me I won't be going with you for this club business. He shook his head.
You're staying with Nickel and the other girls.
How come Nickel gets to stay back and you have to go?
He slammed his hand down on the counter. "Damn it, Wren! Why the hell can't you accept anything I'm saying?" I jumped back and held my hand to my chest. He's never hit me, but my heart raced in my chest and my breath caught. "Shit," he muttered. Yeah, shit was right. The man who I had fallen in love with and thought would never hurt me had just scared the living shit out of me. He moved toward me, but I put my hand up. He stopped in his tracks. I didn't know what to do. My heart told me Maniac would never hurt me, but my head yelled at me I had thought the same thing about Rack. "Wren, I'm sorry. I didn't—" I shook my head. I didn't want excuses. I didn't want any of this. I was just asking simple questions. He dropped his arms to his sides. "Wren, they may be simple questions, but the answers to them are far from simple." Is this what being with you is going to be like when we get back to the club? Have the past 2 months been a facade? It's all been fake, hasn't it? A sob worked its way up my throat, but I held it in. I wasn't going to cry, not again. "Nothing has been fake, Wren." "Then what in the hell was that?" He looked back at the island like it was going to give him the answer he needed. "That was me being human, Wren. I can't tell you what is going on. It's safer if you don't know. You kept asking me questions I can't answer." Bullshit. You can answer them, Maniac, but you and your club have to keep secrets. Secrets you say could hurt me, but who really knows what is going to hurt someone? He hung his head. "Damn it, Wren. I don't know what to do right now." He was trying to be with me, but he also needed to stay true to his club. You're the one who told him he couldn't give up his club. I had told him that, but I had never expected his club to come between us. I don't like what is happening right now. I promised to you I would always keep you safe no matter what, that all of the bullshit that touched you before would never get close to you again. Tonight, I'm doing everything I possibly can to make that happen. "You're going after the Hell Captains tonight," I whispered. Why didn't I realize that before? While Maniac and I had been playing house in the cabin, the Hell Captains had been looking for me. How insane was it I had been able to forget about them for the most part? "Yes, Wren. Just please don't ask any other questions, because I'm not going to answer them. I don't want to argue with you over something that is going to be over by the time you wake up in the morning." I clutched my hand to my chest. But what if something happens to you? What if the Hell Captains got a jump on Maniac and he didn't come back to me? "Nothing is going to happen to me." I shook my head. "You can't go, Maniac. I can't let you. The Hell Captains took so much from me. I'm not going to give them the chance to take you away from me, too." The tears were coming. The thought of losing Maniac was too much to bear. Arguing with him I could handle, but knowing he might not come back to me was too much. He closed the short distance between us and wrapped me up in his arms. "Only you could go from wanting to leave me to crying about losing me in 2 seconds. "I wasn't going to leave you," I hiccuped. "Well, I would if you tried to hit me, but I know you won't do that. I was being really naggy with my questions." I had been a dog trying to get a bone. I wasn't going to give up until I got the answers I wanted. Now I had an inkling of what those answers might be. I wanted to take everything back. Not knowing what Maniac was walking into tonight would have been better than knowing that when he left me tonight, he might not be coming back. He rubbed his hand up and down my back. "There went your record for not crying. You'll have to try again tomorrow." I should have kneed him in the nuts for making fun of me, but it was sadly true. Maybe I should count by hours. That would give me a bigger number and I would feel better. "You could try that, darling. If that doesn't work, you can always try minutes, if not seconds." I couldn't help but laugh. "I'm supposed to be mad at you." I buried my face in his neck and inhaled his familiar scent. Was it possible to think of a person as being home? I didn't want to go back to Weston, but I knew as long as Maniac was with me, I would be okay. Home was wherever he was. "Are you sure I can't come with you tonight?" His body shook like he was laughing. I leaned back and looked into his eyes. "You can't come tonight. Carmen has a huge girls' night planned for you, Nikki, Cora, and Jezebel." "What about Alice?" I asked. I missed the crazy girl. "You'll have to ask Nikki. Nickel was the one who told me who would be there."
Are they there because they want to be there, or because you guys are making them be there so they don't get in the way of whatever you're doing tonight? I was going to have to work my angle a little differently if I was going to find out exactly what Maniac was up to tonight.
A little bit of both.
So you're making them be there, but they want to be there? Maniac nodded.
Yes, that's it exactly.
So, now you tell me what you are doing tonight, and then I'll pack. He opened his mouth like he was going to answer, then shut it.
Nice try, darlin', but that isn't going to work on me. Pack, drink a couple cups of coffee, and then we leave.
I sighed and looked at the bag on the bed. You promise we'll be back in 2 days to get the rest of my things? I hadn't brought a lot of stuff with me, but I knew not everything was going to fit in that bag.
2 days max, he promised.
I resigned myself to the fact I wasn't going to be able to get any more info out of Maniac and that we were headed back to Weston for good. Can we at least take the long way back to Weston? It wasn't much, but the thought of being on the back of Maniac's bike a little bit longer than normal sounded like heaven. A smile spread across his lips.
Now that is something I can say yes to.
More time on the back of Maniac's bike was something to be happy about. The rest of the things I was worried about would work themselves out on their own. I had to believe what Maniac had said was true. He was going to keep me safe no matter what. I just prayed he made it back to me tonight. Life without Maniac was not something I wanted to think about. Chapter 21. Wren. Girl, why don't you smile? You look mad all the time. Jezebel slowly turned to Cora. Excuse me? Cora waved her hand drunkenly in front of her face. What's going on here? With my face? Cora nodded her head. Yeah, it's my face, Cora. She nodded and held up her glass to Jezebel. To resting bitch face. Did we just become best friends? Jezebel asked. Because, girl, your resting bitch face game is on point. We were drunk. Well, everyone was drunk except for Carmen, who was getting drunk on cake. Yes, Carmen had made a cake to celebrate our girls' night in. A cake which none of us were allowed to eat since we got to drink and Carmen didn't. Just give me one bite, Nikki pleaded with Carmen. I'll let you smell my wine. Carmen wrinkled her nose. No. Smelling wine isn't as good as tasting it. Let me smell your cake. And this is what our night had become. Nikki begging Carmen to smell her cake, and Cora and Jezebel bonding over the fact they both had resting bitch face. If Alice were here, she would have rounded out our group of weirdos. Hey, I called. Where is Alice? I hung out with her in wherever it is she lives. I was in a wine cooler fog at the moment and could barely remember my own name. And she was hilarious. Do you know she travels with her own blender? A blender? Cora asked. That does sound like something that bitch would do. Aw, I cooed. You called her a bitch. You must really like her. Cora waved her hand at me. You're a lightweight, Wren. I could always drink you under the table. Nikki leaned back and looked at her feet. I don't know about that, Cora. I don't see either of you under the table. Jezebel rested her elbows on the table. I has a question. Who would be under the table if Cora could drink her under the table? Are both of them under the table drinking? Or is Cora sitting on top of the table because she's king of the table because she drank more than Wren? Carmen's fork froze midair. Nikki's jaw dropped and Cora's eyes bugged out. None of us knew the answer. Carmen should have been the one to decipher the saying since she wasn't drunk, but Jezebel had even stumped her.
This is what you guys talk about when you drink?
We all turned to Nickel, who was sprawled out on the couch watching TV. If you're the smart one, then why don't you answer the question, Skipper? Yes, Nickel was now nicknamed the Skipper because he couldn't be the captain since that was Carmen. He wasn't really happy with any of us right now.
Wren is on the floor because she passed out. Cora is still drinking. That's what it means.
In unison, we all logged in awe. Nikki wagged her finger at Carmen. You got yourself a smart skipper there, Captain. Carmen shoved the bite of cake in her mouth and pretended to curtsy. Why, thank you. I'm rather fond of him. You should be, since he made you blow up like a house. Nikki slapped her hand over her mouth. "I'm so sorry," she mumbled. Cora and Jezebel cackled like a bunch of hens while I took a long drink to keep myself from laughing. Carmen rubbed her stomach. "I really can't argue with you on that one. I think I surpassed House and am now the size of a semi." Cora shook her head. "You're not tall enough to be a semi." Oh, the logic that was spewing out of our mouths tonight.
Oh my God, I would kill for a damn beer right now.
Poor Nickel wasn't allowed to drink since he was on duty of keeping us safe. He said there were 3 other members at the clubhouse, but we had yet to see them. From what I understood, they were keeping an eye on things that we didn't need to know about. More things I didn't need to know about. After Maniac had scared the hell out of me at the cabin, we made up. I drank 3 cups of coffee, and then we headed to the clubhouse. When we had gotten here, Maniac had switched rooms with one of the prospects. After I changed the sheets and gave the room a good scrub down, I felt I could stay in the room without getting scabies or herpes. Cora's head rolled back, and she held her arms up in the air. "I love you, bitches." And Cora was tanked. When she started shouting her love for any and everything, she was gone. We all shouted that we loved her too. "Another round?" I asked. Nikki shook her head. "Pipe is going to be mad if I get any more drunk." "You're telling me your man doesn't let you drink?" Cora asked. No. He doesn't care if I drink. He just doesn't like it when I get so drunk that I can't even tell what color hair I have." Jezebel squinted. "I don't think I've ever been that drunk. My hair is brown." "Your hair is red," Nikki sputtered. Jezebel's jaw dropped, and she picked up a strand of hair to examine. "Holy shit, it is!" She held her hair close to her face like she had never seen it before.
Oh my God,
Nickel groaned. Cora beat her hand on the table and struggled to breathe through her laughter. Carmen shoveled more cake into her mouth and shook her head. "All we need is Alice here and the idiot circle would be complete." "Hey," Nikki protested, "you're part of that circle too." Carmen pointed her fork at Nikki. "I'm the captain of that damn circle." Nikki saluted her. "So, who's this Alice?" Jezebel asked.
"She's insane," Nickel called. "She wears cow print."
"You're never going to let her live that down, are you?" Nikki asked.
"No, because I'm 99% sure she would do it again and again."
Nickel shook his head and turned up the volume on the TV. "She mentioned something about having to take care of her mom when I talked to her. It was a miracle I remembered anything about the day except for the fact that she had a blender with her." Nikki nodded. "Yeah, she mentioned that to me too, and I know with quitting the diner they haven't been able to get anyone to stay on for more than a couple of days before they quit. We should go kidnap her. I want to meet the elusive crazy-as-a-bat Alice." Jezebel stood up and tossed back the rest of her wine. "Who's driving?"
No. Nickel jumped up from the couch. "No one is kidnapping anyone. That shit is not happening while I'm in charge."
"How cute," Carmen laughed. "He thinks he's in charge." "I can't feel my face." Cora poked her cheek. "You mean feel?" I laughed. She rolled her eyes back and looked up at the ceiling. She mouthed the words she had just said. Her head rolled forward and she smiled. "Yep, totally meant feel."
"Why don't you guys play pool or something?"
Nickel suggested. Carmen screamed, and she looked like she had just seen a ghost. "Did someone turn the water on?" Nikki asked, looking around. "I have an idea of what we can do," Carmen said between clenched teeth. "If it involves you eating a whole cake by yourself, I'm out. I'm not about that life." Nikki shook her head. Carmen shook her head. "We can bring the cake, but maybe we should head to the hospital."
"The hospital?"
Nickel called.
"Yeah, I think this semi is about to deliver its load."
Cora turned to me. "Semi? Whoa, Jesus."
"Oh my God!"
Nickel catapulted over the couch and helped Carmen up.
"You're gonna deliver your load?"
Carmen nodded her head. "Can someone clue me on what is going on here?" Poor Cora. I leaned over and patted her hand. "Carmen is about to have the baby." Her jaw dropped and she shook her head. "She can't do that. I'm pregnant. I'm drunk." Nikki snorted. We'll get you some coffee on the way, I suggested.
We ain't stopping for no coffee, Nickel hollered. We're headed straight to the hospital to have this baby.
Jezebel stretched her arms up in the air and gave a weird, loud shout. I've had a baby before. I can so help you. Let me handle this. She cracked her knuckles and stumbled to the left. Carmen held up her hand. I think we'll just go to the hospital, Jezebel. You can come with us, though. Fine, she mumbled. You don't want my help? Not like I didn't squeeze a 10-pound baby out of my vajayjay or anything. You didn't do that, Jez. You had a C-section. Jezebel complained about the scar she had whenever she tried on swimsuits. Details, she slurred. Nickel ran his fingers through his hair.
Jesus Christ, I can't have a room full of drunks while Carmen delivers the baby.
Toot, toot, Nicky called. We all turned to look at her. What? I'm drunk, and in my mind, I was a semi-backing up. But I still know my hair is brown. She pointed at Jezebel.
Can you say the same thing?
My hair is brown, she answered. I put my arm around her shoulders. It's red, honey, I whispered. Son of a bitch! She stomped her foot and examined her hair again.
Okay, whatever we do, we need to figure it out now. We can all fit in my car.
Carmen ran her hands over her stomach and breathed deep.
My bag is already in the car. Jesus, everyone get your damn shoes on and let's go, Nickel ordered.
What about Jake? Cora asked. Hey, that's my kid, Jezebel yelled happily. At least she remembered she had a kid even though she couldn't tell you what color her hair was. Why don't you stay here with him and then you can come to the hospital in the morning? Jezebel nodded. I like the way you think, Wren.
Okay, then it's settled. Shoes on and we leave in 2 minutes.
Nickel leaned close to Carmen and talked to her quietly. I've got shoes on, Nicky and Cora said at the same time. Me too, I added. Jezebel looked down. I don't have feet. I mean shoes. She laughed uncontrollably and leaned on Cora to not fall over. I think we all drank Jezebel under the table, Nicky laughed. Thankfully, Cora, Nicky, and I had sobered up a bit when Carmen had announced she was in labor. Jezebel, on the other hand, was too far gone. The only thing that was going to help her was a handful of aspirin and about 10 hours of sleep. Even then, she was going to have one hell of a hangover. Cora and I helped Jezebel to her room, and she was snoring before we shut the door behind us. Your girl is a hoot, Wren, but she really is a lightweight, Cora commented. That was the truth. I think it might have been a while since she last got drunk. Kids will do that to you, Cora muttered. Nickel managed to wrangle us all into the car with Carmen sitting in the front. If you wouldn't know, you never would have guessed she was in labor. It was kind of crazy how calm she was. I pulled out my phone and sent a quick message to Maniac. He wasn't the only one having an exciting night. On way to hospital, Carmen about to have baby. Not how I expected my night to go, but that was life. It was baby time.
Chapter 22. Maniac. This isn't what we had planned. I looked over at Pipe. Plans change. You do this, Maniac, and they might be able to trace it back to us. I shook my head. We got enough C4 they won't even be able to tell us there was anyone in there, let alone put enough pieces together to get back to us. You run this by Wrecker? I shook my head. I'll handle Wrecker. He was going to be pissed, but I knew he would understand why I did it. Pipe looked at Freak. How many members did you say they have? 7. I thought they had more than that, but most of them are hang-arounds. Freak shuffled his feet nervously and shoved his hands into his pockets. I managed to get on the good side of one of the hang-arounds, and they spilled their guts. They know you were with the Lords? If this prospect had fucked things up, I was going to throw him into the clubhouse right before we blew it up. Nah, I haven't worn anything with the Lords on it. I rolled into town with people thinking I was nobody. I nodded. It seemed the prospect had a little bit of common sense. We were in the abandoned factory next to the clubhouse figuring out our next move. We had left Weston 3 hours ago, and I had just clued the guys into the change of plans. I don't understand why we can't just blow the fucker up. Why do we have to go in and basically wreck shop? Boink leaned against the wall with his arms crossed over his chest. Because I want these assholes to know before they die they didn't get away with it. I want them to know they're dying at the hands of the fallen lords. Vengeance burned deep in my soul, and it was time to make the Hell Captains pay. I crossed my arms over my chest and watched bikes slowly start to pull into the parking lot. "What time is it?" 7:15, Freak answered. I nodded. "We'll come in from all sides. If we surprise them, they won't be prepared." Pipe nodded to Brinks and Clash. "You two head to the back. There's only one door, but also 2 windows. We want to make sure no one manages to get out." Brinks cracked his knuckles. "Not a fucking problem." They both strolled out one of the side doors. "Snapper, Warrior, you guys take the sides. There are only windows there, so I wouldn't expect anyone to get out there, but we're not going to take any chances. When we have the inside locked down, I'll send Freak out to give you the all clear." Snapper and Warrior, who both never said a word, nodded their heads and followed Brinks and Clash. "The rest of you will take the front with Maniac and me. Everyone keep their eyes peeled and stay safe. These guys are idiots, so we really have no idea what they're going to do." We waited 10 more minutes till Brinks and Snapper gave us the signal they were in place. "You sure about this?" Pipe asked me one last time. I took a deep breath and nodded my head. I had never been more sure of anything in my life. "They need to die, Pipe." He held out his fist to me. "Then let's do this, brother, so we can get home to our women." I bumped my fist against his and smiled. "You ever think we'd see the day where we would have women waiting at home for us? Fuck, I never thought I would have a home, let alone a woman that was mine." If that wasn't the truth, home was something I never thought I would have after my parents died. I glanced out the window and saw Snapper along the side of the building. Now that I had a woman waiting at home for me, I was going to do everything I could to keep her safe. We moved out the front of the building and strolled up to the front door of the clubhouse. It wasn't like a group of bikers walking up to a clubhouse was going to look suspicious. Pipe opened the front door and swept his arm out. "After you." "You going to be the sarcastic asshole today?" I asked as I walked past him. He shrugged. "It makes it more fun." I pushed my sunglasses on top of my head and waited for my eyes to adjust to the dim lighting. "Where they meet is down the hallway to the right, 4th door," Freak said over my shoulder. I looked back at him. "Nice job, Prospect." He nodded his head, but I could tell the small praise I had given him made his chest puff out a bit. Being a prospect wasn't an easy job. We moved to the right down the hallway and stood in front of the 4th door. "I feel like we should knock," Pipe muttered. A smug grin spread across my face. He was right. Being the sarcastic asshole was going to be fun. "I knock, and then you bash the door in, Slayer and Freak." They both nodded their heads. I raised my hand and couldn't wipe the smile off of my face. I was going to enjoy this too much. My hand rapped on the door, and I stepped to the side. Slayer and Freak planted their shoulders into the door, and it exploded open. I pulled my gun from the waistband of my jeans and walked through the door with my arm raised and the gun cocked. Slayer and Freak both had their guns drawn, scanning the members, and Pipe strolled in after me like he was the damn Pope. "Did anyone here order a pizza?" he drawled. He was nailing the sarcastic asshole bit. Someone moved out of the corner of my eye, and I turned to point my gun at them. "Going somewhere?" My finger hovered over the trigger, waiting for him to make another move. He gulped and shook his head. He was nobody. Probably a poor prospect who had liked the idea of being in a club and had fallen in with the Hell Captains. Sucked to be him. "What the fuck is going on?" I nodded at Freak, and he moved closer to me. He pointed his gun at the buffoon who was about to piss his pants, and I moved to the head of the table. "You don't know who we are?" I asked, who I assumed was the president. "Not a fucking clue," he growled. Hold on, Pipe called. "I got this." Brinks pulled another gun from his waistband and took over for Pipe. Pipe slowly turned around, his back facing the table, and he looked over his shoulder at everyone with a big smile on his face. "We're the fucking Fallen Lords, also known as the guys you thought you could fuck with." I watched recognition dawn on everyone's faces. "I see you've heard of us," I laughed. "We ain't got any beef with the Fallen Lords," he lied. Pipe turned back around and slowly walked around the table the rest of the members were sitting around. "You should really clean this table." Our prospects like to use pledge, right, Freak? Freak nodded his head. Yes, sir. I was starting to like this kid more and more. I moved closer, trying to read each member's names. Has anyone heard the name Wren before? My eyes traveled over each name tag till I saw the name Rack. He was sitting at the end of the table, a cocky look on his face. I pointed my gun at him. I bet you've heard of her. He shook his head. Never heard of the bitch. I held up one finger. That's the first lie. You don't get more than that with me. I watched his Adam's apple bob. Pipe moved behind him and pressed the muzzle of his gun against Rack's ear. Tisk, tisk, motherfucker. Didn't your mother ever tell you not to lie? You really just busted into my clubhouse over some rancid pussy? I turned to my left, back to the dumbass sitting at the head of the table. You the president? I asked. Yeah, he growled. I hitched my thumb over my shoulder at dear old Rack. Were you the one who won Wren in a card game? Don't play fucking cards. I nodded. She didn't by chance get past you at any point, did she? Got an old lady who would chop my balls off, so no, I didn't touch her. I again nodded. But you knew what was happening to her. If I didn't know what was going on in my own clubhouse, then I wouldn't be a good president. So yeah, I knew what was going on. But that shit wasn't your problem, right? I laughed. I mean, she was just a bitch, right? Pipe and Slayer both laughed along with me. They knew what was about to happen. This is going to be my favorite part, Pipe whispered loudly. What his members were doing wasn't his problem, Pipe. You think Wrecker would let shit like that fly back in Weston? I walked behind the president, whose name I saw was Troll. What a dumbass name. I put my hand on his shoulder and squeezed. Whose problem should it be then, Troll? He physically shook under my hand. I pressed the end of the gun to the side of his head. Not yours, I whispered in his ear. I pulled my gun away and took a step back. His body relaxed, thinking he was in the clear. I didn't fucking think so. My fingers squeezed the trigger, and I watched the bullet smash against his head. The 7 other members sitting around the table jumped back, while Pipe, Slayer, and Freak didn't make a move. Poor Troll's body went limp, and he fell to the side, knocking the chair he was sitting in over. 1 down. Pipe laughed. It wasn't his fault. He grabbed an extra chair that was along the wall, spun it around, and sat on it backward. He held out his hand to the guy sitting on his right. Name's Pipe. Come here often? First time for me. Slayer chuckled. Such an ass, he mumbled under his breath. Freak, go get the other guys, I ordered. Freak nodded and headed out the door. I managed to pull the chair out from under dead Troll and righted it. I sat down at the head of the table and laid my gun down in front of me. Bet you wish you had one of those, huh? I asked the guy sitting to my right. He nodded dumbly. Can I ask you a question? He again nodded. Did you know Wren? Oh, and don't lie. That won't end well for you. Poor Rack used up the one lie permitted. I glanced down at the patch on his chest. Cheeto. Where the fuck did this club come up with their road names? Fucking Troll and Cheeto. Good God. No, sir. I studied his face, trying to see if he was lying. Doesn't ring any bells? I asked again. I've only been a part of the club for 2 months. I tilted my head to the side. Now this was something I didn't see coming. 2 months, huh? How the fuck did you manage to become VP? I'm his kid. He nodded to poor Troll on the floor. Plot twist, Pipe called. Slayer chuckled, and even I couldn't keep a straight face. We'll come back to you, Cheeto. I then went around the table asking each guy if they knew who Wren was. They all said no, and they were all lying bastards. Freak, Brinks, Clash, Warrior, and Snapper filed into the room and stood against the wall with their guns drawn. I see we're late to the party, Clash said, nodding toward Troll. I couldn't help myself. He told me he was the president, but he didn't care what his members did. I shrugged and leaned back in my chair. I had talked to everyone except Rack. Pipe put his arms around his shoulders. I've heard things about you, Rack. So many things, he mumbled. This is bullshit, he shouted. She was a dumb cunt who didn't know her goddamn place. What the hell was I supposed to do with her? My blood boiled at the word cunt. I leaned forward and rested my elbows on the table. Cunt, huh? He gulped, and regret washed over his face. Cunt was the wrong word to use, Pipe muttered to him. This is bullshit, Rack repeated again. Oh, he was right. It is bullshit, Rack. It's bullshit I had to watch my woman try to kill herself, watch her cry for days. It's complete bullshit she now doubts me because of the things that were done to her. It's all bullshit. But you know who is responsible for this bullshit? I grasped my gun and pointed it at him. You are. What right did you have to sell a woman for a couple of bucks? What right did you have to take everything away from her and leave her with nothing? Can you tell me, please, why you thought you could even breathe the same air as her? Pipe cupped his hand to his ear. Speak up, Rack. We can't hear you. I stood up and slowly walked around the table, patting the heads of each last remaining member. This can't all be laid at Rack's feet, though. I mean, one of you bought her in the first place, and then decided to spread her around. This is going to get good now. Pipe rubbed his hands together and elbowed Rack. It's coming. I leaned down next to Cheeto. Do you have a sister? He shook his head. No, sir. But you have a mother, right? A ball-busting one if what Troll said was true. He nodded his head. Yes. Would you be okay if I sold her to Pipe, and then he decided he didn't want her anymore, so he just left her for anyone to take? He shook his head. No. But that is what your club did to my woman, Cheeto. He conned her into being with him. Sold her, used her, beat her. And then when she finally got away from him, he started tracking her down like a dog. A dumb dog who was too stupid to keep his mouth shut about club business. So, I ask again, can I do that to your mother? Sweat dripped down Cheeto's face. Please, no. I stood up and looked around the room. Please, no. I bet that was something Wren said to all of you over and over. Did anyone listen to her? Bueller? Bueller? Pipe called. He leaned into the table and motioned for everyone else to. No means no, fuckers. You never heard that before? He sat back and threw his hands in the air. Can't blame the maniac. They never heard the saying before. This has all been a huge mistake. This shit is better than going to the movies, Slayer chuckled. So here's what's going to happen. You're all going to die. Tonight. Each and everyone's faces paled, even Rack. Aw, you ruined the surprise, Pipe whined. I sat back down. I did, because I want to sit here and I want to watch the fear in your eyes. I want to watch you beg me to live. I want you to beg me to stop, and then I'm going to put my gun to each and every one of your heads and watch the life drain from your eyes. Then I'm going to blow this shithole you call a clubhouse the fuck up. Guess what I'm going to do after that? Pipe raised his hand and bounced in his chair. I know. He again elbowed Rack. He's going to go home, sleep with his woman, and never think of any of you assholes ever again. Happily ever after, he sang out. Shots rang out for the next 5 minutes as I went from chair to chair, pressing the gun next to each of their temples and pulling the trigger. You didn't even let us have any fun, Pipe pouted. Rack was sitting next to him, sweat dripping down his face. He had just watched his whole club die in front of him. Pipe sniffed the air and then covered his nose with his hand. Dude, did you just shit yourself? Fucking Christ, it's like I'm riding on the short bus to school all over again. He pushed his chair back and moved to lean against the wall. You rode on the short bus? Slayer laughed. Pipe flipped him off. Fuck you, asshole. I sat down next to Rack. Look at me, I growled. His whole body was shaking, and he turned his head to me. I'm sorry, he pleaded. Pipe chuckled. Did he just say he was sorry? Everyone laughed. I'm going to tell you 3 things you should have known all along. I held up one finger in his face. You never touch a woman unless she asks you to, and when she tells you to stop, you fucking stop. That's a good one. Total life lesson, Pipe added. I held up 2 fingers. Never fuck with the fallen lords. So true. We're kind of assholes, Pipe snickered. I added one last finger. 3. Never fuck with what is mine. I pressed the gun to his forehead. This is for Wren. I pulled the trigger and his body jerked backward. His chair flipped and he sprawled out on the floor. Motherfucker, Pipe shouted. You got fucking brains on my boots. How am I supposed to explain this to Nikki? Pipe bitched about his boots and he made Freak find something to clean them with. I watched the blood pool around Rack's head and a calm settled around me. Everyone moved around me. Pipe snapped out of his sarcastic asshole routine and started barking orders. They were all dead. Every man who ever took a piece of Wren without her permission was dead. The raging hatred in the pit of my stomach disappeared, and all I could think about was getting home to Wren. Wren was all I needed now.
Chapter 23. Wren. It was 2:30, and I had yet to hear from Maniac. I'd wanted to ask Nickel if he had heard anything, but he was kind of busy helping Carmen have a baby. "How can I have a hangover when I haven't even gone to sleep yet?" Cora groaned next to me. We were sitting in the waiting room, camped out on the uncomfortable chairs, waiting to hear from the guys and about Carmen. Cora had gotten us kicked out of the delivery room when she had started making balloon animals out of the rubber gloves. I was wrong when I had thought Cora had sobered up a bit. Finally, after 4 hours of being here, she was sobering up. "You want me to get you some coffee?" I asked. "Oh my God, I will love you forever if you do that." Her head was in her hands and her eyes were closed. "I would give you money, but I didn't bring my purse." "I got you." I glanced over at Nikki, who was sleeping off the whole bottle of wine she had drank. "I'll be right back." I pulled my phone out of my pocket and checked it for the 50th time to see if Maniac had texted me. Of course he hadn't. I shoved the phone back in my pocket. I pressed the down button for the elevator and wrapped my arms around my waist. The elevator doors opened, and 5 of the fallen lords looked at me. 5, including Maniac. I stopped breathing, looking at him. He was alive. He wasn't arrested. He was here. Brinks, Slayer, Pipe, and some other guy I had never seen before filed out of the elevator. Maniac stood there, not moving. The elevator dinged, and the door started to slide shut. I quickly stuck my foot out, stopping the doors. I flung myself into his arms and wrapped my arms and legs around him. "You're alive," I whispered. I buried my face in his neck and inhaled deep.
"Yeah, I am, darling."
His voice was rough and tired. I leaned back, his arms holding me. "Are you okay?" A slow smile spread across his lips. The elevator dinged again and the door slid shut. He reached out and pressed a button. I looked over my shoulder at the panel. "You don't even know where I was going."
"I hit the stop button. I need a couple minutes with you."
I looked up into his eyes. "Are you okay?" I asked again.
"I got you in my arms, Wren. You know when that happens, nothing can get better."
"That's not what I mean." He knew what I was asking. He pressed a kiss to my lips.
"It's done."
"You mean they won't?" He shook his head.
"The Hell Captains are no more."
The men who had tormented and used me for months were gone. They couldn't hurt me anymore. But how? How had he gotten rid of a whole club in hours?
"Remember what we talked about before, Wren? How sometimes I'm not going to be able to tell you things because if I do, then I can't keep you safe?"
I nodded.
"Just know they will never touch you again, and that's all you need to know."
My mind yelled at me I needed to know more. The words were ready to pour out of my lips, demanding to know every detail. But I clamped my lips shut and nodded my head.
"You look like you're about to explode, darling."
I plastered a smile on my face. "Nope, I'm good." I had to trust him. He said I didn't need to know more and I had to listen to him. "You say I don't need to worry anymore, so I won't." Lord, that was hard to say. He pressed me against the wall of the elevator.
"You are so full of shit."
"Oh my God," I moaned. "Tell me what happened." I had tried, I really had. But damn it, I needed to know. I wrapped my arms around his neck and batted my eyes at him. "Please?" That was the way to do it. Beg. He rested his forehead on mine.
You're not going to let this go, are you?
I shook my head. In the future, I knew there were going to be things he wouldn't be able to tell me, but this had to do with me. These were men who had hurt me. He managed to pull his phone out. He held it up to my face and my jaw dropped. What the? How the? I grabbed the phone from his hand and quickly scanned the short news article.
We'll talk about it when we get back to the clubhouse, yeah?
I nodded.
You okay?
Why are you asking me that? He was the one who had, from the looks of the news article, torched an entire block.
Just making sure.
I'm good. I got drunk and then Carmen's water broke. I sobered up real quick, but Cora and Jezebel weren't so lucky. He chuckled and pressed a kiss to my lips.
Sounds like you had an eventful night, too.
I don't think it was nearly explosive as yours. I threw him a wink and couldn't help but giggle at my lame joke.
Carmen pushed that baby out yet?
He asked, changing the subject. Last we heard, it was going to be a while. She was barely dilated when we came in.
But it's happening, right? Not a false alarm?
I nodded. Yep, hopefully today she'll have it.
So where were you headed?
Coffee. Cora is dealing with a hangover and I couldn't stand sitting there anymore. I threaded my fingers through his hair. But now that you're here, I think I might need a kiss.
You might need a kiss?
I bit my lip and nodded. Okay, I need a kiss. He pressed his lips to mine, and his tongue invaded my mouth. This time, when he kissed me, it was different. He was giving everything to me instead of taking what he wanted. I melted into his body, my arms wrapped tight around his neck. My core was pressed against his dick, and a low growl rumbled from his throat.
Son of a bitch, Wren. Stop, or I'm going to take you right here in this elevator.
His lips lingered on mine as we both tried to catch our breath. Who needs coffee when you can kiss like that? I mumbled. The elevator started buzzing, and Maniac reached out to hit a button.
Good thing I didn't fuck you against the wall. We would have been found with our pants down.
He loosened his hold on me, and I slowly slid down the wall. That would be a hell of a story.
So, coffee, and then we check to see when this baby is entering the world? He asked.
I nodded. Sounds like a plan. He brushed my hair behind my ear.
You look happy, darling.
I tilted my head to the side and smiled. I am happy. It was about damn time I was able to say that and actually mean it. Maniac had helped me get there. He helped me get through all the bullshit in my head. He showed me everything I had to live for. And most of all, he showed me I was worthy of being loved.
Chapter 24. Maniac. Plot twist? He really said plot twist? Wren peeled off in another round of giggles she couldn't control. He said a bunch of other crazy shit, but that was the funniest. She laid her head on my bare chest and sighed. We should probably get out of bed soon. Carmen, Nickel, and Cole will be here any minute. It was 3 days after Carmen had finally managed to push out her almost 9-pound baby, and they were going to stop by the clubhouse around noon. You were the one who pulled me back into bed after I got out of the shower. And you were the one who decided to walk naked out of the bathroom. What did you expect me to do? She lazily traced circles on my chest and sighed. You okay? She laughed. I think I might start getting sick of you asking me that all of the time. There was a time she wasn't okay, and I was terrified that was going to happen again. Just bear with me, darling. Your not being okay is going to forever be in the back of my mind. She rolled her eyes. Then I suppose I'll try not to yell at you every time you ask me. Much obliged. I could ask you again if you're okay after everything that happened with the Hell Captains. Why the hell wouldn't I be okay? Because what you did was a lot, Maniac. You killed 8. I pressed my finger against her lips and shook my head. They deserved what they got. I'm sure you weren't the first person they had done that to. The world is a much better place without those 8 fuckwads walking around. They said on the news they weren't investigating the explosion. As they shouldn't, since it was a faulty gas line that happened to run under the clubhouse. Funny how things like that happen, she laughed. She rolled out of bed, pulling the blanket with her. Where are you going? I called. She flounced to the bathroom and leaned against the doorframe. "Away from you, or we'll never leave this room." I leaned up on one elbow. "You say that like it's a bad thing," I drawled. "It normally isn't, but I'm anxious to see Cole again." I fell back on the pillow. "Replaced by a baby," I grumbled. "For a couple of hours. We need to give it a rest or we'll be joining the Mommy and Daddy Club." I covered my eyes with my hands. "Maybe someday, darling, but right now I just want you for myself." "How old are you, Maniac?" My head popped up. 30. She bit her lip. "How old are you?" 27. Why do I feel like this should have been something we knew about each other a while ago? I laughed. Wren and I had fast-forwarded through the normal relationship milestones and barreled right into living together. And love. "It'll make things more interesting. It'll be like falling in love in reverse." "Say that again." She had said love. Like falling in love in reverse? You know, like we love each other now, but we'll..." She slapped her hand over her mouth. "Oh, fuck," she muffled. I laid my head back down and raised my hands up in the air. "You just said you love me." "No, I didn't," she protested. "Why the hell can't you tell me you love me? I tell you all the damn time." I was frustrated as hell. "I'm gonna go shower." She stepped into the bathroom and slammed the door shut behind her. "Oh, fuck that," I growled. I tossed the covers off and stalked to the bathroom. Steam rolled out the door when I opened it, and Wren had already slipped into the shower. I had already showered, but I wasn't going to let this shit go for any longer. I pushed back the curtain, put my back to the steaming water, and pulled her into my arms. "Why are you running from me?" I demanded. "I'm not running. We need to get ready," she insisted. I grabbed her arms, pulled them over her head, and pushed her against the wall. "Stop lying to me." The light was in her eyes, but there was something else there. Something. I didn't know what it was. "Damn it, Maniac, I'm not lying to you." "Then tell me what is going on. I see it. I can feel it. Something isn't right. I thought it was a little game. You won't tell me that you love me, but there's more to it." I pressed my body hard against hers. "I know your body is mine, but I don't know if I have any other part of you." She closed her eyes and tilted her head back against the wall. "Why do you do this to me?" "Make you do what? Not lie to yourself? I don't know what I'm doing to you if you don't talk to me." "I love you," she whispered. "I love you so much it scares me. It scares me to know you have a piece of me, a piece I gave to you, a piece you could break and I would never get back." "Open your eyes." She shook her head. "I told you. Please stop. I don't know how to fix this. I don't know how to not be scared." "Then give it to me," I growled. "Give it to me like you did with the Hell Captains. I'll figure it out. I'll prove to you I love you and will never break your heart." She hung her head. "Why does everyone manage to make my problems seem like they're nothing?" That wasn't what I was trying to do. I didn't want her to think I was trying to make her feel like she was dumb for feeling the way she did. I delved my fingers into her hair and raised her head. "Your feelings are not nothing. Your feelings are yours, and you have every right to feel them. All I'm saying is I can't help you work through them when you aren't telling me what you feel." "I love you, Maniac. And after what you just said, I didn't think it was possible, but I love you more. With every second that passes, I love you even more." She wrapped her arms around my waist and face-planted into my chest. Fucking hell, it was like pulling teeth to get her to talk to me. The normal small talk and everyday shit she was good at, but when she started feeling something different, it was like she shut down and didn't know how to deal with them. "Darling, you gotta talk to me. You can be scared. You can feel whatever the hell you want. Just talk to me." "Loving you is so easy, but my head just gets in the way. I can't seem to shut my brain off." Finally, fucking honesty. "I love you so fucking much, Wren. More than my next breath. More than my goddamn club. I know I told you that you were equal with my club, but if all this were to go away tomorrow, I wasn't in the club, but I still had you, I would die a happy man. You are my world, and you are my life." Her arms tightened around me, and she sobbed. She buried her face in my neck, and I just held her. You really are a crier, I mumbled into her hair when she finally calmed down. She smacked me on the shoulder and rolled her head to the side. It's all your fault. You can't say things like that and not expect me to cry. Badass biker alphas don't say shit like that. Keep that to yourself, or it'll ruin my street cred. Your street cred? She laughed. I don't think you have anything to worry about. She ran her hands over my slick chest, tracing the small heart. What are you thinking about, darling? She tilted her head back. That I hope we have a love half as good as the one your parents had. I've never really seen love last. I want that. All you need to do is stay with me, and you'll see it firsthand. Her hand trailed down my arm, and she threaded her fingers with mine. Firsthand, you say? She ran the tip of her nose up my cheek and pressed her lips next to my ear. Can I see that right now? My fingers sunk into the soft flesh of her ass, and I lifted her up. Her legs instantly wrapped around my waist, and my dick was lined up perfectly with her sweet pussy. I had you not even an hour ago, and I'm hard and ready for you. If that doesn't say we were made for each other, then I don't know what does. A moan escaped her lips as I lowered her onto my dick, and I felt her wet pussy envelop me. Always better than the last, she moaned. She took the words right out of my mouth. I clutched her close and she arched her back, tilting her pussy up, allowing me to go even deeper. I let her ride me, driving deep inside her while the walls of her pussy clenched my dick. My eyes held hers, my lips a whisper away from hers, and our breath mingling. Tell me again, I demanded. I love you, she whimpered. Louder. I wanted the whole world to hear her. I love you, she repeated louder. Yes, I growled. Give it to me, Wren. Give me everything. Her eyes slammed shut and she tossed her head back, her orgasm crashing over her. I plunged into her, each thrust of my hips faster than the last. There was no way to describe the way Wren made me feel. My need for her burned through me to the point where I couldn't stand it. A groan ripped from my lips and I held her close. I pumped one final time and emptied my cum inside her. Mine, mine, I chanted over and over. Her body grew limp in my arms, yet she still held on to me. Her head rolled to the side and she opened her hooded eyes. Her content gaze met mine and she smiled. I like your shower. My body stilled and I threw my head back laughing. And I like you in it, darling. I also love you. I pressed a kiss to her forehead and eased her legs from around me. And I love you, Wren. That wasn't so hard to say now, was it? She shook her head. You seem to make everything easy for me, Maniac. You helped to heal my body, mended my soul, and put back together every piece of my heart. It wasn't easy, but you were well worth it. That's because I'm worthy of you, she whispered. She was. Wren was whole. Wren was loved. Wren was mine.
Chapter 25. Wren. Let me hold him, I pleaded. I gotta go pump.
Dear God, woman, can you please not mention your breasts when you are in my presence?
Hype got up from the couch and walked over to Nikki.
You're like a sister. A sister I don't want to hear about her breasts. Ever.
Nikki patted him on the shoulder. I'm going to have to get you earmuffs for your sensitive ears, aren't I? She joked. Carmen gingerly hoisted herself off of the couch. Why does no one tell you about the gross things that happen to your body after having a baby? Like, you will not believe what happened this morning when I... Hype put his hands over his ears and shook his head.
Not today, Satan. You are not going to discuss this while I'm in the room.
He walked to the front door, managing to keep his hands on his ears, and opened the door with the crook of his elbow.
Not today, Satan,
he mumbled under his breath. He walked out, leaving the door wide open behind him. Nikki threw her hands up in the air. I don't know what is going on with him. I think he's losing his mind. Carmen put her hands on her boobs and jiggled them. These are not breasts. They are a food dispensary. True that, Jezebel shouted. After Maniac had showered with me, we finally managed to stumble out into the common room half an hour after Carmen and Nickel showed up. The girls and I were sitting in front of the TV, admiring Carmen's little man. Cole was the cutest damn baby, but it was hard jockeying for time to hold him. Nikki had managed to butt me out of the way 2 times, and Jezebel had been inching closer to Cora, who was now holding him. Maniac and the rest of the guys were somewhere outside doing Lord knows what. Nikki had mentioned with winter coming, they were getting their bikes ready to be parked. "You gonna tell us what happened this morning?" Cora asked. Carmen waved her hand at her. "Nothing happened. I was just giving Pipe shit. Good thing he cut me off when he did, because the only thing I could think of to say was an elephant fell out of my vagina." "Now, what in the hell is going on in your head? That was the only thing you could think of?" Nikki demanded. Cora cracked up, hitting her hand on her knee. "I can totally picture Pipe's face because you know he would have believed you. It's like you're trying to replace Alice or something. Next thing you know, you're going to come walking out of your bedroom wearing a cow onesie with a blender under your arm," Nikki tisked. Carmen grabbed her diaper bag off the ground. "Girl, please. My loopiness is attributed to the fact I am getting about 3 hours of sleep a night. Once I get that little monster on a schedule, my brain will go back to normal and we can all go back to laughing at Alice's antics." "I still have yet to meet this Alice," Jezebel commented. "I mean, you guys say she is hilarious, but I can't really be a judge of that until she shows her face." "She texted me congratulations the other day, but that was it," Carmen pointed at Cora. "Time is up. Pass the kid to Jezebel." "Hey," I protested. "I thought I was next." Jezebel lifted the baby from Cora and cradled him in her arms. "Yeah, you're next after me." Jezebel walked around the room quietly cooing to Cole. "I'm gonna text Alice. She should be here with us. It doesn't feel right without her," Nikki mumbled. She pulled her phone out and typed out a message. "Does get your ass here sound too harsh?" "Say but. That will totally soften it," Cora suggested. "I'm gonna pee and then pump." Carmen walked down the hallway, and I couldn't help but laugh. I shook my head. I think she lost her filter when she pushed that baby out. "How long should I wait for her to reply?" Nikki asked. "How long does it normally take for her to reply?" I asked. "If she's not working, like 2 seconds. If she is working, 30 seconds. "Jesus," Cora muttered. "You're lucky if I reply to you the same day you text me, let alone within seconds." "Why don't you call her?" Jezebel suggested. "I know if I really want to get a response from someone, I call them." Nikki pushed a couple of buttons, and then her phone rang loud on speaker. We looked at the phone like Alice was going to come bursting out of it. It rang 7 times before it went to her voicemail. "Alice," Nikki shouted, "why you no answer my phone call?" "What the hell is up with the accent?" Cora laughed. Nikki disconnected the call. "Not a clue. It seems fitting for a message left for Alice." "Sounding like Long Duck Dong from 16 Candles is fitting for Alice." Jezebel shook her head. "Damn, I really need to meet this bitch." "Meet what bitch?" Carmen asked. Her diaper bag was still hitched over her shoulder, but a suction cup contraption was in her hand. "Alice, she's not answering her phone," Nikki replied, concerned. Cora looked worried. "We could go up there." "Go up where?" Nickel asked as he walked through the front door that was still open. "Kale's Corners. Nikki can't get in touch with Alice, and we're worried." Carmen dropped the diaper bag on the floor and walked into Nickel's chest. "I need to pump, but I'm too tired," she mumbled. Nickel wrapped his arm around Carmen's shoulders. "Wrecker is headed past there today on his way back from Riverton. I can call and see if he could stop off to check on her." "You think he would?" Nikki asked. Nickel shrugged. "Don't see why not. I'm sure she's fine, but it doesn't hurt to make sure." Pipe stuck his head around the corner of the front door. "Is the coast clear?" Carmen held up her breast pump and shook it. "Yeah, you're just in time to watch." "Oh, fuck me running. Nikki, let's go," he shouted. His hands were over his eyes, and he looked like a 5-year-old trying to unsee something. "Not until Nickel calls Wrecker and asks him to stop off by Alice." Pipe dug in his pocket and pulled out his phone. "Let me go over by the garage and I'll call him." "Why can't you call him from right here?" Carmen laughed. Reception is better over there." Pipe turned, but he turned the wrong way and slammed into the doorframe. "Mother trucker!" he shouted. He peeked between his fingers and turned himself the right way, in the opposite direction of Carmen.
"Give me 2 minutes and I'll let you know," he called over his shoulder. "Why do you need to torment him like that?" Nickel asked her. "It's fun," she replied simply. "Okay, your turn. I gotta run to the bathroom and then I need to check in on Jake to make sure he is doing his homework." Jezebel handed Cole to me, and I tucked him in the crook of my arms. His eyes were closed and he slept peacefully. "You look happy, darling."
Maniac sunk down on the couch next to me. He draped his arm over my shoulders and cracked a beer open with his other hand.
"I am," I sighed. "Don't go getting baby fever on me," he warned. "I need at least 5 years before we even think about kids."
5 years is good for me, I whispered. I was content to just spoil Cole until we had our own baby.
"Wrecker is stopping. He said he'll call when he finds out what the loony bird is up to." He cleared his throat. "Those are my words, not his," he chuckled.
He was standing off to the side of the door, shouting into us.
"Can we go home now, Nikki?"
Nikki threw her hands up in the air. "He's done lost his mind." She grabbed her purse from the bar and hitched it over her shoulder. She hugged each of us and dropped a kiss on Cole's forehead. She asked us to say bye to Jezebel for her, and then she was gone with Pipe before Carmen could torment him anymore.
"What's he talking about Wrecker for?"
Maniac asked me. Nikki hasn't heard from Alice in a while, so Pipe asked Wrecker to stop by on his way back to the clubhouse. He took a long pull from his beer, then set it on the coffee table.
"I'm sure she's fine. She was when we were there a couple of weeks ago."
She had seemed fine. Maybe a little off, but I didn't think there was anything to worry about. "Yeah, you're right." He pulled me close and pressed a kiss to the side of my head.
"You doing okay?"
I rolled my eyes and took a deep breath. I couldn't get mad at the man for being concerned at me. I could get a teeny tiny bit annoyed about it, though. "I'm good." He didn't reply, and I looked up into his face. "What about you? Are you okay?"
"I've got my woman under my arm, sitting in my clubhouse, and I'm surrounded by my brothers. I've never been better, darling."
I smiled and pressed a kiss to his lips. "This is our life, Maniac," I whispered.
"It sure the fuck is."
There was his favorite word again, but I wouldn't change one thing about him. I loved him and every fucking thing about him. Life was fucking perfect with Maniac.
Chapter 26. Wrecker. 30 fucking minutes out of my way just to check on Alice. Why in the hell did I agree to this shit? If Pipe and Nikki were so concerned about her, they could have hauled their happy asses up here and checked on her. But no, I was the one who had been tasked with checking on her. I was the damn president of the Fallen Lords, and yet I was taking orders from my damn VP. I pulled into her driveway and killed the bike. She lived on a small ranch, and there was one thing about it that was so Alice I couldn't help but laugh. She had 8 pink flamingo statues lined up the length of her driveway. Pink fucking flamingos. I couldn't even make this shit up. On closer inspection, she also had a string of flamingo lights on one of the bushes next to the house, and also strung across the railing of the porch. I had only spent a short amount of time with Alice, part of that with her plastered to my back while I gave her a motorcycle ride. Whatever had possessed me to agree to the ride was beyond me, but I had done it. While it had felt amazing to feel her tits pressed against my back, I figured something else out. Alice wasn't like any woman I had ever met before. She had a light that shone so bright from inside her, it brought my gray and dark parts front and center. Light couldn't touch the dark. Alice wasn't meant to be mine. Not for a night, and certainly for any length of time. There were women you met that you knew were better than you, and shouldn't be dirtied by the ugly things you had done and seen. I combed my fingers through my beard and looked at her house. Knock on the door, make sure she's fine, and then get the fuck out of here. That was easy enough. I made the short walk up her driveway and onto her porch. My knuckles rapped on the door, and I waited a long fucking time before it opened. But it wasn't Alice who opened the door. At least not the Alice who shone so bright she gave the sun competition. No, it was a shell of Alice. "What are you doing here?" she croaked. Her cheeks were stained with tears, her face pale, and her body looked like she hadn't eaten in days. Every asshole remark died on the tip of my tongue. I stepped forward, gathered her in my arms, and pulled her close. She fought me for a second, then melted into my arms. Sobs racked her body as she fell apart in my embrace. I held her close, trying to steady her in my arms. "I don't know what to do," she cried. "I just don't know." I didn't know what to do either, but I was going to figure it the fuck out.